Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it.
We just try to live. We just try to live. We get better and we get stronger. We get better and we get We just try to live. We just try to live. We get better and we get stronger. We get better and we
dancing as I boogie on down. I'm a pop machine. I'm a pop machine. A boogie baby. I'm a pop machine. I'm a pop machine. A boogie baby. Wanna rock, but I know. And when the disco sounds, it gets me turning around. You wanna rock, but I know. And when the disco sounds, it gets me turning around. Disco, rock, disco, disco. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. You make me move. You make me dance. You make my heart beat super fast. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. We just try to live. We just try to live. We get better and we get stronger. We get better and we get
lights out, they get the knock.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally here. The PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Final Preliminaries. We've had the regional qualifiers, we've had the regional finals, and now 5 of the teams in this competition will be making their way over to the global finals next week. Of course, a massive thank you to our title sponsor Vivo for providing the players with the next series, the official smartphone of the PMCO 2019 Global Finals. But without further ado, let's swing things on over to our casters and let's play some PUBG Mobile.
And hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure to be here today for the PUBG Mobile Club Open Spring Split Prelim Finals here in Berlin. It's an absolutely beautiful day, but just about to get that little bit better as PUBG Mobile action is about to come your way. His name is Imperium.
He's Maxman.
Let's go. Don't let me hang in. Thank you very much. Yeah, just awesome stuff coming up, Imperium.
Yeah, so we have 15 teams from all around the world. 2 days, 12 games, top 5 spots up for grabs. It's going to get really spicy, really tasty. Of course, we're going to go through a lot in terms of what teams are really going to be looking stronger. We're going to see all the action unfold and get a far better idea of what teams are kind of more likely going to qualify. But right now, I feel that every single team are on an even playing field.
Every single team on an even playing field, but those are for the teams that are here, as unfortunately we did have a little bit unfortunate news coming our way today. The team from Hell, which is a European team, was not able to show up today, so we will not be seeing them.
Nope.
Unfortunately, also an extra piece of information. Also, a lot of info coming your way. Be careful, guys. Note it down. 2 Indian teams, they cannot be here, unfortunately, so they are playing from a studio in India. They got their nice little cozy studio which they are playing from, and they will be playing with us even if they're not here physically. They are here mentally.
If they're not here in person, they're here spiritually, so to speak.
And they will smash.
Yeah, and they will smash. So we do see 6 games today. There's a lot of action. There's a lot of really kind of mental fortitude that's really going to have to be featured. Starting off with Sanhok, Maxman.
Sanhok, one of the most aggressive maps, I can say. Like, if you're not careful early on, you're going to have a really hard time. We just had a preparation match which just happened on Sanhok, and it was taken by Team Secret, so they seem ready to destroy every single enemy they come against in this first game. But then Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Vikendi, and Erangel once again. A lot of Erangel. It started with Erangel. That's what started PUBG, and we're going to have so much more action. We did the wild card. Erangel is just where everything happens and where true legends are made.
It just never failed to disappoint. It never failed to really...
Never fails to disappoint.
Never failed to disappoint. But either way, you see the points placement and the rules for the preliminary finals for you guys, of course. That magical first place chicken dinner gets you 30 points, going down 22-19 and so on and so forth.
Yeah, if you have been watching other series of the PMCO, you are pretty familiar with the rules. And kills, even though it's not a high amount of points, they can end up being extremely impactful.
Of course.
We did the wildcard once again. I'm going to flex that a lot during the broadcast. Kills can make you take a
100%.
high position, take the high ground, and take that chicken dinner in a lot of scenarios, and just get that high amount of points. Kills must not be overlooked.
No, 100% no. I totally agree. Some teams will definitely, and most of the teams will focus on that placement point. But if you can get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 kills for your side while still ending in 10th place or higher, it's really going to help yourself from the side. But these are the teams that are being featured in the games today.
Look, I love that. Once again, from Hell, they are beep beep not here today, so just tick them off right off the bat. Also, one team that I think a lot of eyes are focused on, Imperium. We've been asking the teams which teams do you might think might take the win, or you're a little bit scared of.
Yeah.
And it all came down to X-Quest or X-Quest F, and this is one scary hell of a team, and I'm really hyped to see what they're going to offer us as gameplay today.
On their regional finals, getting to this spot, we saw that their points average or kill points averages, it's one of the highest we have in the tournament. And yeah, as you correctly said, the teams that we talk to, the players that we talk to, they are definitely fearing the side of X-Quest F the most. But I think there's a lot of teams that will surprise us coming here. A lot of teams that have come from I wouldn't say hard times, but they've really had to battle their way to get to this point, and they're humbled to be here, and they're ready to prove it on stage, and of course, hopefully qualify for the Globals.
One team that battled a lot actually to come to this prelim finals in Berlin Imperium, and that is a team that you think is going to be a little bit the dark horse. We were talking about that earlier. It's Team Kesso that was, prior to being acquired by Team Kesso for this tournament, they were called Brazilian Crusaders.
Yeah.
And they are a team that have been battling with a lag, with like phones that were a little bit having issues.
Yeah.
And being acquired by Team Kesso, they just give them that little extra notch of performance, and that might just be what they needed to, you know, dominate in the global stage and just take those chicken home and just try and dominate once again the entire scene.
Yeah, I was talking to the team actually quite a lot yesterday. Couldn't help but give a lot of time to them, especially because the team manager spoke fantastic English. Marco, who's the long-haired guy you see on the left-hand side, he's the in-game leader. They have a lot of knowledge as a team. Axel is, look out for him when it comes to fragging, when it comes to really pulling out those kills, because he's the most aggressive player in the team. And then Mystical, he's known as a magic man. So absolutely fantastic budget team. But we're seeing XQF, all Rejection Gaming, they all have a chance. It's an open playing field.
Yeah, those Asian teams are here to try and just take as much as they possibly can. I think the Chinese meta, like Asian meta in general, like Korea, China, Japan, they are potentially going to be really high in the scoreboards. But once again, you have kind of playstyles for everywhere in the world. You have people from Middle East, CA, you got EU, you got NA, you got India, you got absolutely everything. And this is a clash of the meta.
Меня зовут Варфарин, я представляю команду Дюфора Медитая 99, и мы из России. Для нас этот турнир очень важен, это наш первый крупный ивент, особенно офлайн, мы хотим показать весь свой максимум. Если бы нужно было описать команду одним словом, я бы сказал, что это слово «труд». Мы всегда много старались, всегда готовились к турнирам, много работали над собой, и я думаю, это дало результат. Я приехал с 4 замечательными тиммейтами, я их знаю около полугода. Мы играли вместе еще давно, и в итоге собрали команду, которая сейчас добивается хороших результатов. Это очень удобно играть на телефоне, потому что ты можешь везде взять с собой, где угодно сесть, поиграть. Вот это тактический шутер, там требуется как умение стрелять, так и умение думать. Я думаю, что главная составляющая этого турнира — это тактическая, то есть нужно грамотно готовиться к оппонентам, правильно принимать решения. На самом деле мы не выделяем кого-то конкретных соперников на турнире. Я думаю, что главный соперник — это мы сами. Мы виновники всех наших и неудач, и успехов. Я думаю, что нужно больше сосредоточиться на своей игре и добиться того, чего мы достойны. Пусть победит достойный. Все мы тут оказались не случайно, и я думаю, что это будет интересное противостояние.
And here it is. That was Team Deformia's spotlight. Sorry, I didn't even say that right. Oh, what the hell was that? But Team Deformia, we talked to them a little bit in Imperium before the broadcast, and they are extremely confident. I asked them, is there a team that you are a little bit scared of? And a lot of people said Team XQuest F. They said nobody.
Yeah, they're not
like the badass they are.
They're not scared of anybody. And again, I've really gotten to know the team and the players a bit over the last day or so, in terms of rehearsals and just getting everything ready. And David, the org owner, he's so positive and so humble to be here as well, and they're ready to challenge. And even though when I was looking and doing a bit of research into overall kind of standings of their own regions, and when I put them all together, they're not looking the strongest, but I know that they're ready to step up to the plate here. They have a lot of confidence. They're a team that really, in my opinion, are going to be able to work together to pull out those strong performances.
Yeah, talking about working together, like synergy going to be really, really important, because also Deformia, they have been doing a 2-month boot camp in Moscow before this tournament. And what brings you a boot camp is absolutely insane in the environment of esport. A boot camp is so much more important. It can be the difference between a loss and a win, just having that extra piece of communication, knowing your team a little bit, like just a little bit better. So I think that's going to be able to bring them a lot in this tournament. And just once again, their play style is going to be really synergy focused, which might not be the case of maybe some NA teams, which has a different kind of meta of like playing very solo, very aggressive, very like they got big egos, so they're gonna have to maybe let that one go a little bit. Okay.
Well, yeah, like we know that NA they want to be the best, but they want to be the best individually, right? They want to be able to frag out. They want to be able to turn around and say at the end, I got 7 kills, I got 8 kills, I got 9 kills.
With
But
flex, but okay.
when this is a squad game, I don't get that many kills, so leave me alone. And when this is a squad game, it's all about sticking together as a 4-man team, right? It's all about really kind of pulling your own talents together individually, put it then onto the battlefield as a team, and make sure that when it comes to the end of the game, you're a 4-man squad and you're able to wipe out the remaining couple of teams and get that chicken dinner.
As we are flying over Omen Elite, just a little piece of extra information for you guys out there. If you were watching the NA PMCO stage,
Of course.
They were also referred to as Lights Out beforehand. They did now change, so now it is Omen's Elite. And you know that Powerbank is looking over them right now and just hoping for the best.
Yeah.
And, best of luck for them and the NA teams. Once again, they got to try and pull off that synergy and try and really step it up an extra notch here.
Here's the other thing. The thing that might potentially go against Omen's way is that one of the players on the original roster wasn't able to make it. I believe that's Outsider. So they have Zute, who's fantastically experienced at the game. A lot of knowledge behind his belt. He is joining the team on this journey. But the negative for that is, are they as synergistic as a team? Have they really kind of been able to put that together compared to the likes of the Formula, compared to the likes of XQuest, who've been playing together for 4, 5, 6 months or beyond? So that's something that they are really going to have to be aware of.
Because for all of these teams, actually, like, this is one of the first major mobile gaming, not even PUBG Mobile, but like mobile gaming events in the world. One of the biggest ones so far. It was the biggest cash prize, once again, total of $2.5 million US. And one thing that's really interesting is that these teams, this is for a lot of the teams the first time they actually show up here. And it's going to be really nice to see the stories and the bonds created between all these teams and these players, because at the end we're just a big family in esport and we're just having one hell of a good time.
We we know that there's a team that there can always be a team that can have a live buff, as we call it, Maxman, where in a live event situation they are able just to pull it all together.
Pull it all together. It's going to come down to this, Imperium, as Game 1 on Sanhok of the PMCO Prelim Final is just about to kick off. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself ready, get in your seats, and some action is coming your way. Get ready.
Welcome to the jungle, Maxman. We've got fun and games. This is it.
Go.
So it's going to be interesting because we talk about all the different metas going to be coming together, and all these teams have their drop spots that they love to drop, they love to kind of land in, right? And when you have different teams from different metas that might like to land in the same area, are they going to do that? Are they going to fight over this early game compound compared to, let's say, waiting for late game?
Yeah, they're going to try and keep that in focus, but this plane is very central, so already the map is extremely small for Sanhok. You can drop basically anywhere. So if you have a favorite spot, you can just drop to it pretty easily. And I'm seeing a few of the teams seeming to go for boot camp, but I think they saw this a lot of teams towards boot camp, so maybe want to avoid an early game fight, because once again, PUBG, that's what you're trying to see in terms of playstyle. Avoid early game skirmishes, get to the late game, and you should be good to go.
So of course, Sanhok is a smaller map, so generally the circle is always going to be somewhat central. What is very interesting for me, Maxon, is that you only have one team on the east side of the circle, and that is Pittsburgh Knights, PK.
Yeah, they just don't want to fight whatsoever. They're just taking their time. So you're talking about Pittsburgh. I'm going to be checking out XQuest F. They went right for boot camp. We talked about XQuest F as this like beast of a team that are really dominant and really confident in this tournament. And they're going for boot camp, one of the most aggressive early game stages of Sanhok map. So I'm expecting a little bit of an early skirmish coming out from this team, because there were 2 teams dropping there. I didn't see the second team. I know that there will be early clashes, and that's what you see a lot of the time, even in an esport tournament for Sanhok, is just there are not that many drop locations to share.
You're dead right, as we do see top esports. Sorry, not top esports. There are 2 teams with top. Yeah. I know, 2 top teams. You know, they have really a good spot on the far west side. The reason why I say it's a good spot is because what we could see some of these teams doing that are on the edge of the circle is that with a lot of teams dropping west that they would have seen when they got out of the plane, they would have been communicating, look around them, is that you could see a couple of these teams waiting until the blue zone kind of closes in on phase 1, and they'll actually go into the circle through the blue zone. so they'll be able to essentially avoid a lot of the action.
Yeah, just get really good positioning for the next stage. That's good. But yeah, as I said, there were 2 teams dropping on boot camp, and that was also Team Kurt Squad coming to you live from Middle East. And
no, they're coming live from
they come
from
over.
Berlin.
They come over from the Middle East area. And XQuestF actually going to be leaving boot camp over. They didn't have the central building. That's a really important location in boot camp. If you have that, you have the high ground. Everyone knows how important that location is, so if you don't have it, just let it go to another position, and you should be just able to get a little bit more farm and trying to get yourself pretty well looted for the mid-stage game.
Oh, man. Team Queso, they've gone out of where they were. They were going up against the side of Team Ind, one of the Indian teams, one of the 2 Indian teams. And when I was talking to Team Queso, Max Van, one of the things that they highlighted to me that they were very proud of is that not only are they representing the South American region, not only are they representing themselves and Queso, they feel that they are representing also the whole of Spanish communities, Latin America, because they are the only Spanish-speaking team here, and they take that on their hearts. They hold it high, and they're ready to perform here.
And you're talking about them like representing all the Spanish players, because mobile gaming in Spain and for Spanish community is like so important. But also one extra thing is normally we had 2 European teams, and now we do not have that. We only have the Formula Meditari 99. So they are also having a lot on their shoulders today, as they have to represent all of Europe in this tournament to try and make it into the top 5 teams to go over. As we have an early game clash happening between Team Secret and Top. And Top going to be having AKM down for the time being. With an AKM, how bad does that feel? And he's going to get flushed away and nicely done. Team Secret getting the first kill right now.
That's a good start. It's only been less than 5 minutes, and we've already seen one kill. And that's the thing. Overall, what we expect is that we're seeing somewhat passive gameplay. We're seeing these teams just doing what they need to do themselves, while still getting on through into the next phase. And one thing that we just saw All Rejection Gaming do, it's a little thing, but it can make a difference, is when you're going over the bridge, you have 2 teams go on the bridge, two players go on the bridge, 2 players go underneath the bridge. It means that if they do happen to get caught out from anywhere on any bridge, they have a safety net. It's a little thing, but when they implement it on the small moments, when it comes to the bigger moments, it's going to pay off.
Yeah, when you have those split moments, it can work out. You see, it didn't happen with Stop. They had one that was split, got taken out away. So then you have 3 members this early on in the game, especially on Sanhok. That is going to come and bite you right back where I'm thinking of in the next stage. So they've got to be very cautious. As right now, be careful. Nova Monster Shield. Bixia is going to be shot down in the distance with the M16 by Paraboy. And might be in a bad spot, but it seems like XQuestF, they really can't do much. So that's going to be 1 regen instantly. They do not have the high ground. They can't really push up against Nova Monster Shield, so they're just going to be winning a little bit more time. They did use utility there. That's completely fine. I understand. Just especially if you saw on the kill board, that is XQuestF. You want to put everything to try and avoid fighting them this early on, because once again, if I was playing, I would just avoid them. I would do research on that team, see where they drop, and avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, of course. But then again, you got to play your own game. And one thing that, even though a lot of the teams are going to be playing for late game, they're going to be just playing the rotational game. One thing that we need to mention is you've got that mental ability, and you've got that kind of you want to pull off some form of a aura on your side, that if you do go up against a team, that you're not going to be the ones to back off, that you are going to fight against them. And if you give control over another team, you might actually be in a better chance of winning it. But if you give control over to that team mentally, there's a higher chance they're going to come out on top, because they feel more confident going into that situation.
Yeah, mental pressure is so important in a game like PUBG, so you've got to try and definitely take that into account. We're going to see now Purple Mood on the move. They're going to have multiple casts. Thank you so much. We were watching we casted the wild card once again. Weird flex, but okay. So many teams died by having 4 members in one car. The car blows up or drives in a tree, which happens a lot of the time for me and Imperium in our games. But and it just feels nice. You know, you're expecting this level of play. Please just split your cars.
It's something I've kind of realized. I don't think there's a more a sadder way of dying than in a car.
Especially
to be honest,
in a LAN event. Like, you turn back, you're like, what did you just do?
Yeah. Now, we talk about wildcard region and the fact that we casted again another weird flex. RG Star team, we've seen the journey they've pulled through in the group stage and the semi final. They were definitely one of the top teams, but in regionals they did start off a little bit weaker. They didn't have the strongest of starts, and when they did come out in second, it kind of surprised us because. It came out of nowhere in game 2 of the regionals.
Yeah, it was day and night in Imperium because we saw once again the early stages not doing too well, not getting out of the pack. But after that, they were just pulling 1v4 clutches, taking chicken dinners, and the Chinese meta was really showing up at that point, and just that's why they're here. They deserve it.
You talk about chicken dinners. They're actually the team with the most chicken dinners out of all teams here. They got 3 chicken dinners in their regional finals. It's going to come down to consistency, and they don't have the strongest. They had near enough the strongest when it comes to points consistency in the regional final games, but not the absolute strongest. So there's no point in getting all of the chicken dinners if every game in between you're coming in 16th, 15th, and 14th, and so on.
I think we're talking a lot about RG because we've got a soft spot for RG because we followed their adventure. So we're going to try and move a little bit away as we do move over to Top Esports. So Top Esports, they come to you live from China. Then we got also Team Top that comes to you live from Korea. So this is TES Top Esports, just for you guys' information at home. And they're just going to be prone on the top of the mountain. Once again, high ground so important on Sanhok. You want to try and set yourself up in these locations ASAP, which they are doing pretty easily. And Team Secret, they got a kill earlier, once again on the move. Like you're expecting that, once again, as I said, really passive early game. What you can expect in the early game is dad jokes from me and Imperium, and late game just us just screaming our heads out when there's more fights.
Of course. Hey, it's what we've come to know and love out of our own casting. But either way, we personally have an overview of the map and the circle and where these teams are. There's a cluster of teams in the center, so they are really fighting for the center zone based on hopefully that it's going to be somewhat of a boot camp finish. You do see, as far as I know, it's Kurd squad are in boot camp on their own, and then you have a lot of teams around them.
Yeah, got a lot of teams. One team that seems like they're in a really good spot is X-Quest Def. Like, they got legit 5 teams around them, and they are getting surrounded. Next circle is going to be very determined. If it's on the side and they have to shift, a lot of teams are going to die early on. If it's focused on boot camp, you have a lot of teams already there. One thing that I really see actually on the be careful, AWM on the roof. I mean, if you can get it, go for it. But there are tricks to get on the roof pretty easily. I forgot my thought. Goddamn.
It's okay.
Feels bad, man.
Sorry, man. So we do see circle phase 2. It's gone a little bit down towards the east, southeast side of the map. What that is going to do is that I feel that is going to drive a few of these teams down toward the south side. Top Esports are looking in a decent position. They are holding the dead center. Team Queso, we know that they love to hold the edge of the circle. They always rotate towards the edge of the circle. They want to play super safe and just have a good vision of the teams around them.
That's the same kind of playstyle for Team Secret. They always play edge of the circle. That's what we saw when we were doing our VOD reviews. And it's going to be interesting to see these clash of different metas. And I was about to say, I got my thought back. There are so many teams coming to you live from Asia in general, and Asia meta is very focused on getting the center of the circle as soon as possible, so you don't have to shift too much on the next circle. And one thing, you have so many Asian teams. That's why you have a big cluster of teams in the dead center. All the Chinese teams are in the center almost, with a bunch of Indian teams. So that's going to be really interesting to see how this is going to work out on the long game. But still, no extra kills. As I say that, AM Lock is going to be put down on the side of RG Star Team, going to be using 2 members and not looking too good right now. And they're going to be clashing back.
It wasn't Outsider, it was Lucifer that couldn't make it. My humble apologies. Sorry, Outsider is here. As you do see, Outsider did get a return knockdown. So hopefully we can get a bit of an idea of how that engagement is going for these two teams. But it seems like it's been a somewhat of an even trade for now.
Well, we did lose 3 extra players. We were at 59 now, we're down at 56. That's not looking good. We cast a curse Imperium. We were talking so well about RG Star Team that now, unfortunately, they're not really going up to the level of play we were expecting. But let's hope that they can try and come back from that misadventure. And there's still, maybe a compound breach will be coming soon from Nova Monster Shield. And they are an official, Nova Esports team, just so you guys know.
One thing, though, the reason why Nova can't push onto a compound is because they're just not close enough right now. We see Team Ind. The positive for them is that they are all in that one building, but the negative is all it's going to take is 1 or 2 nades being thrown in through the windows, and they are going to be heavily exposed, are going to have to reposition super quickly. So if they recognize that, if Nova Monster Shield can get any more of an intel that they are inside that one building, I would be not surprised if the nades come flying and we see some form of a mini red zone, so to speak.
Yeah, we saw also like a proper angle there. So as you mentioned, like Nova Monster Shield, they're a little bit too split. They can't really like charge him right now, and you can see that all the members in that house, they have like 4 angles of fire. So literally, almost nobody can breach it unless, once again, a good cook grenade can make the work and shut them down. We are now just 30 minutes. I was going to say 30 minutes into the game. Phase 2 circle still closing up. And just still not too much going on, which is really nice to see because this is also Sanhok. So a really passive early game on Sanhok, that is not too common.
Not too bad indeed. So ultimately, yeah, they did lose Outsider, so he is down for the rest of his team. But hopefully, he'll be still providing that live support, live buff support to the rest of his team. We see Zute, as I said, had joined the team as Lucifer couldn't make it for this event. So hopefully, with him still being alive, with the rest of other 2 members, that they'll be able to really pull out something strong as we are going to get into this next phase in the next minute or so.
Next phase coming up. And also, just so you guys know, we are actually in the 3rd-person view. So one really good thing about like compound protection is you do not have to give your location away. Just put yourself a little bit shifted against that window. They don't have to spot you. They have no information. And if they go in like not known there's a team there, you can actually get the surprise factor, and that is so important in PUBG. So 3rd-person, when you're defending a compound, is so good, as the next shift is going to be on Paradise Resort. And now we're going to see some blood.
Oh man, I'm dancing in my seat right now, Max, and I love that because we saw most of the teams were in the south side of that circle.
Like, oh no.
The huge shift north, they're going to have to go through boot camp. They're going to have to go into Paradise Resort. We are going to start to see these teams clash together. And you do mention TPP. Snaking is going to become a big part of the late stage moments of the game. You're going to see those final players, those final teams look to implement that 3rd-person advantage as RG and Omen are coming closer together, but Team Top and Team Secret also getting close together.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful though. The circle is closing up, and now as we said just a few seconds after, it's starting to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Purple Mood going to be clashing back and forth with Top Esports, but he does not quite have the angle. They did get a knockdown on Fireboy. He is in the compound. He's going to get region back up. He is good for the time being. It seemed like Purple Mood, they don't want to pick that fight. They were in the open. If they get 3-man party, that is the end of them. So just playing it really safe, I can respect that.
And all the while, we are seeing XQF starting to light up the kill feed right now, taking out a couple of members of Kurd squad. But yeah, Fireboy did manage to get revived. And that's really important because if you can stay together as a 4-man squad for as long as possible, getting that revive, it's going to put you in a much stronger position going into the later parts of the game, going into Phase 4, Phase 5, Maxman.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and keep that in mind. Checking out a little bit what's going on.
Oh, is he going to come from behind?
Nah, seems like we're just chill. Oh, be careful, Xiaotian and AK. They are just prone. You just talked about snaking.
Yep.
And it seems like Zute,
he has no
might
idea.
have the information. He knows what's going on. He's just like, am I going to take the risk? Do I know his RG star team? Do I know how many members there are? Can I pull off the 1v2 clutch? But he doesn't even know there are 2 members. Like, so you're going to have to be very careful. He does have the info. That's going to be a grenade. Out. Oh!
Great job, Kunev and Zute. You call him the Snake Whisperer. That's what I'm going to call him. I'm going to call him the Snake Whisperer, as they are. And here's the thing, because Xiao Tian is separated from his team, and he can't risk running across. That kill is most likely going to be secured. And it's going to put RG down to 1 player, but we've seen it happen from RG. We've seen them pull out 1v4 clutch.
And that is also just an NA team, Team Omen Esports, prior known as Lights Out, playing really aggressive, looking for the kills, looking for opportunities, so they can flex that kill count. Also, Xiaotan, he has the information, he knows where he's prone at, and just Omen Esports not getting too aggressive, which they do go for the kills when they can get some, but they're not playing
they're on the edge of the circle. Yeah. They're in circle, so they don't have to move, and that's the same with Xiao Tian. He doesn't have to move. He does not have to move at all, but Team Secret, they are coming together against the Formia.
They are trying to rush back up. They have the information, playing it pretty safe on this rush. They have the info, going to try and overwhelm him with shit power. That's going to be Matic shut down with the AKM. That's once again Team Secret doing pretty well. But in the distance, War for Rio is going to be getting 2 nice angles. And that's going to be Team Secret also having a little bit of trouble securing
Okay,
this
look at
fight.
this.
So looking for
Look
the
at him.
rush.
He's going in. He's joining that teammate. He's looking to get that flush. That second knockdown came through. They're going to be possibly able to get that squad right. That's going to be Team Secret taken out early on.
Maybe not.
No?
No? He's still got one member. He's prone down. He has information. Does flush it away. But there it is. That's going to be the end of a Team Secret losing the last member. First kill and first team out of the prelims.
Southeast Asian team knocked out early on. We talked about them being strong, but the Formula, this European team, not afraid as this next phase came up and it went deep south. So that's actually going to help a lot of these teams a lot more. That did come up from the south.
We're moving away from Paradise Resort. So now the number of compounds is going to be reduced again and again and again, making things a little bit more complicated for all of these teams as you have to try and focus back in. And Xiaotan, Lone Wolf, is just going to be trying to make his way back to maybe a good zone in the next circle so he can actually try and avoid fights, because at that point, just don't pick the fights. Aim for positioning points that are going to be way more important for RD Star Team, as we do have a few shots fired by Team Ind. Once again, playing in India in their own little cozy studio and shooting up to X-Quest
Oh boy!
F, but, not really connecting too much.
I've got to say, he's using that tree to the best of his ability. We know how protective it can be, but it's also a small area, so when you peek from a tree, you do kind of slightly expose yourself a little bit more. But J7 from Pittsburgh Knights, they secure 1 kill. I've seen them. We saw in the VOD review. They're not afraid to frag out, so they're starting their kill feed in this game 1.
They are trying to get this started, boys and girls, as we're going to have a PLM once again. The Knights going to be trying to face up against each other in this compound. There's no really reason to fight it out. Just stay prone. If any teams try and come forward to the compound, defend it, but there's no reason to rush and use that utility this early on, because utility, grenades, smokes are going to be so important for the last circles. You want to try and keep it up as long as possible, as we're going to have one team out, and that's going to be Team Ind in 14th position. That's going to be very unfortunate for them. So Team Tigers, last Indian team left on Sanhok.
Yeah, 13 teams, 40 players live. Pittsburgh Knights, they occupy the compound. The grenade is going to come in over from Norway and from Purple Mood Esports, but it's only 2 members of Purple Mood. The Molotov came out, the return grenade came out, but didn't quite connect. So I think Pittsburgh Knights, they are in a really good position. They are a little bit spread, but they are looking very strong.
All Rejection Gaming again rejected by Nova Monster Shield, and I don't know, that was a really, I was not expecting that kind of rush. You do not have the information, you only open, the circle is getting pretty close together, so you're going to have some teams a little bit scattered around, so you do not want to do these kind of moves, or you want to stay prone and try and play it sneaky as possible. Just like a Nova Monster Shield, that's what they're doing, but the circle is going to go up against Guanma, and he might get shut down by it.
A counter knockdown did come out from the side of All Rejection Gaming, so we do see Nova Monster Shield are down to 2 players, with one being put down. That's going to be All Rejection Candy Zed coming out. Is this going to be Nova Monster Shield being wiped out?
He wants it. He's looking for that kill, looking for the blood, and here it is. Gets the extra shutdown on AA from Nova Monster Shield, and that's it. The snake, take the snake, you'll have the high ground. Even if you do not have any kind of protection, he didn't have a tree, didn't have a rock, and still was able to get the mental high ground on them.
So we do see with this next phase, it shifted eastwards. The Formula, they have a long way to go. They have to cross the road. You do see Omen do have to go across the road. Top have to move across, so it's favoring heavily the side of Pittsburgh Knights, even though they are just outside the circle, so they have to push on to Purple Mood.
Careful, a few shots fired back and forth once again. I'm going to have to see what's going to happen out of here, though. Do have the Formula, who's going to snake it up, and they're going to be having the last member of RD Star Team. Xiaotian trying to snake it in, but just going to be taken down. 13th position going their way. Still a few points, but not as good as expected for the wildcard team. That's going to be Pittsburgh's Knights still holding the compound, and now they're going to have to start to move away because the compound is not quite in the circle.
I think Monarch was the sacrificial lamb for the side of Pittsburgh Knights, getting that level of vision. But we do see Zeus getting another knockdown, and Molotov is going to come out as they are really being protective of this compound.
He's defending that like an absolute beast. He's going to have the try and look for the surprise factor, but going to get instantly shut down again. That's going to be Pittsburgh Knight looking really damn good. And they will be able to take this compound for themselves. Now they did shift into the circle, which is what they were looking for, and now they can just be safe for the next few minutes and take their time.
Jagger has the moves like Jagger, one could say. Manson had to get that reference in earlier, but Top get eliminated. They are down 12th place, 11 teams left, 25 players alive. I said these teams are going to come closer together. All Rejection Gaming, XQF. The grenades are coming out. I think that's smoke grenade, as you do see side of IT. Indian Tigers dominating.
Representing India right now, and they are trying to make their region proud. As you see, though, Mimo from Team Omen, they are just in the distance and trying to regen back up and deal with the blue zone. But even if he gets in the circle, you have to go through Team Indian Tigers.
Yeah.
And I think that might be the end of him right there, unfortunately. As we do have then Top Esports on the high ground. Does that seem to have the information on the formula? Might be able to do some work here. But though XQuest F, they're going to have some few casualties on their side.
Yeah, we did see Omen Elite get taken out in 9th place, but they get a good few kills, so hopefully that will pay off when it comes to point standings point of view. As Pittsburgh Knights, the second NA team, are still pulling out strong moments, getting knockdown after knockdown. Fireboy looking for Indian Tigers.
XQuest F, they clap him right back, trying to pick a good fight. They won't go down that easily. Unfortunately, they are the favorites of this tournament. Indian Tigers having one member prone down. Did get knocked. Will he get flushed away? We'll have to wait and see. But there it is. That's going to be one team going to have 2 members down and just instantly taken away from the tournament in 8th position. And that is all Rejection Gaming. See you later, Japan. We'll see you next time.
I know we talked about Team Queso, right? But we haven't talked about them in this game. You know why? Because they've kept quiet. Because that's what they do. They've stayed on the edge of the line. And now, as we get into the final phases, the 6th or 7th phase, they're starting to come on fire. Jagger is on a kill streak, though. We do see him getting another knockdown as Top Esports. One member gets knocked down.
Yeah, he could have chugged that grenade over the rock, unfortunately trying to get a little bit of an extra angle. Not really working out for him. That's going to be Top Esport, having one member on the downside. And the circle, look at that shift. It's just, you have so little like space to work with and no like buildings whatsoever almost. And just, so many teams and it's such a small area because it is Sanhok. You have a lot of like trees and rocks to work with. And once again, the grass just stay prone down, which is what most teams are doing. And this is when the game is going to slow down a little bit before like picking back up a pace.
2 teams that have 4 players still left alive. Team Queso, I'm not surprised, and Top Esports. Now, Top Esports have the circle, but they are split up a bit. Fireboy has knocked down one member of Indian Tigers and knocked down and fried out Prince. So, the good side for Team Queso is that they are together. The negative is that they are kind of pinched between Team 7 and Team 6.
They're going to have to be very careful about that now. The thing is, you can't shift really fast unless you use all your utility, because if you get up, every team is going to know where you are, and you're going to get shut down instantly. So this is the game where early setups are going to become really impactful. Like Team Queso, they are starting to try and get into the circle ASAP, as we do have one team going to lose another member. And Nuke's on a kill streak of 3 kills going his way. Looking at damn good, my friend. But down to 3 teams. Like, Indian Tigers going to be eliminated instantly. Like, everything just happened in just a snap of a finger. But here it is. Now, oh, there it is. Top Esport just going to get a nice angle on Team Queso. They stayed a little bit too long on the side of the circle. And they do still have one member doing pretty well, but the circle damage at this point is just way too much to deal with. Mystic going to get shut down. And that's going to be looking pretty damn good. But yes, he's just took Team Queso on his own and looking really damn good in the process. But now, be careful. He's trying to regen back up, trying to deal with the extra damage. He knows if he brushes through the circle, he's going to get instantly shut down. But here it is. XQuest Dev still looking damn good. They have 2 members up. Paraboy going to be knocked away. Top Esports, a little bit too split, I think, but that's something that can be viable at this stage of the game.
They've made it pay off for now, but he spots him out. Kuboy is going to come out with another knockdown. That puts Top Esports down to 1 active player and 2 members being knocked down.
Yes, you took Team Queso on your own. Can you do it again, my boy? There it is. Yes, taking a lot of damage. Not going to get quite shut down, but here it is. Just a little extra damage output. That's going to be XQuest F looking damn good. They are the favorite in the prelims for a reason, and that is because they clap some butts.
Okay, so Axel, I said he's the most aggressive player for Team Queso. Is he going to be able to 1v3? We're down to 2 teams, 4 players left alive. He's trying to revive. Is he playing the first aid game? He's going to go down. That's XQF, XQuest.
XQuest?
Coming out on top.
If there was one team that was going to take game number 1, it was going to be XQuest. Yeah. Still Team Queso. Good strat until the end game. I think that also they did get surprised. But here it is. They are looking damn good. Cheesy plays will get you a 2nd position.
that's the thing. I talked about it. They play for position. That's their meta. That's their playstyle, and it's paid off. They did get a couple of kills. They took down Pittsburgh Knights in the later stages of that game, and it paid off because those first eights were able to come out when it came down to it, Maxman. But we can't deny XQF. They're coming into this preliminary finals as the favourites. It's a team that most of these teams do fear, and it's paid off. They're showing it, Maxman.
They've just been doing absolutely awesome. Still, I gotta mention that we did have in 5th position a team Indian Tigers. Once again, they're playing their own studio in India, and they can feel really proud. They got a bunch of kills, 3 kills going their way, so they can still look damn good. But still, like, that was just XQuest. Like, really good positioning, really good synergy. Their micro and macro mechanics together are just that much higher than like the teams you saw in this first game, at least.
And I do want to throw a bit of a shout out to Top Esports, because I said that they were split up, and I thought that would go against them in the later stages. But individually, particularly Fireboy, I gotta say, he looked very good for Top Esports individually, and even as a team, even though they were split up, my opinion, worked out.
It's really important, like really nice to see that this game we had like 2 different like styles of meta, which was like playing on the edge of the circle, playing in the circle. There was most teams like Asian teams playing in the middle of the circle, then the edge circle, and the 2 last teams was one team that played on the edge and one team that played in the middle. So both play styles are 100% viable. Just depends how you play it in the later stages.
And that's the thing, we did see in that game there was quite a few hard shifts towards the end. Maximum, we saw a few hard shifts, not just in one direction though, it was in like, you know, really different extreme directions, where it went up northwards, then it went deep southwards, then it ping-ponged all over the place, and it was unfortunate for a couple of these teams. Pittsburgh Knights looked very strong for a lot of time. Then Team Queso came in, and as they landed south, so they had a generally decent entrance, they took them out. So the circles, it was just something that went against some of these teams, but you can't deny what XQF and Top Esports did.
One team I'm going to talk about a little bit is RG Star Team. A little bit unlucky. We talked about them. I think once again, Caster Curse. We talked too much well about this team, and it did go against them. But I think that here they've got to try and really work onto their drop location, and also I don't know if they did like that much research on the teams, unfortunately, but like that drop location and also how they dealt with not having a like good location to loot up. I think that's what shut them down a little bit. So maybe the next game that is going to be on Erangel should be going a little bit more their way, because they've been having a really good history on Erangel.
They have. They've had great history on Erangel, but like I said, you know, before the start of the first game, like we saw from RG Star in regionals. In regionals, on the first day, even though they had the most chicken dinners in the 2 days, they didn't really have the strongest performances. But when it came down to it, in the end, they came out on top, and they came, well, not on top, but in second place to qualify for these preliminary finals. So it's only game 1. We still have 5 more games today. We have 6 more games tomorrow. I have no doubt that we will see the best from RG. And one thing that we noticed is that as a team, they always seem to be positive. They always seem to be smiling. And in my opinion, a team that's happy and humble and positive to be here, that's going to show in game eventually.
Yeah, we just passed in front of them yesterday during the rehearsal, during the training, and they were just so nice. But when they're in the game, boom, super focused. They just have to do one thing. So I know that once again it's off to a bad start. There's no problem. It's just one game. We got a total of 12. So one game. What's one game over 12? Like, it's 112.
Well,
it's
112. That's one. Jesus. The maths OP. But one thing that I do think is going to be important to highlight is the fact that these teams realistically have 1, max 2 bad performances that they can allow themselves to have before heavily affects them getting into the top 5, right? I know there's 5 spots available, so somewhat a little bit the teams feel a bit more comfortable, because compared to the regionals where there's only obviously 2 spots available, maybe 3 or 4 depending on the region, now there's 5, so they are a bit more comfortable. Every single team I talked to, they were happy that there's 5 spots available, but in my opinion there's still only 1 or 2 bad performances you can allow yourself to have before it heavily affects your chances.
That's number 1 for RG right there.
Yeah.
Once again, a lot of games coming your way, which is really cool. Also, that today and tomorrow we're having a lot of diversity in the maps. We're having every single map. We're having 1 Miramar, 1 Vikendi, 1 Sanhok that just happened, and 3 Erangels, which I'm really happy to have. Erangel is where the most action happens. The team's already used to it. So it's really fun to see what's going to happen. But anyways, we've got a small little interview coming your way taken to you by Gio.
And I'm here with Paraboy from XQuest F, who are the first team to get a chicken dinner today. So firstly, congratulations. Now, first of all, I have to say, coming into this competition, it has been spoken about a lot that you guys were the team to beat. Do you think that that was the right assumption to make?
他们在问说，之前有很多舆论说你们就是那个夺冠的队，你们觉得有没有什么想说的？觉得怎样？对整个舆论有什么感想？
我们整个队伍还是比较强的，有信心拿下此次冠军。
They're confident to get the champion today.
Oh, okay, wow. Well, one thing that was being noticed by the casters quite a lot is that the other teams were really trying to avoid you guys. Do you think that really helped with your success in this first game?
他问你有没有觉得，因为你们很强，所以其他队伍有在旁边躲你们，变成你们在场夺冠的原因？
其他队伍相对还是比较公平的，没有说什么避开我们之类的行动。
He think they didn't avoid them because they are like fairly paid, and other team is like play normally. Yeah. He didn't say that.
Okay, well, you sound pretty confident for the rest of the competition so far. What is a message that you'd like to send to all the other teams to sort of scare them away for the rest of the competition?
他说：“你整场比赛到现在都很淡定，你有没有什么话想跟别的队说？在之后的3强里面，要跟他们有没有什么创话的话想说？”
China number one.
I don't need any translating for that. Casters, you heard it. Back to you.
China number one, and they think they're going to take the title. If that is not confidence, I don't know what it is.
Like, I feel like that now, instead of these teams fighting for the chicken dinner, they're fighting for second place in every single game. Based on what we're hearing from XQF, it's amazing the level of confidence and what they're really saying to those guys. And something that Gio really brought up is and that we had initially mentioned, but I want to feature it again, is the fact that, yeah, I do feel that if teams are looking to avoid XQuest, that's really going to help in the XQuest favor. And I don't think it's something that the teams should be doing. The teams that do want to be aggressive, they should be chasing out XQuest. They should be looking to shut them down. Because if you rattle the cages of XQuest, it's going to really, probably put them in their spot.
If we bond together, we might be able to do something against XQuest F. Okay, let's all play together, gamers. Epic gamer moment right there. But also XQuest F, when we did talk with them yesterday, they said like a lot of teams have done research before getting into the tournament and stuff like that, but they have not done any research on the team. So they're getting like almost blindfolded, and it didn't stop them. It didn't pull them back whatsoever. And once again, confidence is key for XQuest F, and they've been doing awesome.
Well,
Game 1 going their way.
It's something that I bring up as I'm a team manager of a PUBG mobile team as well, and something I talk about and say to people is that the most important thing you need to do is focus on your own game and look at how you can evolve and improve your game to get the best performance for your team. So that's what XQuest have done. But we see the results of game 1, Team Ind coming in 15th place, but still with 2 kill points. Or 2 placement points, sorry.
Yeah, once again, this is 15 teams because we do not have From Hell here, and Team N not looking too good. 2 placement points going for them. And Omen Elite, they get 4 kills.
I'm
like in this lower
that.
section of the leaderboards, they got 4 kills. That's what, once again, that's what allowed them to like propulse themselves a little bit higher up than the other teams. Even on a bad performance, they did okay-ish. So we're just expecting that on the next game, they can try and do a little bit better, try to have better positioning, because it's a very small map and a lot of teams are going to get shut down early on. That's what unfortunately happened to Omen.
It is, and it's something that they're going to build upon, right? They're going to realize that, okay, of the teams that finished from 9th to 15th, we got the most amount of kills, and that's going to help us driving forward. If they can improve their placement points, it's going to pay off. But we see first to 8th with of course XQuest coming out on top, 10 kill points, 40 points in total.
Chicken dinner and top kill count of the game. That's what you're looking for XQuest F as they're trying to take this #1 position, and once again, very, very confident. Still, you can see this leaderboard is very mixed.
Yeah.
You have some NA, you got some Asia, you got some India. I'm really enjoying it. I thought that maybe like the Chinese meta would be a little bit more dominant. I guess I was wrong, but I'm happy about that. That means that really like every single kind of meta I'm placed out in this first game, even though it's just the first game, are like viable and can work out. So I'm really happy to see this entire like shift in this first game.
Again, looking at the results of that game one, you saw Top Esports. They got 8 kill points. That really overall that put them ahead of Team Queso, with Deformia getting 7 kill points themselves. So it shows a difference. Like Team Queso, they finished in second place, but they did only get 4 kill points. It's something that even though they play for placement, if they can be maybe a little bit aggressive in the time that they know they can and add to those kill points, it will heavily affect their chances going into future games.
And look at that, we have now a kill leaderboard, and at Powerboy going up with 5 kills, and he got half of the kills of his team.
Coolboy, and
Coolboy, but like he got half of the kills of his team on his own. That shows how much of a threat that guy is. That means there's one guy on the side of XQuestF that did not get any kills.
Wow, okay, wow.
Bryn Shade right there. But,
being carried. But look at this, the damage leader, Powerboy, Coolboy, top 2, 900 damage and 600 damage apiece. Most notably, Powerboy with over 950 damage. Really was a man on a mission to help his team get first place.
That's almost enough to kill 10 members after without any shield, but that is a really nice performance for game 1 from XQuestF once again. You can see, like, even in the leaderboards, even in just the damage leaderboards and the kill leaderboards, it's very diverse. You've got people from every single team, from every single region, which I'm really liking. But here's the head-to-head Imperium. It is XQuestF against once again, your dark horse team, Team Queso, and pretty close together.
But look at that damage difference.
The damage difference,
2,221 damage from XQuest and 565 from Queso. You know, it's something that I fear could go against Queso later on in the games as the teams around them build up confidence, become a bit more aggressive within themselves. But this is the head-to-head between Top and Deformia. It's a little bit more even, although still Top Esports getting 1,691 damage.
And that's not too shabby. He's not too far away from a few of the top teams there. And Deformia Meditari, they got 4th position, which is still really good. Once again, they are the last team in Europe, so they have to, like, a lot on their shoulders today, Imperium, for them. And then kills, they got 7 kills, which is still really, like, these 2 teams have been doing great in my opinion. A little bit less damage coming out from Deformia Meditari, so they got really, like, very by the play kind of play style, like by the book kind of play style. Just go in, get the kill, get the flush, nothing extra going on, not long fights from long ranges.
Yeah, and again, as we get down to the table between 5th and 6th, Indian Tigers, Pittsburgh Knights, again, a lot more even. 765 damage from Indian Tigers and 576 from Pittsburgh Knights. What is interesting is out of that 576 damage and those 3 kills, all of them was Jagger. All of those kills came out from Jagger. So something maybe tells me that they did players around them not to, throw a bit of a, be a bit of a devil's advocate, but maybe they need to step up.
Oh, there it is. Hey, what's up?
Oh no! Oh, did he just dab?
What did you just
Did he just dab?
We were having so much fun until that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'm out. Goodbye.
End the broadcast. But either way, now, this is the highlights of this game. You see that what Zute did against RG Star. Something that I didn't really talk about, like using grenades to your advantage to secure a knockdown, to secure a kill is so important, and these players need to kind of realize that, because it's something that is very meta in the PUBG PC scene. So if they can really transfer that to the PUBG mobile scene, it can help your team make a big difference.
That's when Jagger, there you are.
Yeah.
You're talking about Jagger. That was one hell of a compound rush against Purple Mood Gaming. And they had a really good performance. That was so a nice rush from Team India. And that shot from XQuestF, just getting a really nice angle, shutting down Top Esports. And this is a very nice car. I like that car.
Okay.
Is that your PUBG skin?
Is that one of the new PUBG mobile vehicles? But either way, yeah, so we saw through those brief highlights that there was some noticeable teams really, of course, making a big impact in this game. But again, like, these are teams that have never played against each other, Max. And these are teams that are all playing on new devices, because they are playing on the fantastic Next phone. And they are in a live event, which a lot of teams, it's their first time there. So there's so much that they need to get comfortable with. There's so much warming up that they need to do. So as you get through these games, I really think we are going to see a few of these teams that have had a bad performance game one really start to pull in their performances and pull it out in terms of getting those strong positions going into future games.
Because this was just game one on Sanhok, so maybe some teams are not very comfortable. It's a very aggressive
True.
team, so the teams that play a little bit more passive maybe didn't have the time to shine. So that's going to be something on Erangel that's going to completely shift, because the map this is the biggest map that we have, one of the biggest maps on the game with Miramar. So the playstyle is going to be even more passive early on.
Oh boy.
And then it's just going to get even better and better. I just can't wait for that to work out.
It is super exciting stuff coming up. 5 more games today, 6 more games tomorrow, 11 more games in total. It's going to get damn wild, Max.
Just can't wait to see what's going to happen. So I don't know what we're
going to go for a bit of a quick break, prepare these players, get them ready, get the map loaded in, and then we will be back to you guys in a couple of minutes. Don't go away.
Disruptions getting in your way? Focus up with competition mode. Up your game with the Vivo V15 series. Vivo.
PUBG Mobile Team Deathmatch. A quick game for those short breaks. There is a better choice.
Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it.
You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat.
Yeah, you can do it.
We just try to live. We just try to live. We get better and we get stronger. We get better.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about to jump into game number 2 in just a few short minutes, but we have a few words to talk about. That game 1 taken by XQuest F, and predominantly on Sanhok, and will they get in 2 chicken dinners in a row? Might happen.
Well, that's the thing. Is this going to be a pattern that we're going to see? Is this going to be XQuest coming out on top? What is the biggest noticeable difference? And of course, it's kind of common with the team that comes out on top, right? The team that normally gets that chicken dinner, they get a high amount of kills to complement that. But 40 points for XQuest in that game 1 and 27 for second place, which was top Esports. You know, that's a 13-point difference in one game. I wonder, will it be the same after game 2, or will it be doubled? Will it be just XQF just consistently coming out with those performances?
I mean, like, that would be really. I would be a little bit sad, you know. I want to be able to see like different teams from everywhere around the world. They're being able to have their own spotlight at some point, taking their chicken dinner, showing what their own meta can pull off in the global stage of Pubg Mobile. So. Once again, this is just game 1. We said it again and again. We're hyping it up a lot, but it's just game 1. Got a total of 12, 6 today, 6 tomorrow. And this is going to be on the Erangel, the second game, Imperium. And Erangel, I keep saying it. People are going to hate me in the chat. Erangel, what is he saying? No, it's Erangel. And, it's Erangel. It's Erangel.
It's Erangel. It's Erangel. It's Erangel. But, so with Erangel being a lot more known, it's a lot more popular. These teams know the compounds a lot more inside the whole map of Erangel. I think it's going to give a lot of these teams a lot more confidence going into game 2. Never mind the fact that they're going to be able to be a bit more confident.
One team that didn't have that good of a shot in Sanhok. Now we're going to have a quick spotlight on them, and we're hoping way better, and that's going to be Team Secret. See how they're going to be trying to do in this next game.
Hi guys, I'm Pubg and I represent Team Secret, and we are from Malaysia. We are here for the grand finals in Berlin, and hopefully we can make Malaysia proud. It's been a long journey to come this far, and it's an honor to be standing here today. If I have to describe my team in one word, I'd say trust. I'm here with my team members, Neo, Alex, Stuart, and also our team manager on the go. I studied accounting, and at the same time I was doing e-commerce. It's later on that I went into esports as professional player, because I love playing games a lot when I was small, especially shooting games. And this one day my brother introduced me Pubg Mobile, and that's when I get obsessed with this game a lot. Our secret for success in this competition is basically we trust each other, we trust our teammates, and we learn from our mistakes. Make sure we don't repeat the mistakes. So our biggest enemies in rivals in this tournament is, I'll say, every team, because every team that are here in the prelims, they are all very good. That's the reason that they can make it here. What I would like to say to our rivals are good luck and all the best. And thank you for bringing us such a good game. Hopefully we can bring you a good game too.
Oh, that is so wholesome right there. Team Secret, 2 words: trust and respect of the enemy teams. But that doesn't mean they're not ready to smash once again in the games and try and take those chicken dinner home. And I just That was so nice.
It
And
was,
also Team
like,
Secret,
full on.
because you've been doing MOBAs a lot in the past, and Team Secret is an org that we've been we've been known for a pretty long time, and it's a really nice org to be in, and it's really positive, and you can feel that by how these players were acting.
However, when it comes down to it, game 1, they did finish in 12th place. They did get 3 kills, so they have a total of 4 points on their side. So from that point of view, you gotta say that, yeah, okay, be humble, be honored, respect the team, but if you're not getting the results that you need to, you're going to be going home, so to speak, earlier than you want to.
You don't want people to remember you as, oh yeah, they were very nice, easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
yeah,
not.
exactly. Like, you know, so I'm sure they have fire in their belly, so to speak. They have a lot of drive while still being humble to be here. And one thing I do want to talk about that it kind of reminded me of, at the end of the day, like, all of these teams have worked so hard, played multiple games throughout the semi-finals, throughout the group stages, throughout the qualifications to qualify for the PMCO to get to this point. So every single player, every single team, they know what they've done, and they know that they can do it again over these 2 days.
They have every single chance right now. Like, this is just the beginning, so even if you have like maybe a few bad performances in the first, that first game, no, it's just a training stage. And also, like, let's not forget Team Secret. They did win that first training game before the stream actually started, so it can really show that like it can really diverse quite a bit.
Well, you can do it on the training field, but if you don't do it on the actual battlefield, if you don't
on the live games,
put it on the live stage, so to speak, you know, there's no point. So that's something that Team Secret might have to be very much aware of. And that's the thing, maybe the nerves got to them a little bit. Maybe they just kind of realized that, okay, you know, the nerves got to us a little bit too much. We need to just relax a bit more. And hopefully in game 2 on Erangel, they will come out with a lot more success.
It seems like the game is just about to start in just a few seconds, boys and girls. So get yourself ready, get yourself comfortable, get your popcorn and your energy drink as we're about to jump into Erangel. And I said it properly this time, so I'm really proud. But
all right,
here it is, should be coming in just a few seconds. And these players, they're already super focused, taking their time. And there's you can feel a lot of pressure in the background. I'm looking right now, it's just so serious. And I'm absolutely loving it. But here it is. And you can see the players, they're starting to in the plane. You can see it on your screens. Just going to be interesting. Which team do you think might be taking the win on this one, Imperium? Let's take bets.
Ooh.
You have to choose one for Erangel.
XQF.
Again? You're taking like that's too easy.
I'm taking the easy route, man. I'm taking the easy route. You know, it's something that no, to be honest, I'm gonna give it to Queso. Mainly because I'm kind of really getting behind this team.
Okay, I'm gonna say whichever team goes to military base takes the win. But anyways, enough chit chat from us, and we're about to jump into game number 2. Who will be taking the second chicken dinner of the PMCO Prelims finals? We'll have to wait and see. It's about to kick off, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and of course, these players, they're playing on the Vivo NEX series phone. Has an upgraded multi-turbo technology to give them the best game performance. So hopefully this game performance will really show up for these players that are able to bring it onto this stage. Phase 1 circle, Maxman. It's edging towards a military base. Could we see a military base in game 1 of Erangel?
I want to see a bunch of weebs just storming Area 51 and just running in Naruto style right now. So I'm hoping to see that. But that's going to be Team Ind. They're actually going for the military base. So I'm going to say Team Ind takes the win. There you go. I said it. If they drop in military base, they're the winner for me.
Well, who's going to come out and who's going to land in Pachinki? What teams are going to...
Where's Exquest Dev? They're not going for it. Seems like it. Seems like the players are moving very, very slowly right now. But it seems like we're going to have Team IT. They're going there. Team 7 and Team Secret once again. Like, teams are going on the edge. Where's Team Kesso? They're on the edge. And they're very close. I can't see all the names, unfortunately.
They're down towards the middle of the circle, on the edge of the island, on the edge of the mainland. One thing that is interesting to note is Purple Mood, and they're splitting it 2 and 2 up towards the north. So they're looking to play somewhat of a safe early game, loot up as 2 pairs of 2. And then, of course, join later on in the game. Omen Elite, they're all in one vehicle. even in the early stages, I still think that's a bit risky, right? You don't want to have all 4 players in the one vehicle. You want to split up. You want to have each member occupying a vehicle on their own. Of course, it's going to put you in a safer position because if they fire up onto one of those vehicles, there's only a real chance you're going to lose one person.
I'm actually okay with it. I think it's okay because you just instantly drop, and you want to like go to a better looting position, and just super fast at that stage. Not a lot of teams are going to have weapons or like really mid to long range weapons, so you have time to do that. This is the only moment when they can allow themselves to do that kind of play style.
Bingo.
After, don't do it. If we see teams like 4 members in one car, we are going to talk about it, and we will trash talk live. Okay.
Oh, mega low. So what is also interesting to know is that the plane trajectory was more towards the east side of the map. It went from north to south. We still seen the likes of Deformia and TES go to Georgepool. So they have gotten into a vehicle and they've moved in. Well, actually, Deformia, they're split 2 and 2. But either way, they're looking to kind of play a bit of a safer spot. I do worry that Deformia might come into a bit of trouble, but no, sorry, my apologies. It's not Deformia, it's Omen. My humble apologies.
A lot of teams are going on the edge, so that's going to be the same kind of play style from Team Secret. They play on the edge just like Team Kesso, and they are pretty close together. So we're expecting the same kind of game. Like it seems like they don't really shift it depending on the map, which I like to see. They stay still really confident, and Team Kesso, it worked out for them. They got second position last game on Sanhok. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it isn't broke, don't fix it. So yeah, sorry, it was Omen Elite that all in one vehicle. They did move into North Georgepool compound. Top Esports, they are with them, but they're on the south side, so they shouldn't come together early on. We do see down towards the south side, a couple of teams are heading towards Primorsk, so that's something that's going to be a little bit interesting. So these teams are splitting up. As we know, Erangel, it's a much bigger map, Maximum, so these teams can find a looting spot that they really prefer, that they like, depending on the circles.
And that plane was actually pretty like central. It was a little bit hard to like reach the west coast of the map, but some teams just had to drive there, as you mentioned. Like there was Team Omen, Team Kesso, Team Secret. They had to get into vehicles, go over to their main loot location, which they did, and they got it now, so they're chill. But they're gonna have to start rotating at some point in time, even though it's the first circle. Tick damage is very, very low, so they can allow themselves to overstay a little bit. But if you stay out in the blue zone too long, you will get shut down and like gatekeeped by the teams that are in the circle, and the teams that are going to be in the circle are going to be the Asian teams, because once again, that is their play style. Get in the middle of the circle and gatekeep anyone that's trying to get close to that environment.
Kurd squad, they occupy school right now. I really like school as a spot to get to early on. The reason why is because you have easy access to Rozhok, you have easy access to the apartments, you have a good field of vision of the areas around you on the map, and more than likely, more often than not, unless it's a super hard shift, you're pretty much guaranteed to be in circle.
And also, it's just a really good loot location.
Yeah.
You can just loot up an entire 4-man squad, which is great. And if you just unfortunately don't have enough, go over to apartment. And then you just finish your entire setup, and then you can start looking for kill, looking for blood, and trying to take that win. So it's a really good location to go for.
And if there is action in Rozhok, you're going to hear it. So therefore, you can then change up your game plan according to if you want to go into Rozhok. So I really like school apartments, but we're seeing some early action as Nova Monster Shield spotting out all Rejection Gaming in those vehicles down to about half health, but he does manage to get away.
But they were split. So even if he did die, that was not the end of their story. So they're good to go. And this is, I do not like this compound, is where it's open, and if you have to shift away from it, you're going to have a really hard time doing so. So I'm not a big fan, but here it is. Once again, all Rejection Gaming looking for kills, but in the cars, when it started up, the car, it is pretty fast. It can be a little bit hardcore to get those shots down, but you can anticipate if you do have a nice nice angle, but yeah, it didn't quite work out.
Deformia started on the edge of Rozhok. Now they're in the center of the circle. The amount of teams that are around them, as we've seen all Rejection Gaming, there's XQF, there's a Nova Monster Shield, they're all in such a small space.
You're going to have to try and be very cautious about that, because we might lose a few teams early on, which would be very unfortunate on Erangel, because you're expecting extremely passive, like way more passive than we had last game. Having a few angles. Here it is, Omen. They're still at the same location. They haven't really rotated out. They're just trying to expand a little bit, trying to get as much good loot as possible. Once again, one weapon that some of these teams might be looking for is a Kar 98 or any kind of like snipers, DMRs that can be, at this stage of the game, so impactful because the map is so big.
That's dead right. The Kar 98 and any other bolt action is really going to pay off. So, you know, one gun that I know the likes of Team Queso do love is the Mini 14. It's one of their favorite guns, as well as the likes of the M4 and the SLRs. They really love the SLR.
If they can get their hands on it, I'm sure they're going to have one hell of a good time. Talking about that, from hell, not here.
Yeah. So, side of Team Top. Man, I like their position right now. I like where they're really standing. It gives them a bit of an idea. A couple of the teams did go to military base. That's something that we're going to have to be aware of, because it's next circle shift. It still could end up being in military. I doubt it will, to be honest. So the teams that are in military base, which is right now Team Ind.
Team Ind, yeah.
And I don't know exactly who that is, Team 15. It's something that if they leave it too late with this next circle shift, they could be bridge camped by another team.
I think that crate is not worth it. Just in the dead center of the water, yeah, just don't go for it. No one's going to really get that. And I think the loot is not that insane. Another big up. Okay, no military base ending. I am an extremely sad boy. Rip, like, F in chat, please.
Mimi sad, man.
Mimi sad boy. And teams are going to start focusing really early on to start shifting towards Team Queso. Like, once again, on the edge, they have that coastline, which can be so important at this stage of the game. If you do still have a coastline with that river, so you only have to take care of 180 degrees of the map. As we do have a fight coming on through. Team Ind trying to stop some of the members here of Top from rotating inland, but seem like, unfortunately, not many shots will be connecting. Then you got Alice as a knock, and they're going to able to flush that one away. Sangmin going to be also taking, ooh, nice few shots there.
Yeah.
But, might have to go through the water to get back to the mainland.
That's always a risk when a couple of teams start a military base and circle ends up going towards mainland island. In my opinion, they should have gotten in the boat, because there was always a high chance that there wouldn't have been a lot of teams landing in military base, getting in the boat, or two of them getting in the boat and two more going over the bridge. It would have given them a safer option. But they're looking for that second kill. They're looking to really put a lot of pressure as it does come out. Great shots coming out from that member of Team Ind.
Yeah, and as you said, like, when you're trying to shift away from military base as multiple teams, you know that some teams are going to have some casualties, and that will be this time around for Team Top. But Top, though, they're going to try and take the reverse action and trying to look actually to protect that bridge. But though they're going to see Pittsburgh. They did clash with XQuest F a few seconds ago.
Yeah.
And XQuest F, they did get 3 knocks. They can try and flush it in.
But look at Top Esports. They're looking to join the party. They're looking to get a bit of action onto Pittsburgh Knights. They're looking to wipe them out early on. But moves like Jagger gets one knockdown.
Looking not too good here. Look at that Top Esports. They're only having one. No, that's actually for the side of Pittsburgh Knight, not looking that good. But Top Esports also. So that was right. Both teams only have 1 member remaining, but still 3 members. You can potentially revive on the side of Top Esports. So I do not think that this is a fight that Fireboy is going to have an easy time taking home, because they seem like now that he should
get away. He should get away. Because Monarch and Wi-Fi did get revived up. So Jagger coming in absolute clutch, getting 2 knockdowns for his side. As I said, he's got the moves, he's got the plays, he's got those frags in his pocket.
And that is how you compound breach. Also, you can use that footage as a tutorial on how to compound breach. That was really well executed by their side. So we're going to see a little bit more about the Knights this time around. And going to have Team Top then. They were trying to defend the bridge, trying to gatekeep the mainland away from Team Ind, but even then, I think it's pretty risky to try and gatekeep when you're 2v4. So they're just going to try and get into the next compound, maybe loot a little bit extra, but they just want to avoid fights as much as possible.
Yep. Now we do see one member of Top Esports. Of course, kills being secured all around the place. Team Queso representing Argentina, Uruguay, and the whole of the Spanish-speaking Latin American community in this preliminary finals, looking to really do themselves proud. They've packed enough for a week, and they said even if they haven't, they'll just look for a laundry place. So they're feeling that confident to get into the top 5. Of course, they ended game 1 with a 2nd place in finish and a 3rd place overall with 4 kill points.
It seems like the extra pair of pants will be coming in useful, Imperium. And that's a big shift,
Oh,
actually.
boy.
Going towards the north
Oh,
area,
boy.
away from the coastline, away from everything. You only have a few teams in there. It's going to be Nova Monster Shield and also Purple Mood. So they're going to be pretty good, but already you can see a few teams, like also Deformia, they are going instantly for the circle. They know that there are not many teams there because there were not a lot of compounds, so they can get a really good location early on.
Purple Mood, they have shelter, and it's inside circle, and it's south enough that if the circle shifts down south, they're going to be safer. Even if the circle shifts north, there's a high chance they're still going to be safe. The one thing that these teams are going to look to avoid is the fields of Yasnai. No team is going to really want to go anywhere near there. You're going to be looking at the compounds just outside those fields, but between that road, that is going to be a really important part for these teams to look to.
Because you mentioned that there's actually a compound in the middle of the
yeah.
fields. It's a trap.
It's a trap. Exactly.
It's a trap.
Exactly.
Don't go there. Otherwise, if the circle shifts, you're going to be so easy to shut down. You'll have to use all your utility early on or go into cars. And I would not recommend to do that at this stage of the game. So just seemed like there's one team falling for it.
I think the Formia are going. Oh, are they?
Are they? Please don't do it. It's a trap. Please.
They're doing it.
Oh, no.
Okay. Look, at the end of the day, they're making their decision. They're making their bed. The good thing is that they have 3 vehicles with them, Max Van. So there is a higher chance if they have to exit out of this compound on 3 vehicles, there's a higher chance that at least one of them will be able to survive. But I still don't like where they have occupied themselves.
Yeah, it could work out. It seems like another team is going to be rotating. That is Team Kesso, and they seem to go towards the same kind of area.
Yeah.
But if we have a fight in the fields, that would be a little bit unfortunate. I do believe so. I'm going to have a nice little look at now.
Like,
Team Deformia, as we were talking about.
Look how clever. Of course, we see the map, a live map, see on a separate screen ourselves. Like, Team Queso, they were down on the coastline, and they've made their way up through the west side. Yeah, of course, there's a couple of compounds on the east side that nobody, other than possibly Pittsburgh Knights, have gone anywhere near.
There's still a few compounds that are not really taken over, so I think they could try and go for it. Purple Mood, this is a really good location to defend, but it's a really bad location to leave. So a lot of teams, like a lot of these locations, they're really good to defend, but if the circle shifts away from you, we're gonna have a really hard time getting yourself in a good position to take the later stages of the game. So I gotta say the level of anticipation is not as high as I was expecting in this first game of Erangel.
What I don't like about where Team Secret have occupied, again, to be somewhat of a devil's advocate, the next circle could stay westwards, but then if the circle after shifts eastwards, well, actually, no, it's gone southeast. Oh, my Lord. See, now they're going to have to cut across 2 roads to get into that circle. It's riskiest play. When you have to cross a road in the later circles, you're completely open and you're completely exposed. You've nowhere you can hide behind. So when you have to go across these roads, as Team Secret are looking to do early on, it's definitely the best choice. But either way, we see TES, they're taking shots against them. They're really going to have to be aware as we talk about this next circle shift went deep southwards for these teams.
I think the Deformia might be okay. Because there's no team to really gatekeep him. And they should be able to rotate inwards pretty easily. Seem like they're going for that. X-Quest Steph going to be clashing back, and Jagger going to be knocked away. That was one of their main, their only carry they had last game on Sanhok. So losing him this early on is not going to be looking that good. And a few teams starting to clash up, and we still got 53 players on the board. And it's starting to go down real quick.
Oh, man, this is it. This is where we're getting to the 16, 17-minute mark where the Phase 4, Phase 5 comes into play, and these teams do come closer together. We are seeing Kurt Squad get a knockdown to one member of Team Secret. Purple Mood still occupying this building, this compound, but I have a feeling they might want to move when it comes to the next circles, because I think it's going to come slightly against them. Nova Monster Shield across that road.
I think this is the end. See you later, Alligator. Team in going to get another shutdown and take him away.
I love the way they just go into the car. It's like, we've done our job. Let's move out.
It's like when you have an explosion in your back,
track.
put the sunglasses on and you look super epic.
Yeah,
that is the kind of a play we had just there. But guess what? Okay,
Yeah.
We talked when we were casting the wildcard series. We were talking about something called the Shack of Dreams, the shack of everything, and I would not recommend to do that because one grenade, poof, and you're gone.
He's a complicated man, but no one understands him. Shaq.
The only thing I remember about Shaq is eating some freaking like chicken wings, but that's okay.
Man. Yeah, I really don't like, you know, especially because right by the road you have Indian Tigers, Kurt Squad. Hey, look, the Indian Indian-based team seem to like these shacks.
Seems like their studio, maybe. I don't know.
No.
Okay.
Either way.
So how still teams we still have? We still have 14 teams. We are now 18 minutes into the game. 47 players. So still, like, the number of teams haven't gone down that much, but just a few teams now going to have to deal with maybe 2 or 3 players. So later stages of the game, that's going to be really impactful. We've got to try and be as cautious as possible as we're checking out the where these teams are trying to shift. Not a big amount of compounds, so this is probably going to be a snake ending, and going to be really important to try and get into, like, try and anticipate where the circle is going to be, because shifting away at this stage of the game is going to be extremely complicated.
It really is. Like, right now, the team that's looking the strongest is Nova Monster Shield, because they have the center of the circle, a way that they can really survive against. We see the Formia, they're looking to stay inside the circle. They are in it for now, but as I said, this road is playing a big part because you have Indian Tigers are there. You also have Omen Elite, who really made their way from George Pool, and that final member of Pittsburgh Knights is also there, which is Wi-Fi.
Nova Monster Shield, they are looking so good right now.
They are.
They have the only insane compound is in this entire location, and it's so good to defend.
But Max, man,
yeah,
look at what's in the middle of the circle.
It's
road.
So it's going to split.
So are you going to go north? Are you going to go south?
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the other side, of course.
Okay.
There's no pun there. I'm sorry to disappoint, but...
Oh. Well, don't quit your day job.
Okay, will do.
Okay. Anyway, we're seeing XQF start to go onto the side of the Formia. Matic does get taken out, and he's on his own, but the good thing is that you still have a couple of players left on his side that are going to be able to survive. They are in that vehicle going towards Team 2, but either way, Mavi from Indian Tigers getting put down to low health as outsider along with Memo. They're looking to stay dipped behind this road.
Yeah, this road is going to be a really big location to play around. Roads at this stage of the game, they're not your friends, they're your mortal enemies.
Yeah.
And Omen Esports, they're praying down, they have this terrain to work
really
with.
like it.
That's a really good location to work with. Also, especially in third-person view, you can actually see and scout everything around you without being scouted back. So that can really go their way. But here it is, the rush on through. The two Shack teams going up against each other. Card Squad trying to defend this Shack as well as possible. And that will be potentially the end of Tigers. But here it is, the rush Card Squad. It seemed like it was going over to Kurt Squad, and then you just get rushed really badly. Oh my god.
Omen Elite realized this and go, okay, we're going to look to pick up the pieces, guys. The grenades start flying out, and they are going to secure these games. But talking about grenades, XQF, Purple Mood Esports fighting over this compound. Navin comes out with a fantastic frag grenade to knock down XF.
This is your opportunity to shut down XQuest F, and here it is. They get the kills. XQuest F going to be taken down in 12th position. And this, we said that earlier, this is going to be a really hard compound to rush and take over. And even XQuest F cannot do it.
Man, okay. That's answered our questions, but we do see now Team Queso going up against Nova Monster Shield, and Marco has been knocked down. Axel's being knocked down. Mystic prones himself down. Gets a knockdown behind this wall, Maxman.
Oh, nice little bit of damage coming back and forth. He's going to be able to get the higher opportunity and take the high ground on this one. Here it is, a little bit of damage back and forth. He's so low, and they have 3 members down. This might be the end of Team Kessler that happened to be 2nd position last game, but grenade coming on through was not cooked whatsoever. He's next to the car. But he's going to have to rush away. He's looking for the rush, looking for the opportunity. Solo, can he get it? Oh my god, that will not be the case. But he did get a regen just a few seconds ago, and here it is. Team Kessler now really was only 1 member remaining, and one of the most aggressive players on their side. So this might be, unfortunately, Team Kessler going out in 10th position. But still, this is a cold war. Not much going on. And still, because they have the compound, Nova Monster Shield, they can just regen back up again and again and again. And that is not something the Team Kessler has. They only have that utility that they popped up early. When there's no more utility, that is the end of their story.
But but we do see that they are reviving themselves up. Axial was able to keep his team alive as a one-man army, and now they've been revived, so I believe it is going to work in their favor for now. So let's see what happens between these two times. We do see Mystic has been fragged out right now, but A4 is looking for him. What's he going to fight?
Purple Mood, they're rotating inwards. Like, they're going to have 3 teams just, like, rushing this compound. And no, even if you have the prime location, that is a lot of pressure for Nova Monster Shield. But here it is. Going to have to see how it's going to work out. Team in. Then you have one member just a little bit far away there on his own, taking his time, avoiding the fight as much as possible. Team Kesso able to almost regen back up Quaxel, maybe? But it seems very... I think that's going to be a little bit risky, because if you get up, people in the back can see you and you get shut down.
The good thing is that even though they're outside compound, they are in circle and they have a lot of vehicles and protection around them between the wall. And with All Rejection Gaming coming in to try and third party, this could actually favor Team Queso.
And I think that was Team In getting eliminated there. Yeah, there it is. That was in 10th position, Team In. And Team Queso still fine, able to regen back up. So now they're back to 2 players. And Nova Monster Shield, they're doing so well. With some mouth pressure applied on them, they're doing so well with that compound. But be careful, though, as we have one team. All Rejection Gaming, they took down X-Quest. No, that was by Purple Move. They are trying to look to get this compound under potential, secure it, but it's not going to work out.
Like, you see essentially 2 members of Nova Monster Shield on the west side of that, and you see 2 members of Nova Monster Shield on the east side. The fear is that they're kind of getting put under pressure. However, RG are coming in here. RG Locker is still kept going. Jingong on the side of RG has been knocked down, so that's really something they're going to have to be aware of. We do see Omen Elite are coming in. Indian Tigers are also coming in.
Indian Tigers coming in, but also getting shut down slowly but surely. They lost another one of their members just a few seconds ago by Omen Elite. This is going to start to lose a few more teams. Still 8 teams remaining in such a small circle. There's only one compound, and the circle is almost closed up, Imperium. I can't wait to see where it's going to be. If it's not on the compound, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. But here it is, Koala trying to make some work. Quaxel also extremely low.
It's
Koyala?
No, it's Ajala. The Y is pronounced a J, but that is Big C is on a kill streak right now. Ajala does get knocked down. Axial once again, the final member left alive, but a grenade comes out, and that is going to be Team Queso getting taken out. RG Star have also been eliminated. Suddenly, we're down to 5 teams and 13 players left standing. Omen Elite looking pretty good, but they have to move inside the circle because that final circle is stayed down south, and Nova Monster Shield, they are in prime location.
This game just got Thanos snapped. Snap your finger, half of the team's gone, Imperium. But now Omen Esports, Team Secret, they're not looking too good, because if they want to get to the circle, they have to go through that entire open field, and you might get shut down because you have a few teams. Look at that Purple Mood, really good location to work with. They have a little bit of a dip in the terrain, so they can really use that to their advantage. And you see that, unfortunately, not a big section of the compound is in the next circle, so Nova Monster Shield are going to try and get a little bit forward.
Look at this, Purple Mood Esports, they kind of went in with the vehicle to help themselves as of Omen Elite, because you can use that vehicle as protection. Of course, you want to blow it up beforehand, but these teams, they have to get closer to the circle. They do have to get inside it, because to phase 7 blue damage is a lot. As you've seen one knockdown come out. Outsider coming in clutch for a side. We see what they can do in a 1v1 situation as Team Secret and Nova Monster Shield come together.
Team Secret, one-man army trying to storm over Nova Monster Shield, but not having a high amount of success, just getting one takedown. And he's the last member up. That's going to be Stu9K, and trying to aid himself back up against the circle, but I think that might be the end of the story. Going to try and maybe get an extra position if a team gets flushed out in the process, but that doesn't seem very likely. And Purple Mood, you can see in the bottom right of your screen, they are just like praying for help right now, because this is not going their way.
You gotta give credit where credit is due. He's using all the medkits he has, but he has no more, so now he has to try and make his way in. Is he gonna survive? No, he gets taken out by Seagull, and that is gonna be Team Secret taken out. We are down to 3 teams, 8 players left alive. Nova, Monster Shield, Omen Elite, and Purple Mood.
I think the one team that's going to be taken, it seems like it might be Nova Monster Shield. They have every single piece of protection they need, which is not the case for Purple Mood or Team Secret whatsoever.
But what's this next phase? What is this phase 8 going to show up? Is it going to shift up northwards?
I'm not too sure.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It goes still back down south, and you're dead right, Max. On Nova Monster Shield, they are in prime location.
Yeah, I just said Team Secret. Sorry, I meant actually Omen. Omen Elite.
Yeah.
And Omen, now, last member is going to be up still on the side of Purple Mood, so maybe he can just prone down, get second position.
But he has to cross the road, so you can't prone down going across the road. What, they're going to think you're a snail? They're going to think you're a chicken and let you cross the road?
Why did chicken cross the road? But he couldn't, so no, just can't get there. But yeah, there's nothing really like to add there. It's just, it speaks for itself. You can see the map, you can see the location, you can see exactly what's going on. You have one. This is like a castle at this stage of the game. Easy to defend for Nova Monster Shield, especially with that third-person view. You don't have to even put yourself in trouble to try and get those shots. And I think so much utility was popped out early, they do not have any more.
And with the grenade flying out outside there, 9K has been knocked down. The circle is doing so much damage. This is going to be the end of Omen Elite trying to do their best to get one knockdown. But with them behind the wall, that revive is most likely going to come out as Seagood. He's keeping himself going, but he's taking a lot of damage from that circle. Nope. Yeah.
There you go. Unfortunately, that's going to be Omen Elite going out in third position. And now they PLM, Purple Mood. They waited. They knew they couldn't take the fight. They tried to avoid it as much as possible, used that utility to not get spotted out, and they get second position. Seems like a little bit like Team Kesso in last game on Sanhok.
Exactly.
Exact same playstyle, and it does pay off because once again, that is 22. 3 points going your way. And feels good, man, if you are on the side of Purple Mood. But it is not over until we have the chicken dinner score on your screen.
Oh, my Lord, Jasper. He's down to about 20 health. He's down to about 10. He's using the shots off, but the match has ended. And Nova Monster Shield come out on top with a fantastic frag amount and that, of course, illustrious winner chicken dinner.
Really good plays. They set up once again to get into that main location, and it's just like perfectly executed from them. They had just the best position ever, and they used it to their advantage. Even if they were getting stormed by 4 or 5 teams at the same time, they dealt with the pressure and just sucked it up and took game number 2.
13 kills as well. 13 kills and that winner chicken dinner. That's going to be 43 points for them. Of course, Purple Mood. Great game for them, getting that second place and 5 kills for themselves. Omen Elite, they come in third with 6 kills. So good performance on game 2 for Omen Elite. It's going to really help them with their consistency. You see the evolution of some of these teams that had somewhat of an okay first game coming a little bit stronger in this game too.
Well, I'm happy about this game also. What's making me really confident about what's going to happen is that anyone can take it. Even XQuest Def, they had a really hard position to work with, tried to compound breach against the side of Purple Mood. It's just going to be way too complicated.
And we heard the noise when XQuest got taken out. We heard, I don't know if it was coming from them or if it was the teams around them being happy that XQuest got eliminated so early. It's like, yeah, they're gone. We have a chance, right? But you're dead right, Max. And now we're seeing that these teams, any of them, can come out on top.
At least it's not going to be a stomp, and I'm just so happy about that. It's going to stay even throughout the entire tournament.
Well,
I mean, it looks pretty good.
No, it's only game 2, so XQuest, they're one of 2 performances, bad performances now down. They've 1 left because, like I said, I'm going to give all these teams 2 bad games. If they can get good performances in 10 out of 12 games, then that will give them a really strong chance. Of course, you got to make sure that they're consistent, because when we talk about consistency, maximum based on the research I did, you're looking at about 20 to 22 points per game average for you to be in the top 5.
I'm just extremely scared right now because I know that if one team has more than 2 bad games, Daddy Imperium is coming for you. And you don't want that to happen. You have an Irishman behind you. I do not want that. That is super scary.
But either way, this is 15th to 9th top esports. Not having a good game. Again, every single team, they come out with placement points at least, so that's better than a kick in the face, right? Pittsburgh Knights not having the best game in the world with only 10 points in total and a 10th place finish. And as we see, XQuest, they got 3 kills, but only 4 placement points, put them in 11th place finish with 7 points.
Now we're going to look at the top section of the leaderboards. The top 8 teams, once again, nice 13 kills. Because of that compound protection, all the teams were trying to get close. Team Secret, Team Kesso, Team In, every single one of them failed to take that compound away from Nova Monster Shield. So they 100% deserve that chicken dinner. They set up early on, and you can feel proud as a Taiwanese team. They talked a little bit earlier of what was going on with them, and once again, Just very positive, very confident, and it worked out for them.
Oh man,
I'm so happy.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, everybody is I wouldn't say everybody's new to us, right? But it's kind of like that. This is the evolution as the games continue, and we're feeling the excitement of these teams as we get through these games.
Yeah, so we do here right now, do we have a little bit of an interview taken over by Gio? Take it over.
No?
All right, well, I am here with Bijia from Nova Monster Shield. Congratulations on your win of the second game. You are now sitting in first place in the standings. You've overtaken the Chinese team. How does that feel?
他说你刚刚超越了 XQF 队，你现在感觉怎样？
我现在非常的兴奋。
He's very excited about it.
Yeah, no, I bet. Well, one thing that was noted not only in this second game, but also in the first one as well, is that you guys have a very strategic sort of gameplay style. How do you think that worked out well for you, especially going against the more aggressive NA teams?
他们说你们在解强有没有改变什么策略，变成比较正极的、比较攻势比较强劲的一个策略，有没有改变到？
我们这一场选择比较快速的移动到圈中心，然后很幸运的刚好每一圈都缩在我们这边。
This time their strategy is use a fast moving to the central of their map, and it's luckily it's because everyone is around them, so they can easily kill everyone.
I love it. I love it. I mean, it definitely looked like you guys were being very careful about what your positioning was. Do you think that any of the other maps that will be upcoming are going to be better for your playstyle, or is this the best one for you?
他们问说之后的比赛，你有没有觉得哪一个地图会对你们更有利，还是这个已经对你们来讲最容易打的地图？
我认为海岛跟沙漠是我们比较擅长的地图，所以我们等一下的沙漠我们也会全力以赴的。
He thinks that Sanhok and desert map is their more advanced map, so on the advanced map, he has very confidence on it.
All right, well, congratulations once again, and good luck going into Game 3. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Gio, for that extra piece of information. And as you said, the next games, we can hope that Nova Monster Shield can do a little bit better on another map. And it's just, that next game on Miramar, just such a big map. It's going to be a little bit similar in the early stages of what we had, with Erangel. It's going to be really interesting to see which teams can take the high ground on that one.
Well, I do know who is going to be happy right now, and a bit of a shout out to him is Octay from Nova. He's the head of Esports, the director of Esports over at Nova Esports. So I know he's going to be a very happy man right now. Big shout out to him personally, being a big supporter of us as casters, and yeah, thank you very much to him on a side note. So I'm sure he's going to be very happy right now. But the highlights coming out from this second game for you guys.
Okay, that was a really good early stage of the game for Team IND, and they were just able to protect that section of the military base. And that was Kurt Squad. Like, Kurt Squad and Team Tigers, they were playing a little bit weird, like playing Shacks, and that completely failed for them.
Yeah, it kind of did. That's the thing. IND, just we saw that fantastic kill, and then get into the vehicle and move away as the Formia. They got taken out a little bit earlier than they would like to expect, but I guarantee you they're going to be pretty happy with their first two game performances.
That was the Cold War we had. It was going on for like about 2 minutes, and that was Team Kesso versus Nova Monster Shield, but like they were just protecting that so damn well that Team Kesso couldn't really do much to deal with that pressure.
Like, I think, to be honest, like when we break it down, in my opinion, Nova Monster Shield could have / should have rushed that earlier. Like, in my opinion, they kept Team Queso alive for far too long when you really think about it, because like trying to be a bit of a devil's advocate, right? In my opinion, when you get those knockdowns, and they were already still like kind of 3 players alive, you've got to really be a bit more aggressive. But of course, it still worked out for them. It still came out on top, as you do see the kill leader statistics for this game too.
And who's in the leaderboard? Obviously, we're going to have a few players coming out for Nova Monster Shield, and 5 kills for Bixia.
But
just looking damn good.
Shout out to Algis from Team IND getting 4 kills for his team. Again, kill points do matter, so 4 extra points on the board for them is going to make a big difference from that player alone. And of course, Indian Tigers, Prince once again being high up on those kill leads.
Yeah, and look, now the damage dealers gonna have them Bixie once again. You've got the top kills, you've got the top damage, makes sense, not gonna lie. And it's just a lot of the teams actually up here are from Asia, which now we got really Asia dominating leaderboard, which I'm was expecting a little bit last game. This is the case right now, and you have people from China, from Japan, from Taiwan, everywhere.
And one thing I noticed is that, okay, you can turn around and go from a damage point of view, 400 from the kind of the bottom 8 and 700, but 3 players got 700 each damage-wise on the side of Nova Monster Shield, as we do see the head-to-head between Nova and Purple Mood.
They both had the compound at the end game there, and unfortunately one team did not have their compound in the next circle, went over to Nova Monsters. So it's just, I think the circle was really impactful.
Nearly 2,700 damage coming out from Nova Monster Shield. That's absolutely extreme. And yeah, we'll talk about the circle later on because you are dead right. But Omen Elite and Team Streaker, this was definitely a lot closer. But gotta give credit, like, you know, that nearly 1,500 damage and only 6 kills meant that they were not afraid to get that damage out and put the teams under pressure as they made their way through the later circles.
Also, Team Secret, they went from the other side of the map until like that circle, so they were on the move every single minute of that game in Pure. And at the end, they once again like the it's always going to come back to that compound circle, get over to Nova Monster. I do not know what you could do because there was so much utility used on early on. It was going to be so complicated to take home.
Yeah, it 100% was, but we do see then once again head-to-head between our rejection game and Team K. So as I said, Team K, so they didn't have the absolute best second game, but I definitely know that they're going to be pretty happy with their first 2 game performances because, you know, when you stay that level of consistency, when you just keep those performances in and around the area that you want to, it means that they're going to be able to really secure their place in the top 5, because that's the thing, these teams are fighting for the top 5 positions to make it through to the next week's grand finals,
to the global finals. I can't wait to see who's going to be able to go to that next stage. But anyways, thank you so much for watching this second game. Game 3 is going to be Miramar, coming to you live in just a few minutes. Do stick around, as we do have during the break some codes down below to try and win some in-game loot. So if you want to have some epic gamer swag, do stay around. We'll see you in just a few short minutes.
Tired of being powered down? Charge up with dual engine fast charging. Start up with Game Countdown. Up your game with the Vivo V15 series. Vivo.
PUBG Mobile Team Deathmatch. Endless respawn, endless fun. There is a better choice.
And we saw one of the players going, let's go, let's go. Players getting ready right now. Welcome back, boys and girls. We're ready to jump into game number 3 on Miramar. And that's going to be action-packed.
Yeah, so we've had 2 fantastic games so far. We've had really X-Quest F, of course, one of the favorites of this preliminary tournament coming out in game 1. But game 2 went in the favor of Nova Monster Shield. They had the final circles. The PUBG Mobile gods came through on their side. So I ask, what is game 3 with a new map, new adventures, new rotations? What's it going to show?
You're talking about rotations. That is so important on Miramar because it's so open and it's a very flat map, but you can actually spot out people really easily. So rotating early on is going to be super, super important. I think that that's what allowed Nova Monster Shield to get the win last game, is that they actually rotated really early on, was very responsive to how the circle shifted. And I think that's going to be a really good skill to have on this next game on Miramar. And if they can do that, they can maybe do 2 games in a row.
And from my intel, one team I'm expecting big things from in this game, and I said they're the underdogs, is Team Queso.
Again.
They love Miramar. It's their map, according to their team manager. It's their best map. It's their favorite map when it comes to playing and getting those all-important chicken dinner and those all-important results. But let's have a look at the leaderboard after 2 games.
These current standings, and it is Nova Monster Shield in the lead above X-Quest, which is actually something that I think maybe not too many people were expecting, because those were only the kills. The kills are what allowed Nova Monster Shield to get ahead. They got more kills last game than what happened in game number 1 for X-Quest F, and they were just able to take it home really nicely. And that comes back to what we said early on. Kills are so important.
So right now, let's look at the top 5. You have Nova Monster Shield, X-Quest, Team Queso, Omen Elite, and Purple Mood. I know it's only 2 games, but those are your top 5. Right now, if it was to end, all of a sudden, those would be the 5 teams going over to next week's global finals. So, you know, it's something that the teams behind them are going to have to realize. Now, the good thing is that there's not really a huge points difference between the teams behind them. Like Purple Mood are on 35. Top Esports is 6. It's only 6 points. That's really nothing in these games. So it is every single team below them has a chance to pull on forward. Even the likes of Kurd Squad, who are lying in 15th on 8 points, they still have a strong chance.
Like, the teams that are going to struggle a little bit more to come back is going to be RG Star Team,
of
Team
course.
IND, Top, and Kurd Squad. Kurd Squad, you had your 2 bad games. One more, Papa Imperium is coming for you.
I am. Papa Imperium is coming for you if you get another bad result. I will be shaking the finger going, either way. And, you know, one team I want to talk about is RG Star Team, who are 12th overall. Because again, in the regional finals, after game 1, I know they got the most chicken dinners. They weren't looking the strongest. We didn't even necessarily heavily think they would come into play at the end of the day 2, and they did, and they ended up finishing 2nd.
Yep. They just got to try and keep up that same pace, and once again, that rotation is going to be so important on this game Imperium. So they did really well. It was just unfortunate ending, the circle going away from their own compound that they were having under their control. You can see as we are going over this scene, all the players are slowly getting ready, taking their time, and ready to jump into game 3 on Miramar. And this is going to be a really important game. As you see, Deformia, they're coming back in and ready to smash.
Yeah, I was talking to the owner of the org just on the break, and they're pretty happy. Apparently that they just had a bit of a small kind of issue in the last game, which is why he went out, one of the players went out in the play zone. But they are very confident and happy with how they are performing for now. Another team manager I was talking to was the team manager of, again, Team Queso. They're delighted so far after 2 games. They are very delighted lying where they are, being in the points position that they are. So I have no doubt that with game 3 and Miramar being their map, that the performance will come, that chicken dinner will come through.
Well, in the 2 first games, their playstyle has been really rewarding, staying on the edge of the circle, avoiding fights as much as possible. Unfortunately, they were forced to, at some point, get in the compound. That's what cost them that game too. But it's just they did so well, and I'm really happy to see that working out. And it is a playstyle also, staying on the edge of the circle is really valuable on Miramar. But if you're in an open area and you're on the edge, then you might get punished for your sins.
Like, look at them. They're all chilled. They're relaxed. They're happy.
We'll have a quesadillas after
so.
this. Let's go.
um, I don't know that many other stereotypes for South
Paella,
American
what's it?
cultures, but so I'll leave that up to you with your croissants and your baguettes. But me big boy.
Don't dab.
But you know, all these teams, they're so proud and honored. Again, I mentioned it before. For a lot of the teams, it's their first live event. It's their first experience being on a stage like this. Like this stage, you have some of the best teams in esports in your play week after week on this stage, and you have some of these players and some of these teams coming in. It's their first experience, and hopefully one of many.
Hopefully one of many, but it also brings a lot of pressure. Being at a live event, you have that extra little bit of pressure from this kind of setup. And it can be a little bit much, but some teams have just been able to deal with it. XQuest, like we talked about, being one of the favorite teams, and definitely the pressure of this entire setup did not do anything against them.
Not really,
so,
no
impact there.
And you know, of course, it's something that teams below them are going to have to realize a bit more. Omen Elite, they're lying in 5th place for now, 5th or 4th place, but either way, they're lying in a good position. They are in the qualification zone, and when we talk about being in the top 5, Max, man, it's about creating that point differential against the teams around you. Okay, so you want to make sure that when it comes to the final game or the final 2 games tomorrow, you are going to want to be between 30 and 40 points ahead of the team below you. The reason why is because you go out in 15th place and the team below you gets a winner chicken dinner and 15 kills. You could find yourself being dropped out of the top 5. So that's something that these teams are really going to have to be aware of.
Yeah, you want that safety net set up as fast as possible. That's why we saw like the top 5 teams. They have some kind of a safety net, but any team until like maybe like what, 12th position can still potentially make it up. Like 12th, 11th position can still potentially make it back up. If they had their 2 bad games, now they're going to try and step it up just an extra notch. As we're just about once again to jump into the next game. If you did miss game number 1 and game number 2, it did go over. Sanhok game 1 over to the... to the team of XQuest F, and game 2 did go over to Nova Monster Shield with that insane compound defense.
We'll talk about XQuest F. We are going to have a bit of a profile video on them coming up, which will hopefully give you guys a better idea of what makes this team so great, what makes this team so threatening, because they've looked so threatening after the first 2 games. I know in game 2 they went out earlier than expected, but it's something that every single team around them are aware of what they can do. Game 1, Sanhok was completely theirs. Can they follow it up on Miramar with another fantastic performance? But yeah, it's something that these teams, as they are preparing, will definitely be aware of. But it's you know, looking at the teams and being aware of the teams that have to kind of really fight their way up. For you, Maxman, like, who do you want to see kind of really get back up there?
I think because it's Miramar, there's one team I'm going to talk about. It is RG Star Team.
Yeah.
When we were going to the wildcard, we didn't have a lot of Miramar matches. We had like a very small amount. I think we had like only two games on the regional finals. And in those 2 games, RG Star Team were very dominant, taking even 1 chicken dinner on one of those games on Miramar. So they are pretty confident. It's maybe not their favorite map. Their favorite map is Erangel, but they can do miracles on Miramar if needed, and I'm expecting them to have a better performance because once again they did have their 2 bad games. You don't want Daddy Imperium behind you, so they need to really step it up and anticipate the circle as much as possible.
Yeah, so we see that and again, to remind you guys that there was unfortunately some small issues with getting the Indian teams over here to Berlin for the live finals. That is Team IND and Indian Tigers, but they are in a dedicated studio over in India, still getting that live feeling experience as much as possible so that they can perform at their best.
Not gonna lie, I prefer my couches though.
Well, of course.
But like, yeah, they could not make it over, and that is Team IND and Team Tigers. They are both in their own little cozy studio over there in India, and I hope they're having a good time and taking a chill.
Here's the thing, because like we talk about a live buff, and we can even talk about a live nerf, so to speak, if a team is having nerves being amongst all the other teams, being in this kind of stage. even though they're not here, and I'm sure they would love to be here, as everybody in the Indian community would love to see them here representing their country. Maybe being in that studio, so to speak, on their own, it can potentially help them, because when it comes to those clutch moments, the nerves aren't getting the better of you as much, because you're in your own more comfortable space, right? You only have to, and you're only thinking about the team, your own team, rather than the teams around you.
And as we speak, the lobby is getting slowly but surely created. The players are getting in as we speak. Game 3 should be there. Oh, there we go. Little peace sign should be into it very soon.
That wasn't just a peace sign. That was eyes to the camera going, we're ready for you guys.
You're reading into this too much.
Well, I want them to be like, I want them to look, to stare into the camera and go, we are coming for you guys. We are going to take over. I want to see this aggression. I want to see these teams take control of these games. And one thing we haven't talked about is that there is a female player playing in this preliminary finals, which I think is something that when we look at esports and how it's a worldwide thing, and it involves, and it includes so many amazing cultures and nationalities, and of course it's open and available to any gender, to anybody in the world, to see it, at least from a female point of view, to see that represented here in the preliminary stages is a huge thing.
Because despite esport being mixed, you don't, like, it's very rare to see some females at this high level of gameplay.
True.
So
true.
I'm just really happy to see that happening, and
exactly.
I just hope the best for Team Top coming to you live from Korea, where, you know, in Korea esport is such a big thing. Is like it's just so nice to see.
It's why it's
like a religion
team that we talk to. It's not just that. It's so much more accepted within the society and within people when they grow up and they get into being a teenager and getting into those years where they're exposed to all this technology. When you have such an amazing game like PUBG Mobile that's available for you to play for free, see, cheap plug right there, and you have access to, but it's accepted into society, it just means you're able to learn better, you're able to be part of a team a lot easier, and of course be the best players in the world.
Let's hope that they can become one of the best teams in the world for PUBG Mobile right here, and getting out of the prelims, get right into the global stage and try and take that win. Best of luck to all of the teams right now. They are still getting prepared, taking their time. And one team that I would like to actually talk about in the next game in Pyramid would be Team Kesso again, because we talked about them a lot.
Yeah.
Team Kesso playstyle. So we talked about it, like, always on the edge of the circle. Miramar, it can work out because you have a lot of terrain to work with. Do you think that is a kind of playstyle that Team Kesso should maybe go with again on this game?
Of course.
Or not? Do you think that would work out?
Play comfortable, play your own style. Of course, you have to be able to adapt, which I'm sure Team Kesso are more than capable of. But realistically, as we get through this first day, because these teams, they're going to get through this first day and coming into nighttime after they've had a bit of dinner, after they've been able to relax, I guarantee you they're going to be VOD reviewing. They're going to be looking back on today's games and seeing what the other teams did, and then adapt coming into tomorrow. Before today and for these games coming up, play your own style. Play what is comfortable for you as a player and as a team. And if the performance shows up, the performance shows up. If not, then of course you adapt.
Yeah, adaptability is going to be really important over the course of this weekend in Pyramid, you said. And also, it's a really good thing to put together if you do end up being in the top 5, going over to the global stage, that you already got that extra level of preparation for yourself.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Technically, yeah, the teams that finish in the top 5, even though every live experience is different, right? Every live event is different. You will see that these players, these teams that get into the top 5, they will have that experience fresher in their mind. It will have those moments fresher in their head, and yeah, they'll have essentially practiced more, and they'll be then of course in Berlin for the next week, where they'll be able to practice scrim, get all those games in, build up the synergy even more, because at the end of the day, like, you can never not stop improving, right? You can, you know, even though you might be the best team, you come the next day, you could be knocked off your perch.
Definitely, like, they're going to try and keep that in mind. But like with the blood rushing, you got that extra live event feel, and it might be something to do up against the big teams that are still in the global stage that will be played next weekend. I just can't wait to see who will be taking that number 1 position. I think that's what we're all waiting for as we speak. And still will be taking a little bit of time, but seems like now they are on the spawn island for Miramar towards prison, and you can't see on your screen, but we are almost there, guys. Okay, so enough ramble casting from us. We're getting there.
Like, you know, so looking at the Miramar map, obviously circle dependent, right? It's a big map, and I've seen and I've casted enough Miramar games that a hard shift to any side is a huge thing for these teams. But looking at kind of compounds, what areas do you think these teams are going to look to kind of focus on?
I think San Martin is just a really safe location. It's very central to Miramar. They should try and jump towards there. But anyways, as you see, the lights are coming live. And we are just about to jump into game number 3 on Miramar. Who will take the chicken dinner? Let's just wait and see. Imperium. The hype is real. Get yourself seated. And we jump in soon. Where are we dropping, boys?
Where are we dropping in indeed? Players are ready. Viewers are ready to watch. And of course, throw your support in chat for the teams that you want to see win. If you're watching from India, if you're watching from Malaysia, if you're watching from Russia, if you're watching from Europe, throw it in chat on who you are supporting as the playing trajectory has been shown up. We are into this game 3.
So this plane already is shutting down locations towards the northern east section of the map, so you're probably not going to see people go there unless we saw on Erangel last game, take a car, drive up there ASAP and try and set yourself in a compound. That's a gameplay style we can actually expect to see. Might be the case of Team Secret. Anyways, a lot of teams dropping at the same moment. Probably a lot of teams going towards San Martin and Hacienda del Patron. I'm really proud of my accent there. And just going to try and get as much loot as possible, but Miramar has so many compounds. You can easily have 1 compound for each team, and some compounds are big enough to have like 2 up to 3 teams even, such as, once again, San Martin. So you can just get there, loot up, avoid the fights. Once you got your loot, just go back and find yourself a little bit of a smaller compound you can easily defend.
I wonder what teams, if any, are going to land towards Picado or inside Picado. As well as the likes of El Pozo and Las Leonas. We do see the teams actually splitting fairly evenly between the south and the north side. As you pointed out, Maxman, Miramar map is quite large, so it does give a lot more room to kind of move around and find that position you want. Indian Tigers, they've gone deep south, as well as the likes of the Formia, RG Star, and Top, as well as All Rejection Gaming.
It seems like it will be Top Esports going for San Martin right now. And it seems like no one's going to really try and go up against that. Or is that a blue member I can see in there? I'm not too sure. They're a little bit overshadowed. But it seems like we will be having more than 1 team in San Martin, so maybe early game clashes. Team Kesso, as I said, can drop early, get a car, move towards the north location. That's what they're doing. And that would be a really good location to go for if you're trying to play on the edge of the circle, because it should be pretty central early on.
Talking about the edge of the circle, we see this phase 1 circle. It's deep south for now. A bit of the water is occupied, about 15 to 20%. Team Queso, they're on the edge of it, so they don't necessarily need to move.
Team Queso, they were going up, they're like, okay, we're just going to try and get a nice location in the north. And they were like, they saw the circle, like, okay, guess we're going back. Okay, we're cool. So that's what they did. But as you said, like playing on the edge, that's what they're going to be trying to aim for.
And in fairness, Maxon, that's something that I feel is most important in Miramar compared to every other map, is having 4 players at the end. The reason why is because Miramar is such an open terrain map at the end of the day. When you have all 4 players alive, not only do you give yourself the obvious man advantage, but you give yourselves the angles of sight around you. It's that extra person that's able to look in that direction that you might not be able to comfortably look around. And that's a big thing.
Visibility is so important in Imperium. And once again, like if you have a compound it has 4 corners, put 1 on every corner, have the information.
The compound has 4 corners?
I think so.
What if it's a triangle compound?
Well,
okay.
that is too high level for me.
What? There's more shape than a square?
Damn it, I only play Minecraft normally.
There you go. Continue. What were you saying as far as like if you do have those 4 corners?
It just can easily protect every single side of the compound, and for the smaller compounds, not like San Martin or El Pozo, you just want to get away from that. But having that 4th person, as you said, is just so much more important. We saw a lot of teams, even on Sanhok and Erangel, they were getting like punished so early on, and not having those extra members really shuts down your late game potential of getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we did see 1 member of Kurt's squad did get knocked down. That is the side of Top Esports. Fantastic play with the ump 9 as well on the
Ump
red
9.
dot.
The ump 9.
Ump.
I say UMP.
I say ump.
Ump?
Ump.
Umpa lumpa.
Doopity doo.
Okay.
Anyway.
We're having fun times here in Berlin. Come over. Come. Oh no! But that spray though, it was
Yeah,
UMP was
it
actually
was.
all the
It was
ump
great.
was really good.
Do you want to call it the ump or the UMP?
Let's go with ump. I love it. It's
See,
cool.
see, the reason why I say ump is because it's like
Hashtag
imp,
ump in chat. Let's
you
go.
know, imp ump. You know, and actually is one of my favorite.
I think
ones
we're
in
going on
game,
too
but-
far with
I
this
know,
joke.
I know. But Omen Elite, good game too. They currently lie in, I believe, 5th place overall. Outsider 9K. You then also have Zute as well as Memo. Of course, their 4th player joining in the fun, trying to stick together early game.
Picardo is a really good location, in my opinion, to set your base as. Seems like some team already going for it. Seems like Top Esport is going in that direction. If they can put that under control, I think that would be really valuable for the later stages of the game. And we also see in Purple Mood, I'm not too sure what they're doing. Yeah, okay, they're just sticking around there. I thought they might be going towards prison, but
Yeah.
like the prison island. But I would avoid it. It's a very small chance of actually happening and being in that location. But some teams also have been sending themselves pretty well. Other teams that are on the coastline, because we didn't see on the circle, the south part is mostly water, and send yourself up on a coastline is so good because you only have to defend 180 degrees
Of course.
of ground in front of you, which is great to do. So
Especially
until
on
the
Miramar.
circle shifts, just stay in those locations until you have to move.
Well, like, we could still see a shift down south because it's only phase 4 that it has to be all land occupation, right? So in phase 2 and phase 3, we could still see shifts down south. So yeah, definitely occupying the edge of the circle towards west and the north, as well as that coastal area, is definitely a good spot to really kind of stay and loot up in.
Seemed like Top Esport, they went exactly where I told them to go, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah.
Okay, Tigers did have one knock on Marvi. I think that was just him falling or something, or because no one's around, so something happened there. Unfortunate time. He will be regen back up, so that's all good. It's in the past. Let's move on. Nova, Monster Shield, a little bit split. Even though it's a big map, you're never too sure if you're going to have some members around, so I think they may be a little bit too split for this stage of the game, but they just got to be cautious.
Especially now, they're not going to be aware of it, right? Too much, but there is a few teams around them. You've got Purple Mood, you've got Pittsburgh Knights, you've got Team IND, all kind of near them. So that's something they're going to have to be a little bit aware of if they are split up.
RG Star Team, I said my favorite team for this map. On Miramar, I think they have really high chances. They got a really good location. It's a compound. This also happens to be on the tippity top of a mountain, Imperium. So this is a really good location to be able to defend. You've got really good visibility if you don't want to defend, but just to scout. And if they can keep this location for a really long period of time with the circle shifts, it could be really valuable for the later stages and potentially give them the higher moral ground to take this entire game home.
Totally agree, in fairness, Maxon.
Better.
No,
Daddy
you know
Maxman
what?
coming for you.
Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. Isn't it Mommy Maxman?
Okay, sure.
Eminem? Mommy Maxman?
Okay, we'll sort this out outside.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, we're just having a bit of a lover's tiff. What? Exposed as All Rejection Gaming. That's scout for their team. And that's something that some of these teams I don't think use enough. But then again, I'm not a huge personal fan of it, is having that one member as a scout to go close to a compound, get an idea if a team is in it, and communicate that to the rest of their team.
Because the thing is, that is pretty risky on Miramar, because
It
if the scout gets scouted by the opposing team, he has really a hard time going back, because the level, the terrain is pretty hard to work with. You don't have that much amount of protection. It's really easy to spot out people. So maybe not the best play style to go for at this stage, but it can work out if you're very safe about it and really just use your third-person view, because you don't have to be scouted. Just third-person view, look over a rock, look over the terrain, and you won't get scouted, and you scout at the same time.
So we saw Bixia for Nova Monster Shield, who took a little bit of damage, was able to get away in that minivan, going on a bit of a road trip to join the rest of her team. We do see the Formia are also on the coastal line down south, but they are a little bit split up, and they are going in along the path of Indian Tigers.
Team Secret, they're so high up on the minimap. You guys can't see it right now, but they're so high up, and they're going to have to start moving inwards at some point because there's still so many compounds up north that are not taken over by anybody, and they're just going for the coastline towards the south section. So if there's a shift towards north, it's going to be like a bloodbath this early on in Miramar, which is not really something that happens that much.
I wouldn't mind a bloodbath early on.
Cleanse yourself from your sins.
Exactly. Ooh, okay, so
talking about split.
Yeah,
when a scout sees a scout.
Carly from Deformia looking for a Mavi from Indian Tigers. Now Mavi with the cavalry arriving on the side of Deformia will hopefully be able to give them a bit of an extra point and put Indian Tigers under a bit more pressure. But Pittsburgh Knights, they're looking to join in on the fun.
4 cars also, thank you very much. For viewers at home, please do just what they are doing. Nova Monster Shield, they have a compound under their protection. There's no need to rotate out. And this is actually a really good location to defend because it's so open all around it that it's very hard to actually rush and overtake it. So it's all good, but we're going to see that, Kai Explosion coming on through from Matic, getting a few nice bit of damage on G7 from Pittsburgh Knights.
But only has a hollow.
He is pretty lonely too, which is not looking that good. And that's going to get those shots with the AKM. God damn. And he's just going to try and flush it away, and there it is. Seeming good. Extra bit of 10 and 17 damage, and that's going to be the end of Warfarine. And very unfortunate they split, and we were talking about it. It's not really that insane, valuable, and it can actually pull you down if it's not executed properly.
Okay, there's being split, but then there's being split, right? You know,
being split.
As in like being super split. No? Okay, didn't get that reference either. There's an ice cream called Super Split.
I think we'll banana split, but okay, that's cool.
Oh, banana split.
I was thinking of that way.
I wouldn't mind a banana split right now. Either way, and this game is going on.
We're down to subject every 10 seconds.
I know, it's like, it's okay, it's okay. We can do this, guys. We can do this. But the side of the ES, which is top esports, I really like where they have occupied themselves. It's in the open, but it's very high ground. One does have to ask is, do they have the loadouts? Do they have the guns?
That's going to be very important. Like loadouts, especially mid to long range, mainly long range. Car 98, Mini 14. Everything is so important like that when you can actually have it under your control. And if you're very lucky, an AWM could drop. But very, very rare drop happening on this match.
No, likes of a pump shotgun, you know? No, I joke.
Who plays shotgun?
Hey, you'd be surprised how it can work out. However, the side of Pittsburgh Knights, we do see they're knocking down a couple more members of Deformia. So Deformia not having the best start to Game 3. However, All Rejection Gaming had spotted one of the enemy teams around them. But this next circle shift, as I said, see, that's the thing. It's down south again. I told you, that's what can happen. It can only go inside the mainland in Phase 4. And look at the amount of teams that are clustered in.
That is just insane to see so many teams in such a small area on Miramar. And because also like a big amount of compounds, but they're not all taken over by.
And like, you know, we see the teams that are looking the most favoursome right now. Am I not surprised? Team Queso. Team Queso. So let's keep an eye on what they will be doing. But right now, RG Star, Aim Locker, one of their star players. We talked to them because he did speak a little bit of English. He was, on a side note, he's really happy to speak to us, in fairness, because we did Castle Wildcard region. So it was an honour to meet him and the rest of the team. But he was one of the standout players.
You know why? Because he did a 1v4 clutch going on through, though. A little bit of a fight between Pittsburgh Knights and Nova Monster Shield.
Well, more so inside of Nova Monster Shield because he's just being a running goose right now.
Just going to see if he can hit a few more shots to get maybe one member down. He does have that card protection, going to regen back up to 75% with that first aid kit. First aid kit's going to be so important to be on those long, during fights. So if you can try and get like 3 up your sleeve, that's going to be so impactful on Miramar.
True, but using one as early as 13 minutes into a game, that's not going to help your cause. It's not really going to heavily help yourself, but he's going to be able to survive. Of course, Omen Elite, they have 3 members clustered together, and that one scout right now is across the road.
You see what we were talking about earlier, terrain on Miramar. Even though they do not have a compound, this is a really good location to defend because you've got dips, ups and downs, everything you want and you're dreaming of. You can just regen back up into a dip, look aggressive, use third-person view to try and go over because you have no walls blocking your view. Which is absolutely awesome, though. Fight, here it is. RG starting going up against Kurt Squad. They know what's going on. The rush, looking for two angles with Kurt Squad. Yeah, where is his team? RG Star Team, aim locker. He did a 1v4 in the wild card. You're going to have to try and do it again, my friend. But it seems like they're taking slowly their time. Naruto trying to rush. Naruto style, but he's taking their time. He does use the utility. They heard that on Kurt Squad. Okay, they fear. They are scared of aim locker that's on his own.
They think it's a frag grenade, but it's a smoke grenade, so that's actually going to help aim locker.
Awesome.
It does push Kurt Squad back, and now AK from a distance on the tippity top of the hill will possibly look to join them.
They had just a few seconds where Kurt Squad could have maybe done something, take the high ground and got aim locker, but now look at that positioning. If they try to rush aim locker, they lose their defense position, they lose that compound and leave themselves open to taking damage from Xiaotan, AK, and Jingyong.
But 180 from Kurt Squad, he sees that in fairness, so he's actually taking shots towards the rest of RG Star. So right now, this is a bit of a Mexican standoff.
Mexican standoff coming on through, but it seemed like it will not last all that long. Xiaotan's taking a few shots right into his torso. He will be able to regen back up. He is good for the time being. M Locker can just see he's trying to snake his way out of it. Nobody saw me. He could try and use actually the dip on the mountain.
I was just going to say, he could actually go towards the dip that mountain and that would help him. I think he had 3 smoke grenades in his kit and that's all of them used.
Seems like he wants to stay. I can understand if he gets scouted out, he's going to get shut down pretty fast. They will have a really good ankle to take him over.
And the rest of their team still have an exit strategy, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But like I said, in Miramar, you do want to do your best to stick together as a 4-man team. And AK and Xiao Tian did take a bit of damage, so that's something they're going to have to be careful of. As Xiao Tian gets knocked down and fragged out, Kurt Squad looking strong in this game 3.
And that was a really good spray coming on through, and they instantly flush it away, not losing any single opportunity. And now it turned into a 3v4. Care Squad looking damn good in the process. But Aimlock is still, he is prone down. And if you never know why, I don't think they would do it, but if Kurt Squad, they take the weird decision of trying to rush, he's got the opportunity to fight them in their back, and then they just get sandwiched up by RG Star Team, shut down. Even a 4v3 can't shut that away.
Like, I know they're in the circle, both teams are in the circle, but I can't help but think on both teams, because there's no compound, right? There's no compound they're fighting over. If you're Kurt Squad and you're not going to flush onto RG, get out of there. And RG, if you're not going to be able to put it back in your advantage, get out of there as a 2-man team. Leave Aim Locker.
As you were talking earlier, like having 4 members defending like all the corners of a compound, that's just a prime example. This very small compound under the control of Team Top. They can defend it really easily.
Yeah.
And they got also a really big open area around it. So that's the like peak compound protection you're looking for on Miramar, and it's just almost impossible to breach.
It is like, I know there's a couple of buildings that Kurt Squad have, and that possibly can help them late game. But like I said, when you don't flush a team out, it can come to bite you in the ass, because you could have another team come in, third party, and next thing you know, you're out.
They're going to have to try and keep that in mind. As a Norwich, man, I'm so happy that someone actually got the name Naruto and didn't get taken away.
No, right.
And they're actually playing in an esports tournament. That's just awesome. But they're still trying to fight as long as possible. But now, like, it seems like they forgot about Aimlock. Yes, I am a weeb, I know. Thank you very much. I'm storming Area 51 next week, guys. If you want to join me, join my Facebook group, and we'll be ready to go for it, okay? Epic gamer moment. Epic weeb moment.
Epic weeb moment, indeed. But, yeah, it's circle shift.
Look at Team Kesso.
I know, right? I know, right?
I can't even find words. That is just perfect for Team Kesso. You couldn't dream for a better situation for Team Kesso to be in, because that fits completely their playstyle.
And we did see with that circle shift, a lot of it that shifted out of the circle was that water. So it means that on phase 4, it's not going to be as huge of a shift, in my opinion.
It's going to move up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to move up a little bit. And most likely will go towards that north side, of course, but it could go northwest, it could go northeast, still favoring Team Queso.
This is turning from a Mexican standoff to a Cold War Imperial.
Yeah.
And it's just taking absolute ages. Both teams not really wanting to take their fight. They are on the very edge of the circle, so the next shift might be the determining factor to actually force this fight from happening. So we're going to have to try and keep close eyes on that matchup. Though Omen still, they haven't moved, they don't have to. So
Well-
many teams have really good positioning, they do not have to really move all
But
that much.
look at it as well as the fact that there's not many trees in Miramar, but Omen Elite are under a couple of those trees, so that could really come into their favor because it's that little bit extra protection. They have the vehicles there as well for easy access, easy exit as aim locker. How the hell did he get out of there?
Oh, that's just such a good rush. Use that utility. After utility, using it that early on is going to be a little bit risky, but if it's super valuable, you're getting one player back from that. You could not ask for anything better. So that was definitely worth using those smokes.
Yeah.
And even if you have a little bit of a harder time, having an extra player will outdo any utility in the world.
Now, we do see Team Secret. They're outside the circle. They're on the deep west of the side of the map, but they are looking to move in. There's Omen Elite near them. Zute, most particularly, is on his own, and he's outside the circle, so he's going to have to look to move in on his own. And these teams, Deformia, Nova Monster Shield, Pittsburgh Knights, RG, as well, of course, Kurt Squad, very close together.
Look at that. The Knights of Pittsburgh, they're going to be fighting back a little bit against RG Star Team. Jing Hong going to be, unfortunately, shut down. I think it's safe to assume he's going to get flushed away. They do have a little bit of like grass and terrain to work with, but Wi-Fi has the information. He is locked and loaded, trying to shoot back, trying to get him killed. But he's pretty split from his team. Pittsburgh's Knight, they're actually pretty far behind him, so if he gets too involved, he might regret it right now.
Wi-Fi on the side of Pittsburgh Knights, he's known for always wearing a black bandana, and I've always wondered, what's underneath it?
His receding hairline.
Okay. I'm going to have to ask him that on the side now. But now we do see Top Esports and Omen Elite fighting over this area. Right now, it's a 4v2 situation in the favor of Top Esports.
That was almost a Kobe right there. That grenade just detonated a few milliseconds too early, and that did not quite work out. They're just trying to force away Omen Elite right now.
It's a good idea.
They had a really good location, and with that utility getting used up early on, might actually be a really bad situation to be in for Top Esport. But here it is. They get the location they were looking for. They pushed away Omen Esport.
No way!
Here it is. The car explodes and shuts down Mimo. Was going to be the first member, actually, of Omen Elite going to be taken away. And Top Esport, that was such a good, like, push.
Yeah, but it was always risky for Memo to get in the vehicle because, it's so, you know, slow, it's so slow, especially on that terrain. And it wasn't exactly one of the super fast vehicles. He could have used it initially and then got out of it to maybe distract Top Esports, but to get into it and try to get into safety on it directly, it wasn't a good call. But either way, they are still in this game with 3 players.
That is not a prime thing you're looking for on the side of Omen Elite right there. You can just get a little bit
What's this
scouted out.
phase for?
Look at this phase. Where's he going to go? Normally should shift away from... Oh my god! Right on top of X-Quest F. Are you kidding me?
Oh man.
And Team Top. Okay, this is a Chinese gold mine. And like just Asian gold mine as a whole. Like this is awesome for them.
I can't but kind of go like I feel bad for Team Queso. However, on a side note, you know what they're gonna do? They're getting in those vehicles and go on the coast. But when you have teams that were inside the circle and were around each other, Pittsburgh Knights, RG Star, you know, they're all gonna have to try and enter into the circle from the west side.
They're going to try their very best, but right now, Team IND, they're on the very edge. They're going to have to rotate out. They're going to have to cross a road. They're going to be potentially open to taking damage, and that will also be the case on the tippity top of that mountain right there. Team Secret also going to have to shift away, and that's going to be actually pretty soon. Only 1 minute left before the circle starts shifting. They're going to have to try and get those cars, start moving out as soon as possible.
Man, Zute, you can't help but feel that he's really not...
Struggling a little bit too much right there. Going to be shut down by the blue circle. Also got the Molotov. It just adds on and it's too much chip damage, easily shut down.
But now Team Secret.
That's the other side of the mountain.
It's the other side of the mountain, yeah. Well, not all of Team Secret.
It's kind of weird what they're doing Team Secret right now. They're leaving one member on his own. Forever alone. And I think they should try to group together. They got 30 more seconds. The clock is ticking. I'm trying to get that shot.
Now, Team Queso, they haven't gone as much to the coast as I thought, which I think is going to go up against them. They are heading very close to where Pittsburgh Knights are. We see it right now. They're a 3-man team. J7 is down to about 75% health. Wi-Fi and Monarch they're flushing and positioning around the other side. So right now, Pittsburgh Knights, in my opinion, actually have a fantastic position.
They split so much. They got 4 angles of fire, which is really good to stop the small engage by Team Kesso. And they're just going to try and take their time. Look at Wi-Fi. That is a really good position to be in. He's going to completely take them by surprise as you shift over to Monarch's point of view. And he's just going to be able to scout them from afar. Be the like mid-range sniper for his team. But they'll slowly get in there and look at Wi-Fi, just going to try and lurk his way in there. Grenade coming through. Oh my god, Kobe!
That's...
We're on top of Team Kesso and Marco.
Here's the good thing. It is allowing Team Queso to exit away. So that sacrificial lamb has come through. And the return knockdown onto Wi-Fi has come out. So Team Queso, they got one member knocked down, but they were able to turn it around. Not quite in their favor, but definitely not as bad as we initially thought.
You know what? I'm really surprised they didn't get punished more for that peel back with 2 members in 1 car, but now they have the high ground and they just turned that entire situation on its head, Imperium. And Team Kesso, even though Marco is knocked, he hasn't got flushed away whatsoever. They get Wi-Fi once again, 2 knocks in a row round side on top of his head, and he's going to be left for dead as this team is just going to completely leave. If we do have Marco give out that information that the Pittsburgh Knight left, they can maybe regen him even back up.
Yeah, we did see one member of RG Star go down to the play zone. No, it was actually a member of Team IND, apologies. But either way, right now, we are seeing the teams shifting up towards Phase 5 circle. As Scout Top is on a kill streak.
A one-on-one trade-off right now, losing 1 member each to turn back into a 3v3 for top versus Purple Mood right now. Purple Mood, they're not looking all that good, but top, that's going to be the same scenario for them. Remember, 1 by 1, and that's going to be top Esports. First team going to be, unfortunately, in this late stage of the game, taken away in 12th position. And now it's just going to be going faster and faster from here on out.
Yeah, the 4-man we saw go down in 13th place, so not a good game 3. They were not in a good position even right from the start. But View in a 1v1 against that member of Top Esports, coming out on top.
Not looking too good, getting sniped in the distance. And that's going to be a nice flush coming on through on top. Esport going to be also eliminated. That, as we said, in 11th position. And still on that, you have a few kills going a little bit everywhere. We still have 10 teams and 29 players. The teams now with 4 members are going to be that much more dominant in this stage.
Yeah, like, look at All Rejection Gaming. They're in the circle, and more importantly, once again, that circle is split between a road. So do you pick the north side? Do you pick the south side? There's no compounds on either side. There is a loot crate. Oh, sorry. There's a compound on the south side that PLM, Purple Mood, do have on their side. As X-Quest are now going to be on the opposite side of the circle, the west side, as we do see Nova Shield looking to really put out the feelers onto Indian Tigers.
Indian Tigers, you have Prince trying to get back to the safety of his allies to potentially get regen back up. But here it is. That's going to be Indian Tigers getting nice few shots on Team Kesso. But also, they're reversing the damage pretty nicely. But Team Kesso will be able to get out of there. That was pretty risky, I'm not going to lie. But they do make it out alive. But now they're clashing with another team, and that's X-Quest Steph. That's not what you're really looking for, but here it is. A clash has started. Axel going to be having a really bad spot. They're going to be instantly put on his knees. And X-Quest Steph, they have the high ground, which is so valuable at this section of the game, Imperium. And they're able to do a really good amount of work. But here it is in the distance. Oh my god, that spam was the Mini 14. Just doing so much work. Team Kesso also going to be having a really bad spot as they get shut down in 9th position. X-Quest Steph. Just, one team there, boom, boom, you're all dead.
Well, they're a 4-man team, right? They kind of had the high ground. They didn't have to worry about Team K, so they were a 3-man team. But the fact that Cool Boy was able to just return and put Team In on the back foot, but that's great play coming out from X-Quest. As Power Boy now looking for Nova Monster Shield.
That precision. They used a lot of utility this early on. There it is, the flash coming on through. Does find an extra kill. Power Boy, just an absolute beast of a player. I'm just becoming a very big fan of him very easily and very fast.
But see, again, like Purple Mood had the compound. They were able to fight off Omen Elite. But now they're outside the circle. Once again, it's still split between a road of north and south side. All Rejection Gaming, they have a quick, easy access into the circle. But
information.
Yeah.
Trying spam was the mini once again, not able to quite find it. Purple Mood, 2 members remaining. Going to be a little bit harder to defend this compound. It actually isn't even in the next circle, so they're going to have to move out. And XQuest, they're just taking their time, and they're going to be ready to shut them down if they do have to rotate inland.
Yeah, that's Nova Monster Shield. I was just going to say they're about to be eliminated, and yep, they got eliminated. XQuest F still looking so strong. Indian Tigers, we haven't talked about them too much. They've really yet to hit their mark, but right now they're in the top 5.
There you go. Pubg Knight, the last member, just going to be chucked away with that nice cook grenade. Purple Mood still looking really damn good. They had a good game on Erangel. Unfortunately, the circle was shifted away. So if the god of the circle is on their side, this will be feeling pretty good. XQuest F once again, they're looking really nice and healthy. And all the teams just around them, they have to rotate. And this is just a prime opportunity for XQuest to just pick up kills one by one. And here it is going once again. And Coolboy is not letting anywhere and anyone out of that safety net. So they're just going to pick the kills one by one and shut them down. And it's just like stealing
candy from a
kid. Yeah, or a baby. It's just so easy. They got such a good location to work with.
See, kids can run away, babies can't. So it's easier to steal candy from a baby.
Yeah, okay. True. Yeah, true. I will remember that one, Imperium. Thank you very much.
Thanks. No problem. No problem. Here to
Senpai,
help.
thank you.
Here to help. But All Rejection Gaming, they have the circle, right? Whereas the side of XQuest F, they don't. They have to kind of move in. And this could be a bit of a downfall of XQuest F. How can they get into that circle? Can they push him forward? We're down to 2 teams as Team Secret did get eliminated. That final member did such a great job. The good thing is that XQuest F have gone across that road.
They've gone across, and now they are trying to push them because they have the high ground, and they are playing with a dip that's going to be actually really hard to play with if you're on the side here. Here it is, a few grenades going back and forth. Paraboy going to be put a little bit lower than expected.
Now, the good thing is that XQuest have 1 extra player, so it is a 4v3 situation for them. So even if one member gets knocked down, it is an even keel between these 2 teams.
He's just going to try and chuck these grenades over. You never know, might get a kill. If you get a kill, you can just rush it, try and take the high ground, and just try and steal that win away with 7 players all around, still up and running. As mentioned, they have 3 members on the other side. XQuest F was still 4. And you can see the slowly but sure. Oh, no, okay, there it is. It started off XQuest F. They get the first kill. Well, first knock, but could potentially be a kill because no one's around to really help him out there.
Okay, this should be XQuest's opportunity. They should be pushing forward. They should be looking to flush onto Arjun all Reject Gaming. And this is going to be second knockdown. 1 member left. Match is ended.
That's going to be, once again, XQuest F. So who is it going to be that's going to take 2 chicken dinners in the game today? It was going to be this team from China, and they are just dominating.
As I do like to say, it's not how you perform in the current from a bad game. It's not bad. It's how you come back from a bad result, right, Maxman? So it's how you respond. And XQuest F responded from a bad game 2 with a game 3 chicken dinner and a beautiful 13 kill point game to follow it up. Great play by them. All Rejection Gaming coming in 2nd place. Only 3 kills though, mind you. Team Secret in 3rd place with 2 kills. But Purple Mood, they did great job.
Also Team Secret, they're the team that tried to really play the Team Kesso strat, just playing on the circle. On the edge of the circle, trying to throw him down and avoid getting scouted out. They did do that. He did die to the circle at the end, and it did work out.
As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be wrong, they were 1 player left with about 5 teams to go.
Yeah, that was it.
And he got his team onto 3rd place.
Only 1 member left really early on in that late stage, so they're really having a hard time. So it means that playstyle could have worked out, but Team Kesso, the way they were trying to shift back into the circle at that point, because they were always playing on the towards the south edge of the circle, and they tried to rotate in. At some point, there was just too many. As I said earlier, I do not think that's a play style that was really rewarding.
It's not that, and of course, we have the luxury of the perspective of where every team are. However, common sense a bit more tells me that, to be honest, Team Queso should have moved in from the east side as opposed to going more south to enter the circle. They should have gone more back up east to the edge of that circle because they had a lot more open train. When I say open train, as in no team around them.
Because the shift was like shifting from the down section to the highest section, so a lot of teams are also going to shift at the same rate as you. So if you just go where people are not expecting you, you can sneak your way in.
Yeah, I know it's easier said than done, right? Like, but I do think that you know, where they headed, it didn't pay off for them. Of course, they did get eliminated early on, but still, again, even though we're getting the same winner, some of these teams are starting to perform better.
That was it. Another game going over to ExQuest F, and we're going to have a little bit of more juicy information brought to you by Geo.
Okay, so I'm here with Jimmy from ExQuest F. Now, I have to ask you, the casters said that they thought this was the map that would go to Keizo from South America. How does that make you feel?
说这个彭树说的这应该地图应该是北美队会赢的，你感觉怎样？现在感觉怎样？赢了现在感觉怎样？
很开心，很激动。
He is excited and happy to KZ North American team. Yeah.
Okay. So, did you expect that at the end it would be between your team and the Japanese team, All Rejection Gaming, or did you think that was a bit of a surprise for you?
你们最后跟日本队 ARG All Rejection 里面打的那个对战你感觉怎样？
我刚追过决赛圈吗？
对。
因为
没在这边。
因为刚刚决赛圈，因为他们跟我们一样是一个反坡，然后所以我们刚刚就僵持了很久，然后我们打开了突破口之后，我们就选择就是强势去亲他们。
他们this thing as they are really on a very tight situation, but after thinking, they start to go attack anyways.
Okay, so two of the members of your team, Coolboy and Paraboy, are sitting in those top two spots for the amount of damage done of all of the players here today. Do you think that that is going to continue, or do you think there's a risk that they could lose that top spot?
他问说 ，Coolboy 跟 Playerboy 现在在榜2，1、2都是他们两个。你觉得他们接下来会持续在榜2，还是会有一个变数？
我觉得他们会继续保持的。
He's sure think they will keep on the top 2.
Okay, I believe it. Well, let's see what the casters think. Let's send it back to them.
Thank you very much, Gio, for that nice interview with ExQuest F. They've been doing absolutely awesome so far. If you're a Chinese viewer, ni hao ma, hope you're having one hell of a good time. It's a good time to be a Chinese fan.
Like, again, they just ooze confidence, right? And it just speaks for itself with those 2 chicken dinners. In the first 3 games, that's not a bad way to start, Max. And as Gio correctly pointed out, Paraboy and Coolboy really holding the top 2 spots of damage dealt.
Becoming a small fan right now.
Well, I was kind of highlighting. I do like their jacket as well. I do like the
where's your
swag
merch store?
Like, yeah, where's the merch store? You know, I wouldn't mind bagging myself on those, but it's just to see what they've done in the first 3 games is just so good, as we'll see. Of course, the highlights to remind everybody what happened in Game 3 in Miramar.
A very passive early, even though like the first not quite flush, it didn't quite happen, got the nut, but that was still a really, really good spray that early on with the UMP or the UMP. I apologize for that. But RG Star Team will say they were trying to get itself prone locations, but they just weren't quite able to find it. They were always in a passive fight and never able to like scout out for better locations to set foot on. And I think that's what like shut them down a little bit later on.
Yeah, it was. Now, 2 teams that were in the top 5 but didn't have a good game was Queso and Deformia. The European and South American teams, as I said, were holding a top 5 spot. I wonder, have the teams behind them caught up? Have the likes of Purple Mood Esports overtaken them?
Yeah.
I'd like to think yes. Now, it doesn't directly matter for now because we're only 3 games in, but when I talk about really creating that points difference, having a bad result like this, it is going to put the likes of Deformia and Queso under a bit more pressure.
Because at this point of the game, that's when you're starting to see the differences and the big batches of like really good teams and the teams that are a little bit struggling on this live event. They are starting to, you can really see a line starting to get drawn out, Imperium. So if you want to start potentially going over to the global stage, you're going to have to really start having good performances.
And we saw that first knockdown from Jimmy on XQuest, because of course we talk about Coolboy and Powerboy being top 2 damage dealers. Getting that first knockdown, whether it's 2 or 3 or 5 teams left, getting that first knockdown is a big thing. So we see the point results of Game 3 from 15th to 9th.
Okay, so I was wrong. RD Star Team didn't have a good Miramar games. I'm a little bit disappointed, but it's all good. Let's hope they can try and do better in the next few games. Deformia also, one team that was not expecting to be that far back, and a lot of teams, I'm actually pretty surprised of the overall leaderboards. Like Team Kesso, they're out in 10th. Like they had such a bad time at that late stage, whereas all their rotations until like the early to mid game were just spot on. Absolutely perfect.
It was a shame that they went out so early on, considering Miramar is their power map. But we see 1st to 8th after that Game 3, from that Game 3 should I say. Once again, XQuest, as you saw, coming out on top. Purple Mood 2nd place with 27 points, 11 kills. That is so juicy. Like XQuest and Purple Mood alone between the two teams got 24 kill points. 24.
They've been doing so good. Like, I think now we're starting to see like the pattern of Asia, Japan, China just getting high up there and looking damn good in the process. But here it is, the kill leaders, and that's a Jasper from a Purple Mood. They've been doing such a good game this time around, and their compound defenses, their breaches, their aggression has been just absolutely spot on.
Three of the top 4 on the kill feed are all XQuest.
We don't even have to talk about it. Like, people know.
It speaks for itself. However, damage dealers from the Game 3, Powerboy, Zooms, Jasper, again, credit to Purple Mood. Really great result from them.
I'm really happy to see what they did like that. Even like Game 2, when we won Erangel, they had a really hard time because the circle moved away from their compound of choice. And they can, even in these games, they can do actually pretty decent performances without like an insane compound to defend.
It happened in that other game as well, because they had the only compound in that phase, and then it shifted up northwards, and they got out of that pretty well. Of course,
they're learning.
Exactly, so they're evolving, they're learning. But this is a head-to-head between XQuest and All Rejection Gaming. Once again, there's no real comparison between 1st and 2nd in these games. XQuest F, 2,200 damage.
They were just playing so aggressive. Like, they picked so many teams out, and they at some point they were towards like I think it was the last circle, and they had like legit 3 teams at the same time harassing them from up north, down south, and on the east side. And they took all 3 of them at the same time and shut them down instantly, because that is just 100% because of their communication and their synergy, which is just such an important factor, especially for these Asian teams, and they just pulled it off perfectly.
So then we see head-to-head between Team Secret and Purple Mood, 3rd and 4th. Again, there's no huge comparison. So we're seeing that even though these teams on a placement point of view, you know, they're getting 3rd, but when you're only getting 2 kills, I do slightly think that it is down the line, it could go against you a little bit more. You want to make sure you're getting a couple more kills. Like Purple Mood, they got 11 kill points, even though they finished 4th. It gave them a total match point of 27 compared to 21 from Team Secret.
Definitely, like, kills are going to be still, even if it's just 1 point, you can't overlook it. It might just be enough for you to like jump from 6th position to 5th position, go to the global stage next weekend with all the like #1 teams of their region.
Even some of these teams in the regional finals that they played in, they were only like 8 to 10 points ahead of the team behind them. So it just makes it different. That over 12 games, that's like an average of one kill point per game.
So we have another head-to-head, that is Indian Tigers and versus Pittsburgh Knights. Is just pretty close, like 5th and 6th position all around. A little bit more damage output coming out from Pittsburgh's Knights, because they did have I don't know what I was saying there.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Pittsburgh Knights. I would like it. Yeah, feels good. But they had a compound breach at some point versus Purple Mood. It didn't go their way at all, and that's what really shut them down.
Like, you know, because we know, being involved in kind of European NA scene for these games, that there is a lot of fan base in those scenes, and I know they have a lot of confidence in the likes of Omen and Pittsburgh Knights, but we've yet to see them really come out in kind of a top 2 of a game situation. So of course, time will tell.
We'll have to see if NA can try and step it up an extra notch and maybe take their first chicken dinner in the Prelims PMCO finals right here in Berlin. Thank you for watching. We'll be back just after a very short break for some more Erangel action.
Lag and poor connections slowing you down? Speed up with Net Turbo and Center Turbo. Up your game with the Vivo V15 series. Vivo.
PUBG Mobile Team Deathmatch. Endless respawn, endless fun. There is a better choice.
are back right here for a small little piece of information and interview with two of the players that just happened to play last game. Purple Mood and Team Secret here on the couch with us in PMCO. We've got a bunch of questions for them.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations so far in this tournament. I want to ask, how are you feeling about being here, guys? You know, what does this mean to you? Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I'm very very proud because it's the first time to come to Berlin, and the Berlin is look very nice for me, and we are so happy.
Good. And yourself?
Yeah, so it's been a really long journey to make it this far here, and I'd like to thank our fans for your unconditional support. Really, thank you. And then also everyone who have helped us throughout this journey. It's been a lot of ups and downs. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm very proud to be here, to be able to represent our country.
Okay, so I got a little piece of extra information, especially for Team Secret for you. You guys tried to stay on the edge of the circle most of that game on Miramar. Didn't quite work out. In the future, in your next games, is that something you guys will maybe not do, especially on Miramar for tomorrow? Or are you going to try and stay on the edge of the circle like you do in most of your games?
It depends. We have to, after today is over, we'll go back and watch the replay again, and only we can come to a conclusion about whether we should change our strategy or should we stick to the same one.
Okay, that's
okay. So, you're 3 games in. You've got 9 more games left. There you go, expert maths. How confident are you of getting into the top 5?
I just play in my team plans, and not a special plan, not a secret plans, not everything. We just do it the best, because my team is my team think they can we can go through the grand final rounds.
Okay.
Thank you.
How about yourself? How are you guys feeling confident about getting maybe the top 5?
As of now, after the 3 matches, we are not in the top 5 currently.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, but I believe a certain degree of self-confidence is necessary.
Okay.
And I believe that we will be able to make it. I mean, we'll try our best. Yeah.
Good. I've got one final question. You kind of mentioned it. What would you like to say to the people who are watching you from your home country and supporting you guys? What would you like to say to them?
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่จากประเทศไทยนะครับที่เชียร์พวกเราแล้วก็ I want to thank you overseas from other regional that you support me and support us. Thank you so much.
Should I say it again?
Yeah.
So to everyone watching this right now, thank you for taking your time out to watch this and to support us. We appreciate that, and hopefully we won't let you guys down. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, guys, and just thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good luck in the games.
Best of luck with your next games. We hope to see you guys maybe into the global finals next weekend. But anyways, got a small little spotlight for one of the teams, and that is Team Top. How are they doing so far?
제 이름은 박성민이고요. 그다음에 28살이고 저희 팀은 이제 TOP 팀이라는 팀에 속해 있는 일원입니다. 지금 저희가 오게 된 이유는 이제 프레림 경기를 치르러 독일 베를린에 와 있습니다. 일단 저 포함해서 팀원들에게 정말 좋은 기회로 다가온 것 같고요. 그다음에 이제 독일에 온 만큼 열심히 해서 파이널까지 진출을 하고 그다음에 꼭 좋은 성적을 거둘 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 말 그대로 TOP 탑 입니다. 이번 경기는 저희 팀원들끼리만 왔습니다. 총 4명이서 왔어요. 올해 했던 직업은 이제 바리스타를 오래 했고요. 그다음에 이제 근래까지 하던 직업은 테일러였습니다. 게임을 하게 된 건 이제 지인의 권유로 인해서 접하게 되었습니다. 국내나 해외 많은 대회들을 봤을 때 이제 점수 계산하는 방법에 있어서 생존 점수가 많이 높더라고요. 그래서 그 점수를 많이 얻기 위해서 최대한 생존을 하고 필요한 교전만 하면서 게임을 진행했던 것이 이제 아마 올 수 있게 된 비법이 아닌가 싶습니다. 없습니다. 라이벌은 없어요.
And there it is, a little bit more information about Team Top. That has been doing okay so far in the tournament.
I instantly like him more because he used to be a barista, and I used to be a barista too. So, you know what? I instantly like this guys, and as we saw the fact that once again they have a female in the team, and there's somebody who is kind of representing that part of esports and that part of the community is a really big thing. And honestly, you know, I really hope that they do make it to the grand finals next week. They seem confident enough.
It would be cool to have a Korean team over there in the global finals
Yeah.
next weekend. But this is what marks the halfway point of today's broadcast. We are 3 games in, 3 more to go. Erangel ×2, and then 1 more on Vikendi. I can't personally wait for Vikendi. I can't wait to jump into it. It's my personal favorite map. I know a lot of people might not agree with that, but it's a really fun one to see. But
yeah, but you are French, so you know.
I know we like weird things like baguettes and croissants. So,
yeah, I know, and snails as well.
I don't like snails. I am ashamed. Okay.
But look at this standings, like X-Quest dominating the top spot, 90 points in 3 games. That's an average of 30 points per game, with a huge lead over second place, which is Nova Monster Shield.
Nova Monster Shield. They won game 2. There was on Erangel. Can they do it once again? Seems like they're very comfortable on that map. They were able to anticipate the circle really well, and that's what gave them that win. Eyes are going to be on this team easily, I think, but you can see like the top section of this leaderboard, just Asian. Full of Asian teams, and then in 5th position, Team Kesso lurking around.
I told you they were
the kill points. They are still there, lurking in the shadows.
I
Maybe
told you they were the dark horse. I told you they were the dark horse. They hold on to, but like here's the thing. This is what I talk about. They are in 5th place on 47 points, Maxman. Like Omen Elite, Team Secret, Indian Tigers. Like they're all within the 40-point mark as well. So there's really like kind of no difference. And even when you look at the side of Deformia, who's in 11th place, they're on 31 points. That's nothing. That's only 15 points.
And then you're seeing a bunch of teams that are really struggling. Once again, Kurt's squad, they only got 10 points. Team Top, they are... Even though last game, I think they did okay in their positioning. Like, just their 2 first games were just a disaster. I think it's okay to say that. So, Team Top, we're hoping they can do a little bit better right now. RG Star Team exactly the same. And it's just these... Now you're starting to see, once again, the line getting drawn over. And it's going to be harder and harder for these teams to get over
their way
that
back.
threshold.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Like, you know, again to reiterate, RG Star Team, you know, in the regional finals for the wild card, we saw them have a bit of a struggle where they weren't really featuring that heavily. It was a bit of a roller coaster ride, but at the end of the day, when it came to those moments, when it came to those final games, they came in and they pushed on through into 2nd place overall.
That's good. We're going to have to try and hope that they can now step it up, because they have a bunch of sessions up and down, and it seems like right now they started on a down. So eyes are going to be also on RD Star Team as they represent the wildcard. The only team actually of wildcard in this prelims right now. We did also have Nova Esports that went directly to the global stage. So I think it would be a really nice story to have 2 wildcard teams in there, but so far it's not looking so good for them.
Yeah, it would definitely be good, but I do want to see... I want to see these 2 NA teams step up to the plate. Both teams are outside the top 5. We've seen Omen Elite show a flurry of potential, but they've yet to really hit the mark that we know they can. And plus, that the rest of the NA community and the NA, you know, their NA supporters know that they can pull out. They know what they can do as a team. I know that, yes, of course, they have somebody in that is a somewhat of a last-minute replacement, but they have a lot of potential on their side. The side of Deformia, as you see on your screens, they're enjoying the moment. They're having a bit of fun. They're, they feel and look quite relaxed.
Because as I said when we talked to them yesterday, they're really confident and just having a fun time. It's just a group of friends coming over to a LAN event, trying to have one hell of a good time, and that seems like what they're here for, just for the nice story and the good times.
But they do have a lot of ambition. Again, talking to Orgon or David, they have a lot of ambition. They really have huge goals that they want to set. They're aware that this is their first live event. They are aware that this is the start of something big, and they want to make it even bigger, and they are going to look to make that happen as much as possible.
And one team that's going to have to try and search and go on the search for making bigger plays, better moments for themselves in these games, that's going to be Kurt Squad. Once again, last position. Well, not really. It is Team From Hell, but From Hell is not here, unfortunately. They are in last position. Kurt Squad, their gameplay style has been all over the place. They've been going from compound breaches to compound defenses, and it hasn't really worked out. I think that they're trying to adapt. I don't know if it's just me that's feeling that way or not, but they're trying to adapt a different play style than their own, and it hasn't been working out for them. In Middle East, I remember seeing a few of their VODs of their gameplay. They do not usually play like this. They play really confidently. Right now, they do not feel confident. And we talked about sometimes the live event stage just being a little bit of more pressure. It might be really impacting them.
It might be indeed. And as you look at this purple mood there.
Don't dab. Don't do it.
Don't dab. Please don't dab. Oh, the gunslinger comes in. See. Not only are his fingers ready, but he's game ready.
Okay, they're a fun team. I like them. They gotta try now on Erangel. They had a really good game on their first game on Erangel. They gotta try and work on their shifts a little bit better. I think they were a little bit late at some stage to anticipate the circle, and that's what cost them the game. They were still in second position, which is awesome, but when you're in second position, that means there's always something better that you can do, and just that reaction time late game to the circle might just be what Purple Mood need to actually come in and take the chicken dinner.
It definitely is, but once again what's more important on the side of Purple Mood, because they are third place, is that just they create that points gap between fourth and fifth. They need to create that point differential, because all it's going to take is one bad result tomorrow, should they have good results today but not good enough that they create a high point difference. All it's going to take is one bad result tomorrow and they can find themselves in 7th or 8th.
Like when you're in the leaderboard, just 30 points is so impactful that another bunch of teams are going to take those 30 points and just overtake you really easily, because so far we do not have 30-point gaps between close positions. So as you said, one good game and one bad game can change the entire leaderboards we have so far. It's insane.
It is, and because if you look at XQuest, like I said, they've 90 points in 3 games. That's an average of 30 points per game. When I talk about the averages per game to really kind of get into a qualifying situation, when I did my research based on the teams that qualified for here, the 2 teams that had pulled in strong performances were teams that got 26 points per average, but that was actually only for 5 games that they played to qualify for here. Whereas the rest of the teams were all between 22 and 19. With 30 points per game on XQuest, if they keep that up, we're going to see a monster of a result.
They're just running away with the lead at this point. Their average is 10 points above all of the main averages you see in the regional finals and everything. So they are just looking damn good so far, and I can't wait to see what they would actually do in the global stage. I'm actually really surprised to not see XQuest in the global stage right off the bat, by seeing what they've been offering us as gameplay so far. It's been great. So I don't know what happened, but they deserve to be there.
And that's the thing. This is what is exciting. Not to take too much away from the preliminary final, but yeah, this is kind of the somewhat the second best, right? We still have teams that are gonna show up next week in once again in Berlin on the global finals on the main stage. And we're going to see even better games from them. And the top 5 that qualify for that from these preliminary finals, I feel they're going to have to step up their game even more.
Definitely, there's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders. There we go. They are just relaxed. Now, waiting for the game to start. They are in the lobby. And wait. So, back to serious topic. What team do you think will take this second game of Erangel today?
Oh man, like that's a $64 million question, right, Maxon? In terms of
more like 2.5 million.
Like, hey. On a pure betting point of view, you gotta say XQuest. But then again, on Erangel, XQuest had their worst performance, so you can't discount that they can have another bad result, right? I want it to be one of the NA teams or Deformia, because all of those three teams, Pittsburgh Knights, Omen Elite, and Deformia, they all need to step up their game.
Yeah, a lot of the teams have to do that. And one region that hasn't stepped it up yet is they're like the Indian teams. Team Indian Tigers, Team IND. They have been doing, like, most of the time when they would go down is like mistakes. Like we had that like weird Erangel play of being around the what's it called, the shack, and that was a really weird moment right there. They also rotate into the circle really late, so I think that right now the Indian teams, they have to really step it up. I know that the Indian teams have a lot of support at home, and I think we even support them on the desk. We're hoping they're going to do a way better performance this time around, but it's just they don't seem like their normal like gameplay style, which is really shifted since what I saw on the VODs and on their streams.
Well,
and now
and even though I said that there's a chance that them being in their own studio back in India could be a bit of advantage if they are a huge fan of a live event situation, but if they are a fan of a live event situation and they play best in a live event situation, because the regional finals for India was a live event.
It was a live event, so they're used to it, but they're not here.
So that could actually be having a negative effect on their performance. It could be in their head that we should be there in person. And if I've a few words to say that, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter, because hey, look, the benefit and the joy of PUBG Mobile is that you can play anywhere.
You can play anywhere, when you want, with who you want.
Exactly.
That's
so
awesome.
It shouldn't matter whether you're playing from your bedroom, whether you're playing from a top of a mountain, whether you're playing in a little studio, or whether you're playing in a live event. You play your own game and you play to the best of your ability.
I think you might have connection issues if you play on the top of a mountain, but that's just me.
I'm sure most players have played on the toilet at some point as well, so
that's the best place.
It is the best place.
It is the best place to play PUBG. There you go.
You heard it here first, guys. Toilet action on the side of PUBG Mobile. It is the best place to play it. But yeah, it's definitely something that they need to get out of their head.
Definitely, that's going to be really important for these teams right now. One kind of playstyle I'm going to focus on. I've been talking a lot about this playstyle because that's something in the wildcard series that we didn't see all that much, but it's something that we've seen a lot today, and that is the fact of staying around on the circle, on the edge of the circle, a little bit out even of the circle if needed. Team Secret and Team Kesso, on Erangel, Game 2, they stayed really, really close to the edge there, and they got really far into the game. But they got shut down early on because they did not have a compound. I think that now what they have to do is adapt that playstyle of early game to mid game. You stay on the edge of the circle, then you start looking for compounds, because that's way more valuable. Compound plays are way more valuable on Erangel than any map.
Well, yeah, you're dead right, especially because compared to, let's say, Miramar, where you have a lot of dips in the hills that you can cover behind, there's a lot more open field. Yes, you have the trees that can play in your favor on the hill areas, but there is a lot more openness, so getting that compound in Erangel is ever so important. When you mentioned the likes of Team Queso that like to hold the edge of the zone, like I said, on Miramar, they were doing that, but when they did go into circle, they went in it from essentially the direct south area, where they should have gone towards the east and angled in through there. What has kind of surprised me, even though it's somewhat of a normal thing, look at that boy, my boy Aimlocker from RG Star Team, and one thing that has kind of surprised me is the amount of teams that have gone deep into the circle and has created that kind of cluster of teams clogged up. And when you see the circle shift that we've seen on a couple of these games, it can kind of go against them. So I would say if you're going to go into circle, in my opinion, don't hold the dead center. Hold kind of in between the center and the edge of the circle.
But the reason for that is we have so many Asian teams, and that is like the kind of meta and what they always that's what they play by, is going in the dead center, stop teams from rotating. But if you have to rotate away from that circle, you're going to have a few teams go down in the process. So it is like both play styles are valuable depending on the shifts of the circle and the map. But we saw like a amount of success from both sides. It just depends on how adaptive you are in every single scenario that shows up to your front door.
Man, showing up to your front door indeed. We do see these teams are ready. The lights are down, the atmosphere, the players are loaded in. Erangel, game 4 of game 6 today is coming your way.
I just can't wait to see who's going to take it home. Will it be Nova Monster Shield? Once again, 2 games on Erangel going their way. We'll have to wait and see in just a few more seconds. Here we go, game 4 loading up. And where we are dropping, boys.
So we do see this playing trajectory is somewhat towards the west side of the map. So it is favoring teams that like to drop in George Pool. Remember in the first game of Erangel, what 2 teams did move and go towards North George Pool? It was, of course, Omen Elite and I believe Top Esports.
I think that was the case, yeah. I think there was definitely Omen.
Yeah,
definitely Omens. They just went up there, did a 2-man split, and tried to have a good location to work with. They got a nice amount of loot. It was a little bit harder later on where they have to rotate in the circle. It was very punishing. Unfortunately, with the playstyle and the ambition they were working with, it was actually coming from a really good place. So I did really enjoy that kind of move from their side. But here it is, the team started to drop, and X-Quest F always dropping pretty hard normally. But are they going to go Pachinki? Doesn't seem like it. They're going towards the west side right now. And it seems like we're having a little bit of a copy-paste and repeat of what happened earlier. And also, that game on Erangel earlier on game 2, Purple Mood did also drop pretty high north. And it seems like they're going for that again and easily set themselves up in that location.
Told you. I'm an elite in Top Esports.
Although we're going to have Team Secret.
I was actually right for once, in fairness.
Team Secret, Team Kesso, going for the same kind of location. They got the same kind of play style, so I think they got the idea of going for Primorsk, staying on the edge, rotating inwards. That's what they do. That's what we're used to so far. And actually, more than one team this time around going to be going over to military base. That's going to be 3 teams as Nova
I think one member of
Monster?
Nova Monster Shield has maybe had a bit of an issue, but let's see what happens. Either way, I want to see what this Phase 1 circle, will we get a military base circle? Will we get an Area 51 of these teams searching for the aliens? I can pretty much tell you that it's going to be a military base finish. Thank you, PUBG Mobile gods.
Thank you. I am so happy. When we were casting Wildcard, I was always just waiting for military base. I had 1 military base ending in all of the Wildcard series.
Okay, so let's look at it now. Okay, we've got to look at it. These teams have got to move in.
They're really okay.
Okay.
They see me rolling. They hate it, especially Team Secret.
Did you see his beat this horn after he got that kill? That is ultimate troll. So that's first frag going over to Team K, so it's going to help them. But you got to look at these teams. They've got to move into military base as quickly as possible. You've got 2 options. You either move in super early or you move in super late. As in, when I say super late, as in Phase 2 Blue Zone late. Because, in my opinion, anything in between, you are going to get absolutely cooked.
You know, 2 teams are in a really good situation. That's Nova Monster Team and Nova Monster Shield, sorry, and also the side of Team Kesso that started to rotate towards the bridge. And that bridge area, especially the west one, if you can defend that, so many teams are going to try and get towards the location. It's a really good place because especially the west bridge has a compound right next to it and a really good high ground location. If you can work with that this early on and have really good high tier loot, even up to long range weapons such as the Kar 98, you can be just an absolute beast of a team on this game 4.
You can be. We do see Deformia. They found a vehicle in Rosshok. They need a good result, so if I were them, I would go into military base as quick as possible. You see Nova Monster Shield, you talked about their position. It's pretty strong. RG Star are near them, so it's something they're going to be careful of. If I were Team Secret and Team K, so I would get into a boat, or 2 get in a boat, 2 get in the vehicle, and make their way to military base that way.
Definitely, that's what I should try and focus on. Also, you got a compound next to the West Bridge inside of military base, so that would be a really good location. It's not taken over because the main military base is taken over by Team IND, and then you have Novo on the east side taken over by Team Top. Yeah. That means that the 2 main compounds with all the loot from this area is taken over. So you're going to have a hard time. After it is big enough, Like, military base is big enough to have, like, up to 2 teams, 3 teams even, maybe. But, like, when you're not dropping there already, and the team's already locked and loaded, it's going to be really hard to push inwards and call it home.
Yeah, you're dead right. You're dead right. I want to know how salty Purple Moody Sports are with that circle.
I got to say also, Team Kesso, they did exactly what I said, got the boat, got military base, avoided the bridge because the bridge, not getting really gatekeep. Like, you got RG Star Team and Nova Monster Shield that could go there and set that as their main location, but seemed like no one is really going for it right now.
No, not going
Maybe
for it
RG?
right now. Let's see what happens. Right now, we're looking at All Rejection Gaming. They've had some somewhat consistent, decent performances, yet to really hit a high mark that we would like to see them kind of showcase what they can do overall. They've had some good kills that have really kind of helped them in terms of the overall placement. They're in Yasna and Pollyanna, and the good thing is that as they move down south, they can actually go towards the east side bridge because nobody is on the east side of the map.
That is going to be a location that I think a lot of teams might be looking towards to try and call home right now, but they do not have the information. Once again, they do not know if there are teams that are set in those locations, so it would be a risky one. Also, you're going to have a few teams that are up north. You're going to have to try and rotate towards the circle, because if it goes in military base, it's going to be extremely punishing for the likes of Team Omens, Team Purple Mood. Right now, going to have a few shots fired between RG Star Team and Team Kesso towards that bridge area.
Oh, man.
It is a nice grenade cooked up on top of Axel. Going to be putting him knocked, but now another rush on the other side. RG Star Team, that is how you do a compound breach, ladies and gentlemen. Getting 2 angles, overwhelming them with sheer power and destruction, and taking it home.
Plus, using the grenade to get that first knockdown, Max, it's so safe. And it gives you a man advantage because they didn't actually know how many people were in that compound. There could have been 4 people. They didn't know, so to still rush in after that one grenade knockdown, it just shows how confident they are. I do feel a little bit sad because I love both of these teams and I want both of them to do well. So I'm a little bit kind of salty, but either way, this game goes on. This game goes on indeed.
So I was talking about the high ground compound towards the bridge area, and it seems like it will be under the control of Indian Tigers. I think that's a really good place to work with.
Yeah.
Just hoping they don't give it away, because there are a lot of teams storming around right there, so they've got to be really cautious, have the eye on the trigger, and shoot if needed. But because 2 other members actually are split, Indian Tigers going for a split kind of playstyle, I don't really agree with that.
Especially when it's a military base finish. Now, I have no problem with it being a 2-2 split to enter into military base, but up until that point, it is risky.
Defend the bridge with 4 members. That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
You see, that's what I mean also by the Indian team, like especially Team Indian Tigers, like not playing to their playstyle. I would never see them do that at the live finals in India. But here it is, though. Nice shots fired coming out from Deformia. And they're trying to get together. As we said, they're trying to get together. I understand. Thank you very much, Indian Tigers. They maybe heard us in the heads and they did what we just said. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and that's something that that made sense for them to do, because the 2 members were low in health, that they have to try and stick together as a full squad. XQuest start off their quest. See what I did there? To get another chicken dinner.
In chat. The quest of the F.
So Zute does get taken down though on the side of Omen. That does put them down to 3 players. So that's something they're going to be aware of.
Omen in the background moving around this compound under the control of XQuest. I think this is a really good place to work with. You got the coastline of the water behind you, so that means you're not going to get dived on by behind. So you got only 180 degrees of land to work with here to defend. And XQuest, they can work with a 360 degree, but if it's halved, they're going to have even more pressure on that front line, and they can just stop anyone from diving and engaging on that compound.
Yeah, exactly, and it's something that that will really kind of play into this game right now. Like we saw Nova Monster Shield, they're not a military base, they're actually choosing to hold Ferry and Pier on their own. That's kind of a good thing, but it's something that could go against them as all of these teams look to make their way into military base, and as this Phase 2 and Phase 3 comes up, it could not really bode well as Team IND and Indian Tigers come together.
You can see there's a big cluster of teams towards that west bridge. So a few of them are going actually, okay, we don't need to. We're just going to go all through the water or on the east side. You can see some teams rotating towards the east location, especially Kurt Squad, also
and
the Knights.
And here's the thing, like, again, kind of common sense. The plane trajectory was on the west side of the map, yeah? So common sense tells you most of the teams would have landed on the west side, as in they wouldn't have gone that deep north. So if you're going to enter into military base, 9 times out of 10, most of the teams are gonna be on the west side. So there's plenty of space on the east side, and we had vision on what Team Queso did. They've now gone onto the east side of military base because they know that common sense says there's going to be little to no teams there. It's brilliant thinking.
But there's already Rejection Gaming that actually rotating that way too, so we might have a clash of these two teams though.
Yeah.
Team IND and the other Indian team, Indian Tigers, they are going to be slowly clashing back and forth, but that was the scout of Team IND, so you want to leave, you saw there was a 4-man squad, you can't 1v4, at least I think. So don't take the risk, just go home.
You never know. You never know.
I would love to see, I would love to have a 1v4 clutch here.
Could pull out an aim locker, you know? That's what I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it an aim locker, a 1v4.
Still Prince towards that bridge location right now, underneath the bridge to be completely exact. And Team IND now trying to get together. I do appreciate that. They have the compound. They're just going to try and stop Indian Tigers from getting a prime location to work with. And that is a really smart play, really reactive, really nice. Done here. This shots fired coming out. Where's that Scar L? Almost taken down Carry, not able to quite get that finishing blow. He's trying to run through, gets the rock just in time and gets thrown down. M24 shots. Gonna try and get a nice bit of bolt action. But playing really defensive, not really wanted to give their location, but they can't get away from this. There's no way.
Well,
unless they go around, but even the circle's going to move against them. Like,
if they have the smoke utilities, they can make a smoke wall. Well, hey, look, if it means you survive later on in the game, you kind of have to do that, right, Maxon? Yeah. So what they could do is they could create that smoke wall and then actually make their way around the other side of the bridge and go upwards, and then they'll be safe from the side of Team IND.
I think they're going to have a hard time regenerating back up Marvi. Yep. I think it's safe to assume he's going to die. And he will turn into a 4v3 for Team IND. There it is. Got taken away by the Scar L push. And it is pretty passive.
Yeah, it is pretty passive. Like, see, the good thing for Indian Tigers at the end of the day is that they're inside circle. So the hope for them, because they're underneath the bridge, Maxon, the hope for them is that they can stay there and another team will third party Team IND, and that will give them a chance to exit.
That might be the opportunity they're looking for, so they're just got to try and take their time, hoping that the circle doesn't shift away from their location, but here it is. Getting that coming on through. Not really working out there. The high ground there is so valuable with that third-person view. Can actually spot out Prince.
Yep.
Get in and out, but he has the information also around there. Grenade. Will he get the double?
Kobe?
There's a hard opportunity. He's cooking up the grenade. Here it is. Got regen back up. The grenade coming on through. He's going to kill him right away when it knocks, and here it is. Boom. Another one coming on through, and now it's the engagement pulled the trigger by Team IND. Getting 2 members down, and they can just look for the flush, look for the engage. You only have 1 member remaining, and that is Team Prince, as we've seen his POV right now. And he's just in such a bad spot, and here it is. The third-person view on that high ground is just going to be so impactful. 2 Indian teams fighting up against each other. Team IND coming out on top.
Purple Rain not paying off for the side of Indian Tigers, as they will have to reset themselves for Game 5. But this Game 4 is going to continue on as IND looking for more action, looking for more kills as the formula make their way through the coast.
Going to try and reposition ASAP, but Team Omen's Elite, then the distance.
Yep.
I keep wanting to say Omen's Esport. I don't know why.
Oh, is it because Omen's as a men's? Is it men's esports? Did you just assume the gender of that organization? That is terrible. It's 2019.
I apologize. I didn't think about what I was saying.
Maybe Omen Elite identifies as an Apache helicopter. You know, like that's. It's terrible. But either way, Pittsburgh Knights, they're going for a swim. I talk about it, how exercise is an important part of staying active and having, you know, good good reactions, should I say. Pittsburgh Knights, you know, getting that swim.
They're trying to get towards the mainland right now. Omen still, they do not have really a compound under their control. But here it is. They're going to lose one of their members, actually. Not looking too good. Only 2 more remaining on their side. And not so good start. They were playing from very high north. They went to George Pole, and now they rotated inwards. And that is, at this stage, because it's such a closed-up area, military base, you were going to have a hard time getting in the circle.
And again, considering like both teams are in need of a good result, you know, for one of them to kind of come out on top, that's really going to help them. As Pittsburgh Knights, they're swimming their way across towards All Reject Gaming. But the thing is, do they expect that? Are they going to see it? I know when you are in the water and when you go underneath the water, even if you get shot at, you're still going to take damage.
And also if you get knocked, you instantly die.
Yeah.
So there's no second life right there. So All Rejecting Gaming, they have an opportunity to take a team down, and I think that's one opportunity they have to take to try and get back up into the high sections of that leaderboard. But it's still, a military base ending is so central. You want a military base, this is a perfect thing to work with, and I'm absolutely in love with this fourth game, Imperium.
Or are you gonna take it out for a nice
dinner?
dinner?
Yeah, probably. We'll go for pizza, something like that.
A bottle of wine, and see where it goes from there.
Yeah.
So
like a plan. Want to join us?
Okay. Are we going to have a military base threesome? Anyway, keep it PG, boys and girls. Keep it PG. But Team IND, great spot coming out from no out, as he is going to try and fire those shots off towards XQuest.
If you didn't know what spraying was, this is what spraying is. And applying a lot of pressure on XQuest F as he's trying to rotate in the circle. And as you said, if you're a late bloomer, you're not going to have a good time to get in that military base area, especially when it's gatekeeped by this team. He has a Car 98. You peek your head, you are a goner.
And that's what I talk about. Like, if you're going to go enter into military base, you either do it super early or you do it super late. And what XQuest are doing is they're doing it in between, and it's not working out for them for now.
And also just the location he's working with is actually really good, and XQuest are just going to be, seems like they're being pretty respectful and just leave in. Here it is, another bunch of spray with that Scar L. From out OP, not really going to connect all that many bullets. And they actually get a bunch right there on one of the members. Cool Boy will make it out alive, barely but surely. And I think that now just take a boat, go in the water, do something like that, but you can't make it through the bridge. There it is, they're arriving.
Talking about making it through. J7 has taken a bit of damage. Wi-Fi is swiftly behind, but they're trying to enter into Nova military base without any trouble, but All Rejection Gaming, they know where they are.
Here's the grenade going to be cooked up. Is it going to connect on top of Jaeger? Not quite, unfortunately. Actually, at least not a kill. But it seemed like they've had the information. Monarch is pretty low. He does have the boat, but he can't really use it for himself. Here it is. He's got on the mainland, and here it is. He can fight back, but not for too long. The D-Day didn't really work out. The Americans are going back home. Feels like 1945 all over again.
Pearl Harbor, Either way, I don't think Jagger actually expected him to peak that early after firing shots on towards All Rejection Gaming. So what is interesting is, what is this next phase going to give us? What is it going to show up? Is it going to shift north, south, east, west? It's quite central. It is definition of military base finish. Area 51, my boy.
Okay, I'm getting too hyped right now. I'm loving this. I'm loving this so far. And here it is. Oh, yes. Deformia, though, they're looking in a really bad spot. Because they are in the same location earlier where Indian Tigers were, and they got shut down. They're under the bridge, and the circle's rotated away, so they're going to have a hard time getting inwards. But one team that's looking really good is Omen's Elite. They're in the dead center.
Yeah, Omen Elite, they are looking pretty strong right now. I've got to give credit where credit is due to Pittsburgh Knights. They've been able to get into the circle. They've been able to get into military base with generally relative ease, to be honest. As XQF, they're still outside the military base, and
they can't get there.
They're pinched.
They're in the really big pinch right now, Imperium, and as I said, the only way to get in at this point would be through the water. Yeah. But look at that timer before the next circle closes up. 1 minute 30 seconds. That is a ticking bomb for XQuest F. And if they don't react now, they will get taken away. And once again, Erangel will be their dark map where they can't take a win.
But here's the thing. I actually think it would be wise for him to wait until Phase 3 shift shows up. Because even if they're taking blue zone damage, in my opinion, it's still safer than looking to going into the bridge compound now. But they're pulling the trigger. They're taking the punch. 2 members are going across the bridge.
It is, though. or Rejection Gaming on the move, but a lot of members in one car, and I know that I do not like that. But they have been scouted out a little bit of shots back and forth. They will be good for now, but still, that doesn't explain why you are doing this. That does not. I will not forgive you for this.
Purple Mood, they landed deep north, remember, and they've been able to get into military base on the east side of the coast with no issues.
Careful there. Omen's elite. We only have 2 members remaining, so if you're picking a fight, you've got to be really confident about that fight. But Nova Monster Shield in the distance. Bixia going to be taking his time. Kurd Squad, also one of their members, just going to be rushing on through. And X, you can just see the pinch is just not looking good. Deformia going to be losing their member that was stuck under the bridge.
Yeah.
Still a few members remaining.
There is now XQF. They're not ones that back down. So they're kind of taking this fight against IND. And like, right now, they are heavily losing it. And sometimes, and here's the thing, like, again, of course, there's a reason why XQF are first place overall, that they're getting the chicken dinners. But I kind of feel that you have to make the calculated play.
The circle is closing up, and now you can see XQuest. They just have to do something. They have to rush.
Yep.
But they're going to have to be careful because you might see them get deleted by Team IND in just a few short seconds, unfortunately. Back now to military base. Team Omen's elite. They have a really good location. This building here is so good for scouting. You just got 360 degrees, actually, vision from that second floor. If you can use that to your advantage, even if you only have a 2-team up and running it, you can still scout the entire area super easily.
Now, see, what is going to be interesting as we do see Team In, once again, they're staying inside the blue zone. They're hungry for those kills, right? They don't care. They'll take the little bit of tick damage so much. Exactly. If it means putting XQuest under more pressure and hopefully taking the top team out, as you did see one of them actually going into the vehicle and going over the bridge into the water.
I'm okay with that. I'm really surprised that Team IND gave up so easily that location. They were the one that were holding the bridge. Even if they had to take damage, they would have been fine in my opinion. But Team IND, they're just leaving XQuest at it, and they can potentially come back from that game. They have so many locations to break through up to north to the west section. It's so good.
Talking about so many locations, usually when we see a military base finish, it actually kind of ends up in the fields or outside a military base. This is a military base. This is a true military base finish. So what is that going to tell? You're going to have compounds. You're going to have the crates inside the military base. You're going to have the little those little tiny compounds. Yeah, you're going to have the kind of those 3 main military buildings is going to play a big part.
It's going to be so important. Team Kesso and the Knights, Pittsburgh Knights, just going to be taking their time trying to rotate inwards. XQuest now, they are starting to have casualties on their side, but they are able to rotate in. They are in the circle. They are in the safe zone, at least for now. And they are, at least they survived the hardest, which I was not expecting, so they did a really good job with what was given to them.
Yeah, in my opinion, such a dangerous play what RG started doing. They're going in towards Omen Elite. What is Seagull going to be able to do? They're going to be pound out. The smoke grenade is going to fly out. RG looking to really invade right now as the nades come out.
They're trying to smoke out the area to try and slow down or completely even stop that rush from RG Star Team, because they only have 2 members. They know they can't really pick that fight. So they just want to try and slow things down and try and maybe have an opportunity where another team will pick RG Star Team and actually save them from a certain defeat.
Like, we know what RG Star can do in a compound rush, right? We know how well they are kind of positioning around an opponent and around an enemy team. Gotta give credit to Seagull in particular, and of course the Omenly team Memo. You know, they did so good to react by throwing out the smoke grenades. It completely puts RG in their place.
Still, nothing's going to really happen here. Just both teams smoked out. And RG, they have the lower section, so they can maybe share this compound, you know, just like have a little bit of a collaboration coming on through. Because I think that both teams don't want to really commit to this. And I don't even think the RG Star team has the information that Omen's is only 2 members.
That's true.
If they know, they would maybe play really aggressive, but they have no info about that.
Now we do see Team Seeker or Rejection Gaming. They're on the edge of military base in terms of where the planes are.
Team then all rejection gaming. Sticking really close together, but this is an area, military base, that is not that good to be in because you only have a really open field to go through if you want to get to the main building. So this is going to be really complicated for all rejection gaming and Team Secret all together. So they've got to be very aware and cautious of their next move if they want to try and go for it. But this is just now really cold war going on through. XQuest F, they were able to get in the next circle, so okay, they're fine. They 100% survived that. I'm really happy to see that coming on through.
Okay.
So you still have 14 teams. It's such a small area because there's so many compounds to share. I am loving this.
But here's what's interesting. Even though I mentioned compounds and crates, it has kind of ended in an open field part of the military base, right? It has ended with the land area where the rejected planes are, so to speak. There's still compounds in place. There's still compounds in favor, most notably where Omen Elite are at, as well as RG.
RG, they're still trying.
Yeah.
They're not giving up quite yet. But I think that now the amount of utility is gone. I think they do not have any more. Can see there are way less smokes right now. And this might be the opportunity that RG Star Team were looking for to finally compound rush this, as Team Secret and All Rejection Gaming, they're outside of military base and they are fighting it out, and only one of those two teams will make it in.
And then you also have the side of Team Top that are in the building right beside them. They're just biding their time. They're just holding their own. But Team Secret, they look for all rejection gaming, and we do see one of them knocked down. Smoke grenade is going to fly out on the side of Planet just to try and get that revive up.
Yeah, if you can't get the revive, it's actually going to go back to 3v2.
No.
It's a 2v2 right now. Here it is without the grenade. It was, but a little bit too far, unfortunately. And one member in the distance, Sarah, not able to really give that much, but it's a different angle that can actually be really useful. And Purple Moon, though, in the distance, they're trying to rotate. They want a piece of that meat and trying to get involved in this skirmish potentially.
Oh
but here
my
is the rush
God!
coming on through from RG Star Team, looking aggressive, but really well defended by Omen's Elite. But they will have Seagup put down, and this might be the fight that RG Star Team are looking for. But they have two members knocked away, and here it is. Aim Locker looking for the engage. Mimo able to regen back up to 75%. He has the AK looking for the engage, trying to stop the regen back up from their members, trying to spray as much as possible, but he's a little bit too scared right now. He's going to try and back off. Not ready to commit, but that is still a really good defense from Omen's Elite. And here it is, looking for the rush. He has a few members knocked. Not able to flush them quite yet. He did have a Molotov coming on through. That was actually thrown out by RG Star Team, which is actually dooming his own team.
Well, there was always a chance he was going to go down anyway, and that Molotov cocktail did push Memo out a bit, so I actually agree with that.
They were taken away. They were actually eliminated.
Wow.
Omen's Elite doing an absolute god play right there.
Wow.
Their compound defended 2v4 versus RG Star Team. They did not have the situation going their way, and they just did an absolutely awesome move. I got it. Okay, you wanted NA to step it up. That's what they did right there.
Memo in particular, nothing against, you know, the other player.
He's still playing aggressive. He's going for it. I got nothing to lose at this point.
Like Seagood did a great job initially, but Memo to get that first aid kit off, right, to put him up to 75 health, that's what made the difference. And RG, sorry, they didn't push it enough. But either way, we're seeing this come out. Kurt Squad get eliminated in 11th place. Suddenly we're down to 28 players and 10 teams, Max, man.
Just as I said, same joke as earlier, but Thanos, half of the players just instantly gone off this Erangel map, Imperium. And it's now moving away from the compounds, actually. You see the next circle on the top right of your screen. There are only a few amount of buildings, so now this is the point of time. This is the tipping point where these teams are slowly going to be taken away. But XQuest F still on the quest for that chicken dinner.
Oh, my lord. We see Top Esports, Team IND come together. Top Esports hold the edge of the blue zone. Team IND hold their position as they stop Top Esports from getting into the circle.
Deformia, they were one of the first teams to set foot in military base, and they're one of the first ones to leave it as they were taken away. And now Nova Monster Shield out in 9th and not looking too good. They took the last chicken dinner on Erangel. It seems like that will not be the case this time around.
No, you know, like, we've got to talk about the kind of teams down the south. Like, you have Pittsburgh Knights, you have All Rejection Gaming, who took out Team Secret, if I'm correct, and you have Purple Mood Esports.
This is still looking pretty damn close. A few teams having to rush in. All Rejection Gaming there. That's the end, in my opinion. So that's a really good angle. Purple Mood, I don't know what they're really doing right here. This is really weird play from them. Paraboy going to get 5 kills for himself. Nicely done. But look at that, it's the angle given over, and that's going to be one of their members taken away on all rejection gaming. Here it is, it's a cluster of teams fighting all up against each other. Only one will come out on top. Unfortunately, XQuest looking damn good and getting a few nice flushes away. But Top Esports actually having a really good location to work with.
Yeah, look at Years and K-Save. They're actually on the other side of that wall though, where XQuest do hold. However, XQuest, yes, they've got the cover of the walls, but they've still got plenty of teams around them that could put them in a bit of a sticky situation. However, Powerboy, he's leading on to it. We do see Top Esports, they've now actually gone to the edge. Can Jimmy find a couple of kills?
Yes, he can.
Here's taking a bit of damage. KSR gets knocked down.
Jimmy on an absolute beast of a kill streak. 3 kills going his way so far. Maybe they're looking for more. As all rejection gaming, the circle was their downfall, and it will be going out. Same for Purple Mood. Damn, so many teams getting taken away by the circle. Only 3 teams remaining in Prelims with 10 players all around.
XQuest have 11 kills already. 11.
Do you see that?
11
the
kills.
bad spot they were in earlier was that bridge against Team IND, and they just flipped it on its head in just a snap of a finger, and they're just doing absolutely awesome, and they are running away with the lead today.
That is ridiculous. You give them an inch, they take a mile. And that's exactly what they're doing in this Erangel game. Are they redeeming what happened on game 2? Are they increasing their lead in the top of the table? Are they showing these teams how it's done? Right now, that's exactly what they're doing.
I'm just in absolute awe that they turned that bridge situation into this. Into just like the prime situation. But still top. Oh, I'm talking about it. AKM from top is going to be taken away. And that grenade! XQuest just going to be shutting them down, putting it about, like right now down to 2 teams. And Top Esports taken away now is only Team Top remaining versus XQuest, and the circle is moving against them. Out of 4 games, this might be 3 chicken dinners going the way of XQuest.
Oh, no, Sanji Min does get knocked down onto Cat. That puts him down to 3 players. This could be a bit of a chance, but a fantastic knockdown coming down from Cool Boy.
Here it is. They're looking for the rush, trying to get into a better location, trying to get behind that wall to try and regen back up. A few of their members, like Alice, if he can regen her back up, that would be awesome. But a grenade coming on through. Will this be the Kobe grenade they were looking for? Almost, but not quite yet. AKM was also regened over there, so even if it did, it wouldn't be the end. Grenade not quite working out. But XQuest, they are making me lose my mind. But here it is, shots fired back and forth between Cody. Nicely done, really good angle despite not having the high ground. But he's trying to regen back up. Alice, getting 2 members would be really good. XQuest left still 4 members. Only 3 there. I thought there was another one on the right, but here it is.
Okay.
AKM getting really close. A grenade going to be cooked up. If you can chuck it at the right angle, they're really close together. Will it do some work? Here it is! He gets 2 down! This is absolutely perfect! Top, you can go for it right now. That's a 1v2 scenario.
Alice,
here it is.
He's going
Alice
for
gonna
it.
go for the right, trying to get the upper hand. He does get shut down in the process. Powerboy turned into a 1v1 scenario, trying to get that AKM kill. Can he get it? Yes, he can! XQuest doing it again!
Man, what a finish that game. I was not expecting XQuest to be put under that much pressure. We saw Top really putting out all the stuff to try and keep themselves alive. The biggest mistake for Top, unfortunately, in that game was Alice was just too far ahead in the end, where she just got singled out, right? There was no return fire. However, you gotta say, they did so well.
I am just an absolute awe. That is, just for that, they deserve to go to the global finals next weekend. Just for that. That was the most insane ending in military base I've seen so far.
But that Kobe from Team Top,
like we had like 3 Kobe's in a row at that game.
Even though it didn't work out for Team Top, I want to give them a hell of a lot of credit. We don't see that enough from teams where they get a double knockdown like that and they go in for the flush. They commit to it, right? And that was such great play from Team Top. I'm so I'm honestly like,
this is esports.
I'm like, this is esports. Like, we just don't see enough teams do that. And because that's the thing, they knew their backs were against the wall, right? They knew the time were off their side. So when you take control of a game like Team Top did, you give yourself the highest chance of coming out on top. No pun intended. But XQuest, like come on, 3 chicken dinners in the first 4 games? Like, maybe we are seeing them run away from it. Maybe there's only...
They're not running, they're sprinting.
Maybe there's actually only 4 spots available. You know what I mean? Like, we say top 5, but maybe it's only actually top 4. Wow, that's like, but
I'm just like,
I know,
how
I
is
know.
that level of play? Can they have not made it through
Also-
directly to the global?
also-
That's just mental.
Also, we've got to talk about Omen Elite. Yes, they didn't have like a winner chicken dinner. They didn't have a top two, but C got a memo. 2-man team, squad wiping RG Star in that campaign. We don't see that happen often from RG Star. If RG Star make a mistake, they make a mistake in other areas of the map. When it comes to compound rushes,
that's their
RG Star
speciality.
come on top. But then again, that's the play style, and that's a meta that NA are able to uphold by throwing out their smoke grenades.
Well, NA, they had to step it up. That's what they did right there. Really good plays coming out from Omens, but still the chicken dinner going over to XQuest F. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but another interview brought to you by Geo with XQuest F players.
So I'm here once again with Paraboy from XQuest F. Now we did, of course, already speak to him on stage earlier. Kind of just goes to show how well the team are doing. But I have to say, this was pretty much the closest game you guys have had so far today. How did it feel at the end, especially after AKM brought down 2 members of your team?
他们说就是今天这个他刚刚看的是应该最紧凑的一个意见，他就问你有什么感受，在刚刚跟那个TOP 对阵最后的时候有什么感受？
跟 TOP 打的时候最后一波会很紧张，因为他们一个雷炸到我们两个队友，然后是最后我是1v2，比较紧张。
He's very intense because he's like to one to fight off the 2, so he agree with this. Is very tense.
Yeah, well, I can imagine, and I think the audience definitely felt that as well. There were noises coming from all around the stage, but at one point kind of in the middle, it looked like there was a lot of pressure being put on your team as you were trying to get into the military base, whereas everyone else kind of already made their move. What led you to kind of staying calm enough that you managed to break into the military base finally?
他会问说，就是你们之前有很多就在刚刚的一件里面有很多压力要跑去中间嘛？就你们是怎么去融合去达成共识，要跑到中间去？
我们
he go inside the center of the matching or
Yeah, like it took them some time to get in. There was a lot of pressure on them.
他们说你们花了一点时间才能到你们要去的那个点，你们是怎么去达成共识的？
我们队伍会非常听指挥说的，所以意见比较统一。
They have a leader which like control every strategy to go where that direction. So all of the team will listen to the one single leader and pay attention to do what the guy they did.
Well, it definitely paid off because I certainly know that the casters were a little bit concerned that it was going to be too much and the XQuest F were going to be, found dead at some point in the middle of that map. But no, they managed to make it all the way through. So lastly, China still number 1?
China number 1.
All right, thank you so much. And back to the casters.
I just got to say, Gio, we never doubted, did we? Okay, maybe a little bit at some point, but okay. But like we did doubt a little bit, but apparently, okay, I'm never gonna doubt XQuest F ever again. And still, China number 1. Hey,
like one thing that I do have to say that Gio kind of pointed out, and also Jimmy did point out that. Sorry, Powerboy, my apologies. Is that was the tensest game for them, right? And the 2 previous games, don't get me wrong, like it's not like they didn't face pressure, but it seemed like it was a lot easier for them in the 2 previous chicken dinners. For them to be faced under that much pressure in that game and still come out on top, that shows you how good of a team. It shows that their journey to get to this point wasn't easy, Maxman, and it's why they find themselves on top.
as there are a few little highlights almost coming your way. I just want to see that military base. I'm an absolute lover of military base endings, and that delivered. Like that I'm served for like a year right now just for that game.
It's why we love Erangel.
That's that funny little play there from Team KSO versus T Secrets. You stole our playstyle of staying on the edge. We're gonna kill you right off the bat. But that was a really interesting play. Also, Team IND doing a really good bridge protection right there.
Yeah.
But later on against XQuest F, I don't know if it was like the aura of XQuest F that made them like back off, but They were
like,
pretty good
to be
until
honest,
then.
they shouldn't have backed off against.
shouldn't have, yeah.
They shouldn't have, because both teams were in the situation of taking damage from the blue zone. But realistically, like they knew they had the better of XQuest.
A little bit of a mistake there. That was when Top Esport just tried to get a good location. XQuest rushing on through, just going to be completely overwhelming one member there of Purple Mood, and doing a really good amount of work. That was that grenade. There it is. Cool B just absolutely shut down.
Beautiful.
Top Esports, still Top Esports, like and Team Top doing really good. And
Team
second and third
Top,
position,
yep.
the two
Team
top
Top.
teams at the top.
Especially because, oh my lord, especially because we saw their spotlight video, right, and how comfortable and how confident they were of coming out on top. They didn't.
We don't even do it on purpose.
I know, we don't even do it on purpose. That's the thing. But they still got damn close. So this is a result of Game 4. Indian Tigers, Team Queso holding the bottom 2 positions.
Well, as I said, it doesn't work all the time. It's a double-edged sword. Or it dominates, or it flops. That was a big boy flop. And Team Secret, Team Queso,
exactly.
got to maybe trying to rewatch those VODs tonight and trying to work a little bit around that, because it just didn't work out at all.
No, it didn't work out at all. RG Star Team getting 8 points. It's what we've seen from them. We seen them just hold no higher than, I think, 10th place. They haven't even broken into the top 8. But talking about the top 8, the two
Team
NA
top.
teams. No, see, I'm not even trying to say it like the two NA teams, Pittsburgh and Omen, 8th and 7th, much better games for them.
It's a small curve, but it's a curve that's going the way
It's an
of
evolution.
NA.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just like easing, they're getting used to the environment of this event and get a better performance. But look at that, still Omen Elite, despite their 2-2 split that we weren't agreeing with at all, they just turned it around. It was at 2v4.
But like 17 kills from XQuest. Are you actually serious? Like, are you having
47.
a giraffe? 47 points. Like, considering, I forget exactly who was in second place overall in the standings, but even if you take Purple Mood, who were in third place, they got 16 points, which by no means is that a bad points result, right? But you compare that to XQuest on 47, that's 31 points less than XQuest. Like, that's ridiculous.
I'm enjoying this right now. This is the tipping point of the teams in the lead just getting, like, running away with the lead. So that we're looking at the kill leaders of last game. Who were you going to see? Obviously, XQuest.
What?
Obviously. Look at that. Paraboy, 8 kills. Capcom, once again, XQuest, 4 kills. XQuest was Jimmy, 3 kills. They're just taking the lead, and then you have Cool Boy with 2 kills. Like that total is just mental. They all trust each other, and they all do a really good part of the job. It's not one does better than the other. They just, as a team, are dominant. Their micro is absolutely flawless, and their macro is also really good because they did not stress it out. They were in a really bad spot, one of the worst spots I've ever seen a team in, and they were able to ease their way out of that pinch.
Both times. Like, and so many of these teams would bow under pressure, but we look at the damage leaders, like nearly 2,000 damage on one player alone. Teams don't even reach that as a team. Like, you don't see that amount of damage from one team, never mind one single goddamn player.
Like 2k damage is like normally a one team thing, so like it's just mental. What the hell's going on, Paraboy? I'm loving you, man. Keep on going. And then you can see a bunch of other teams just up there, like especially Team IND, because they were in a really long fight. That's why they had a lot of damage, but they didn't really get a lot of kills to follow up and back it up. Here it is, the head-to-head you're all looking for: XQuest versus Team Top.
Like,
oh my god!
And you think, okay, you remember what Paraboy got in damage-wise? 1,800, 2,800 damage. Like, he got like 70% of
his back must be hurting a little bit.
Nah.
Because
here's the
their
thing,
synergy is so good.
Their synergy as a team, he just happens to be the one that's able to deal out a lot of damage in the right moments. But all members of the team are doing so much work to help lift XQuest up to the point of where they are. But we see now the head-to-head between Top Esports and All Rejection Gaming always seems to be much closer between 3rd and 4th place and 5th and 6th than it is between 1st and 2nd.
So we're checking out the scores right now. Then a lot more damage coming out from All Rejection. They were really also in a pinch. A lot of teams in a pinch this game. They got really high damage because they were in that fight out with Pittsburgh's Knight, and they were not really able to turn that one around. They just got a nice bunch of damage, but nothing extra on top of that. Team IND a little bit
One of the Indian teams doing a better performance.
Doing a better performance, but still, like, they got so much damage. Like, that's almost the same amount of XQuest.
Yeah,
They have 2.8k, they have 2.6, almost 2.7k.
But not turning them
they didn't back it off because they never committed to knocks, they never committed to objectives, they never committed to positions, and that's something that I think they can heavily improve on their next performances.
Hey, look, still, it's an evolution, right? We talked about it with Pittsburgh and Omen Elite. It's that evolution. It's that kind of going from one game to another, just improving a slight bit. And when you keep that up, as well as being consistent, it means that you'll quickly find yourself going from 10th to 6th place and finding it up. So, you know, again, I'm just going to say Team IND and, of course, the NA teams, very happy with their performances.
Yeah, they just got to keep on improving on that. That was Game 4 in Erangel. Once again, going over to the man, the myth, the legend team, which is XQuest.
Before we go to break, I'm just going to record myself saying XQuest win. And
XQuest
then I'll just
montage, 1 hour long.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Get your drink, get yourself seated. Do not leave. We have a little bit of a giveaway going on. Actually, during the break, you got a code. If you put it in, you win some nice swag in game. So do definitely go check that out. We'll see you in just a few short minutes.
Your game, Vivo V15 series. Vivo.
PUBG Mobile Team Deathmatch. Anytime, anywhere. There is a better choice.
Hey, and welcome back. As you can see, nice gameplay up there. We are about to jump into the next game, Imperium, and that's going to be a Vikendi for game number 5. We haven't had it yet.
Nope.
But I can't wait, because I think the Vikendi means a lot. It has so many potential mechanical plays in it, like how you compound breach, how you're able to hide yourself, how you're able to play around the circle. I think how you play on Vikendi means a lot about a team, in my opinion.
Compounds are absolutely the most important part of Vikendi. You get a compound inside the circle, especially phase 5, 6, and 7 onwards, you literally give yourself such a chance at dominating the game and taking out the teams around you. Because yes, there is a lot of protection with the trees, but when you're in the snow and you prone down, it's so easy to get spotted out. But before we talk more about Vikendi and what we might see happening, this is the standings after 4 games, and would you look at that, Maxman? XQuest on top with 137 points.
They almost got 60 points lead on Purple Mood in second position. They almost got the equivalent of 2 chicken dinners ahead of the second team. And I think that what we were saying earlier is becoming true. There's only actually 4 spots for the global finals, because one has already been taken by XQuest, and they're not going to let it go. That's for sure.
Like, it's actually blown my mind, to be honest. Now, the good thing for the likes of Omen Elite is that they've held on to 5th place overall, but they are about 16 points. There
Quick
you
math.
go. Quick math. They are 16 points behind All Rejection Gaming in 4th, and they're only 2 points ahead of Top Esports. That's something they're going to have to be careful of. But looking at from 9th to 16th, Queso dropped down. Remember, after game 1, they were in the top 5 even after game 2, but now they dropped down to 9th place, and that's how quickly it can happen, Maxon.
Yeah. Unfortunately, as we said earlier, the Strauth Team Secret and Team Queso staying on the edge is a double-edged sword. Or it works extremely well, or you get shut down. And it worked well in the first half of the broadcast today. Second half, a little bit more on the edge.
Yeah, it is. Now, we look, as I said, like, look at this, like, 3 games out of 4 XQuest have come out on top. Like, how can you even be surprised? Nova Monster Shield, who are 3rd overall, they have that
in Taiwan,
that 1 chicken dinner, so that's a really great job by Dan. And yeah, Vikendi's coming up. What's going to be interesting is, I do think what you said as far as Vikendi and how the teams play is going to say a lot about how they can handle this kind of map and how they can handle these kind of games, because you've got to know how to play Vikendi. You've got to know how to extract the most out of it. And as I said, with compounds being so important and the map generally being quite small, whoever comes out on top will be really shown to the rest of the teams that they have what it takes.
So basically, all the teams that have been playing compound focus so far, they're going to have a really good shot at potentially taking this 5th game today. So Nova Monster Shield, they did really well in that second game. They have to try and copy paste what they did in that game on Vikendi, because that kind of playstyle works extremely well. Because once again, compound, that's 99.9% of your focus this game.
And that's where I wonder is, will it go towards or against Team Queso? Because they play on the edge of the circle, and in Vikendi, you can't really, unless you're really lucky on the edge of the circle that you happen to hold, or the circle that is towards, there's always a compound there, but you can't really, you have to get inside the circle by phase 2, if not phase 3. You have to get in there.
Definitely. As we pan over now to the studio, look at these teams slowly getting back in their spots behind their disc. and ready to try and take over Vikendi. So Vikendi, we talked about it, a really different play style, but it does mean a lot about the teams, how they like act with compounds overall. As we said earlier, also in the last game on Erangel, we said that Team RG Star Team, their team that are normally really well known for their compound breaches and stuff like that, it didn't work out against Team NA, Team from NA Omens. But I think that maybe this time RG Star Team will have a potential of taking this one.
Well, they're
giving them a chance after chance.
They're 14th. Maxon. They're absolutely incredible. Now, talking about XQuest.
Always.
Talk about XQuest. We're going to have a profile video for you guys to get to know the team a little bit more.
大家好，我是 Power Boy， 我们来自中国，我们是 XQF 战队。这次比赛是我们队伍重组之后参加的第一次国际大赛，所以很重要。如果我要用一个词语来形容我们队伍的话，那会是勇猛这个词语。我是朱柏成，我和我的队友他们叫刘鑫、曾荣华，还有徐英俊以及林岩。我在成为职业选手之前，我是学校的一名学生。因为这个游戏相对来说比较刺激，会更加考验选手的个人能力以及团队协作力这些。我们队伍进 PMCO 的秘诀是紧密的配合以及长时间的训练，1天12个小时左右的训练时间。我们在 PMCO 内认为最强的队伍应该是 TES， 因为在国内我们在各种比赛上会切磋，然后互有胜负。
Now that confidence. See you at the global finals, and they're definitely on a really good road to get there.
And you know what? Based on what we heard him say about top esports being their biggest rivals, I think that made that last game that ever sweeter. You know,
you look back, you're like,
not only
hey!
did they get their third chicken dinner, but we took it away from our biggest rivals.
Yeah. They beat top esport and team top at the same time, and they were because they were not fighting against each other. It was legit top versus XQuest and team top esports against XQuest. It was a 2v1v1.
Yeah.
At that point.
It's just really good to see how confident they are, and the fact that he said it's their first international event. Honestly, they're playing as if they're veterans of international events, as if they've been doing it since the day they were born, so to speak.
They even said PUBG, they like playing PUBG because it's a game that requires skill and it's very hard to play. They don't make it seem like it, that's for sure. They're just going on with the win every single time. They make it look so easy. Everyone watching this will be like, oh, it seems easy.
They're playing with
XQuest.
one hand. Maybe they should have a rule that they can only play with one hand.
I think they deserve it. But I think that right now what we're seeing is a pattern. We were talking about it. That pattern is slowly becoming reality. Asian teams, high up there. Korea, China, Japan, they're just taking it home.
Yeah, of course. And it's up to the rest of the team. It's up to the likes of Omen Elite. It's up to Pittsburgh Knights. It's up to all these teams around them to really kind of show that they have what it takes to topple the likes of XQuest. Remember XQuest got taken out early game 2? Now more than ever, it's going to be a matter of if they get taken down early on, every single other team is kind of going to be like, yep, finally we have a chance to win. We have a chance to win, boys. Whereas until XQuest get taken out, honest to God,
it's unsure.
It's uncertain because they've been that dominant, they've been that confident, and they've shown in their performances that they are most likely going to win the game.
It was just one of the most epic military-based endings I've ever seen in esport on PUBG, PC, and mobile all combined.
Because,
which means a lot.
Yeah, because from casting a decent bit of PUBG, the military bases there have been excellent. Great, love it. But that military base finish was wonderful because it was inside military base. It required compound protection, it required compound aggression, it required just being at the right place at the right time. And as I said, going back to what Omen Elite did against RG Star, I can't help but kind of now go, well, there's a reason why RG Star are 14th. When they lose a 2v4 situation, in a situation where they are on top of their game most of the time, they need to reset, refresh themselves, and go, okay, look, we've had 4 bad games. We've got 2 more games today, guys. It's a new map, new opportunities. Refresh, and let's go again.
Definitely. You do not want to go like have your moral go downhill, or otherwise like moral like strength is so important in the environment of mobile gaming as a whole, and esports as a whole. It's just if you lose faith in yourself and you're not being like confident, you will not come out on top. Or it's very rare that will ever happen. So you must be confident in your skills.
100%.
Sure, mistakes happen, but do not hold a grudge against yourself. That is extremely important.
And the typical example of that is once again XQuest. They had a bad game. They came back and won with a chicken dinner. You know what I mean? So it's that kind of like, okay, look, we had 1 bad game. Let's come back stronger. And that's kind of what they did. And they, of course, they followed up with another chicken dinner in the 4th game. And it's something that, because, yeah, you talk about the moral strength and the self-confidence that these players need to have. You know, you can't be dejected after 4 games when you still have 8 to go. You can't. You really can't, because yes, okay, there's going to be a day 2 where you'll have fresh sleep, you'll have fresh thought processes, you'll be doing VOD review, but with every single game counting and the teams like the Formula, the teams like RG needing good performances, you cannot let that happen in the final 2 games of the day.
And I think that's going to be extremely important right now. And so you guys that maybe just arrived on the broadcast recently, you can see a team from Hell. They have their own location. No one's there. The reason for that is that they did not show up to the tournament, unfortunately, so they are not playing. And also the 2 extra spots are on the side where the Indian teams are supposed to be, Team IND and Indian Tigers. They are not here, unfortunately. We tried our best to make them come over. Hello, wait, what the hell is that?
Keep it PG. Keep it PG. Anyway,
let's go back on what I was saying. I actually forgot my thought. That was like
Maxwell got distracted.
Okay, that really distracted me right there.
Good thing we have to wear pants on broadcast.
The Indian teams were not able to show up. Unfortunately, we tried our best, but they are now playing live from India in their own studio, and they're taking the time of their life to try and make it back up, because they are 2 teams that have been struggling pretty heavily.
They have overall. Of course, we did see Team IND put in an overall better performance, but when they're fighting for, I'm gonna say, okay, it's 5, but I really want to say 4. I don't want to confuse people, but it is when they're fighting for a top 5 spot. You've got to get into the top 5 of the game. You've got to get into the top 3 to top 2 of every single game just to make it that extra bit safer for your team. And like, you know, it's something that these teams, these players, they've been on such a journey as it is, and a lot of them are for sure humble and aware that where they've gotten to is amazing as it is, and they kind of feel they have nothing left to prove. But every single player has a hunger and a desire to get to the global finals next week, because they've worked so hard to get to this point. They don't want it to end.
Yeah, they don't want to throw away. They've got to try their very best. And I think the Sun teams are trying their very best right now. They are the NA teams. Pittsburgh Knights, Omen's Elite, they are stepping it up. They were a little bit slow at the start, and now they're just, every single notch, every single game, they're getting that little bit better, getting better in this environment. And I think that we might see the rise of the NA region in this prelims finals in PRM, and I think that now it's only uphill from here for them.
Well, that's the thing. It's how quickly are you able to adapt? How well are you able to kind of look back in a short amount of time in between games and kind of talk to them and go, okay, well, we've noticed this team is doing this consistently. We've learned that this team is going here. We've learned that this play style can work a bit better. And that's what we're seeing the NA teams. We're seeing them adapt just a little bit more. Whereas the likes of Team Queso, the likes of RG Star, they haven't adapted. They've either stayed where they are, or they've actually faltered even further, and they've dropped down on the table.
Unfortunate times for them. As they're going to be once again seeing these players. They're slowly now. They are getting set in their chairs. They have the phones in their hands. That means it's going to be very, very soon the start of game 5 on Vikendi once again. 6 games today, only 2 more games to go. 6 more tomorrow. It will be at the same place, same time. So we hope to see all of you people there once again.
Not just any phone.
Not just any phone.
Not just any phone. They're using the NEX phone.
NEX phone, hell yeah.
Which has upgraded multi-turbo technology, Maxon. It is optimized for gaming, and of course, NEX Series is the official smartphone for the PMCO Global Finals.
Yeah, and all these players are playing on that phone as we speak. Top performance gaming right there if you want to play PUBG. But yeah, so let's go back. So I don't know really what team can potentially take it because that's a map we haven't played yet. I said RG compounds, they're pretty good with that. I'm expecting a better performance. Maybe not chicken dinner. I maybe like overshot that a little bit by saying they might take the chicken dinner. I think I'm gonna take that one back. If
No,
that's
you
okay.
can't. No,
I can't take that one back.
No, take these backsies, Maxon. No, take these backsies.
Well, actually, which team do you think then? I can't take it back. Which one do you think is going to be potentially taking this first Vikendi game? RG Star 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so
RG
based on
Star.
RG, we're both on the same boat right now.
See, unlike you, I stick to my convictions. Trying to take back an opinion. Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
I'm feeling extremely judged right now. I'm not having a good time.
It's okay. Everybody in chat, press F for Maxon's takesy backsies. Yeah? But either way, like, something that is really going to be important on Vikendi is how well you adapt to the zones and the circles. I know it's the same for every map, right? But I feel on Vikendi, where compounds are so important, if that circle shifts so strongly, you've got to be able to adapt to it. We've seen it most of the time from Team Queso, Maxon. Other than that one game, they've generally gotten into the circles relatively uncontested. They've done well to position themselves in a situation where they're not going to be put under a lot of pressure going into circles. So even though they like to play the edge, because of how calculated and how strategic they tend to be as a team, it could go towards them if there is a huge circle shift.
Yeah. The only thing I'm going to say about that is the teams that play on the edge, like Team Queso or Team Secret, they can both take it, and their strats is really good to get to the late game, but then arrives the late game, and that's where all the trouble starts for these two teams, is that they cannot like step over the late game. They're having a mental block or a block happening, and they're having a really hard time dealing with that. But anyways, we have a little bit of information about Team Nova Monster Shield coming to you live to see a little bit more about what this team is all about.
大家好，我是陛下，我的队伍是 NBM， 我来自台湾，然后我是通过2019 PMCO 台湾总决赛晋级的。这次是我第一次站上世界舞台，对我意义重大。如果要用一个字来形容我的团队，我会用“强”这个字。在我成为职业选手之前，我原本是一位学生。 我会玩 Pubg 是因为之前有玩另一款射击游戏，然后看这款游戏好像也很好玩，然后就转过来玩这款游戏了。我们成功的秘诀是平常努力的练习，以及有教练的指导。我认为这次比赛会遇到最强的对手是 XQF， 因为他们有很多赛事经验。
If we have to describe our team in one word, it is strong. Nova looking pretty confident right there. Got one, the only chicken dinner contested away from XQuest. So that, in its own, that is already a pretty big achievement.
It's like it's not to disregard XQuest in a bad way, but it's kind of like Nova Monster Shield have got the only chicken dinner of today, you know?
You can't even say anymore taking the chicken dinner. You take the chicken dinner from XQuest.
Yeah.
That's what happens every single time. So
yeah, you're dead right. The one word that describes them strong, they've proven it today. And so far at least, and they do see themselves lying third overall. One thing that they noted in that video is, again, like a lot of these teams, this is their first time on an international stage. This is their first time on this kind of level of stage, on this kind of high-end, absolutely, you know, kind of top of the table type event. And you gotta say, they're adapting and they're playing to it as if they've done it before.
They feel really comfortable because, once again, most all these teams it's their first live event, which is already a really big step. So they really adapted really fast, and I really appreciate that these teams also adapting not only at the event itself, but their gameplay style is shifting, and you can see changes, especially once again for the NA teams. They are shifting and changing, and I'm loving it so far. Just need that little extra change just to get that a little bit better, get towards that top 5 position, get those points, and try and get back
magic.
Yeah,
That little bit sprinkle
it's
of magic.
It's still pretty far away from the top 5, so they need, from now on, they need good performances, and once again, the name of the game is consistency.
Yeah, as you see, Indian Tigers, they're waiting out, relaxing in their own studio back in India, as it's been said, unfortunately, couldn't get them over here for the event in Berlin, but they have every means necessary to pull out the strong performances back in India. They're in the home soil, home country. I'm sure they feel comfortable. They're ready to take on the big boys.
On the big boy desk right there, taking a chill time, and they are trying to wait for the game. We have unfortunately a few technical issues, so the game is a little bit delayed. We'll just we'll be fine very, very soon for the game to actually come out once again on Vikendi, and we had a lot of speculation coming on through. Some strats may be working, some strats not really working, and one strat I'm a little bit scared of seeing actually in this game is like the Asian types of strat, which is like go to the center of the circle really fast, but because the compounds are pretty spread out, at the mid to late game section, you're going to have only one or a few compounds that are going to be really valuable.
Yep.
And that means a lot of the Asian teams are going to actually rush in those compounds, so that Vikendi might be the map where you see a lot of these Asian teams getting taken out early on.
Yeah, and that's something that, like I said, I do always feel in the first couple of phases as RG Star, just they seem chill. Again, Aimblocker, he just always seems to be smiling.
Positive.
Always seems to be positive, and that's a big part. Yeah, something that these teams, in my opinion, need to implement just a little bit more is, if you're going to go into the center of the circle, I say in inverted commas, go in between the center and the edge of the circle.
Just be in the circle.
Just be. But what that does is you're more highly prepared for the next phase while still being safer from both the teams in the middle of the circle and the teams on the edge of the circle.
So it's going to be a little bit of clash of different metas. I think they can both be viable, but like once again, as I always said, these two metas are very they're double-edged sword. They can go for you, they can go against you. Most of the time, it's going to be the outskirt of the circle that's going to be a downfall if you do not execute it properly in the later stages of the game. But we still get in there. I don't know. We have I don't know.
Yeah, like it's something that just these teams are gonna. Again, it's just about adapting. It's about just feeling relaxed, playing each game as it comes, and hope for the best along the way.
Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of a break right now, just so you guys have time to relax, get yourself ready. Also, if you do want to check out the current stats, you can go on the clubopen.pubgmobile.com.
Yeah,
you have all the stats over there. You want to see which team is doing the best, which players are fragging the most. Probably XQuest at this point. But go check that out during the time being. We'll see you in just a few short minutes.
Trying to escape, but it's break comes in from James.
Distance in the back of his bike. Lights out, they get the knock!
PUBG Mobile Team Deathmatch. Anytime, anywhere. There is a better choice.
back at it again, ready to jump into the action in just a few short minutes normally, and it's just an absolutely roller coaster of a ride right now today at this PMCO in Berlin. The prelims are good so far, and this is just the prelims. Imagine what's going to happen in the global finals next weekend.
Oh boy, yeah, like this is just a warm-up, Max, right? We talk about the top 5 teams qualifying for the grand finals that's going to be happening next week. Like, we could see XQuest, for example. I'm sure it won't happen, but we could see XQuest dominate the prelims, go over next week, so to speak, for the grand finals, and flop out in last place. You know what I mean? In terms of, like, there's so much more to come from the teams that have already qualified. The likes of Nova from Wildcard region. How dominant were they in our regional finals? Absolutely ridiculous. So you're going to see a much higher standard. Now, of course, to counteract that is the likes of XQuest and the top 5 teams that have qualified. They'll have kind of practiced against teams from other regions already. They'll have that kind of that experience underneath their belt, but it doesn't mean that when they go against the teams that have already qualified for the global finals that they don't get ripped to shreds.
Yeah, because every single stage we started with the semi-finals, started with the regional finals, then to the now prelim final. Like, we got all these different stages that brought up to this, and every single time the level of gameplay increases, and some teams are going to left behind. We already saw like the last few teams that like after 10th position, they're going to have a really hard time. I think that it's going to be almost impossible at this point to come back up. But they still have tomorrow. They just got to get back into the mindset. But the level of gameplay is extremely high. This is peak mobile gaming esports at this tournament, and it's just no mistakes are allowed.
In fairness, and that's something that I want to kind of highlight, is that if anybody questions how good mobile esports players are, get that out of your head, because what these teams are doing, how these players are playing, it is up there with the best.
Vikendi is the next map. Game number 5 just about to start up, ladies and gentlemen at home. Get nice and comfy as we are about to drop on this snowy map. Who's going to be King of the North? The answer in just a few minutes.
They say winter is coming. It has.
XQuest is coming.
Yeah, not just winter is coming. XQuest is coming. Get your skis on. We do see that map, that plane trajectory is more on the west side. Now, of course, Podvosto is a popular place to land. Cement Factory Villa is all heading in that area, and every single team has actually dropped. Pretty much every single team, bar 2 or 3, are dropping to the east side of the map. Will it be an east circle? Will it be a west circle for phase 1?
The reason for that is that most of your big known compounds that a lot of teams are comfortable with, they're going to be towards that kind of location, towards the south and the east section. So a lot of teams are going to be going there. Top of Castle, north of Castle is always an area where a lot of teams like to go to. You can see a cluster of teams towards the north of Castle right now. Because there's just so many really good compounds. You can have up to 2, even up to maybe 3 teams if you have a lot of area to work with. But that's going to be the main location you're looking at. When you also see now at the west coast, a lot of teams going there. Nova, also there, Team Secret.
RG as well.
Starting to slowly split away. We can still see that big cluster of teams. Doesn't seem like they want to move away. And Team Kesso, they are a team that always plays on the edge, going for the coastline really early on to try and just move in the circle every time. They're already like playing ahead of their own play style.
They are, and one team that I would love to see feature more heavily in this game, which we haven't talked about that much, is Kurd Squad. Team 2, in the green, they've really got to pick up their pace right now. They're from the Middle Eastern Asian region, and hopefully, as they are close to this circle, that is about 45% water. Man, I love it.
Team Kesso, they're like, wait, we're in the center of the circle? Wait a minute, this doesn't happen.
They'll probably
move away. Okay, let's move away from the circle.
They'll probably go in the water.
I mean, that could work.
That could.
They just get loot, they go in the water, wait until the late game.
Look, to be honest, they're in a good spot, because the good thing is that because they're in the circle, not only are they in the circle, they don't have to worry about 180 degrees behind them, right? They don't need to worry about the water. They only need to look ahead, or when I say look ahead, look down south. Whereas the teams that are in the circle but down in the south of the circle, they're going to have teams moving on up.
I'm going to see a few members split. That's going to be the case for Indian Tigers, also for Omen Elite. Not sure what's going on there. Hope they can actually regroup as soon as possible because, once again, you're easily
It's so
spotted out on this map.
important. Yeah,
if they
it's
get
so
a mid to long-range weapon, the Kar 98, something like that, you're going to be in a really bad spot.
Even without any scope
Even a
at all,
UMP
you're
can
still
be
gonna
really, be your downfall.
Hey, don't knock the ump. Tell you what, I want to see come through is VSS kills. I love VSS. I have a
I think
secret.
you're like the only one in PUBG Mobile to like the VSS. I hope you realise that.
Hey, look,
you're a specimen in like almost extinct at this point. Just
well,
like ginger people.
I am ginger.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, there we go.
Thanks. And I'm Irish.
Fist bump.
So.
Let's go.
Yeah, boy. But either way, so Nova Monster Shield, they won game 2. They're lying 3rd overall. This is the thing. We're starting to see the stories being told, right? We're starting to see the evolution of these days really kind of show up, where the teams that are having a bad game, the teams are having a good game. It's starting to really kind of pick up pace from that point of view. Yes, we talked about XQuest, and we'll continue to talk to them as they put in dominant performances, but it's got to be about these teams that are in the 8th, 9th, 5th, 6th, 7th spot that are fighting to break into top 5.
I love this camera work. But though RG Star Team and TC Crit going to be clashing a little bit, and RG Star Team, I wanted them to do better here, but it seemed like they're off to a really bad start. And it's going to be Aim Lock actually shut away, and he's going to be the second player taken away. And this is not supposed to happen.
RG Star, they don't like to give themselves a good start to any game so far in the prelims. Hopefully they'll be able to recover from it. They're not down and out right. They aren't in the circle. They have a hard shift to make it through. Now, what is interesting is that...
Didn't guess so.
Hopefully we'll actually pan through to that. Let's see. But either way, what I do like about a lot of these teams is they have actually spread out. So you have PK and Omen Elite that are in the center of the circle. But with Indian Tigers, we're seeing action unfold between them and Top Esports.
Top Esport coming on top, and they do get the flush on a Marvi. There was split away from his team. And once again, not very rewarding gameplay, and you're going to get shut down really early on. We were expecting more from the Indian teams. Not this time around, at least this early game.
I know Fireboy's dad, by the way.
Oh.
Hellboy.
Thank you very much, Imperium.
No problem. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm pretty proud of that, to be honest. But either way...
Press F in chat for humour.
Yeah, we did warn the people there would be dad jokes.
Yeah, true.
So, in fairness.
Can't complain.
Exactly. Now, Omen Elite, once again, they lose a member early on. They're down to 3. Outsider gets taken out. It's now down to Seagut, Memo, and Zute. They are in the circle to try and get a strong performance. One team that we haven't really talked about that much is the Formia. They're making their way through. Team 10, they're close by to Top Esports.
That's going to be...
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Top Esport clashing back and forth with Omen Elite.
Ooh.
And Omen Elite, actually, no, it's going to be a Deformia. They are joining a 3-man party in this fight, and they were looking really good, putting 3 members down on their knees. Years, Fireboy, and White Cat.
But both teams are getting revives out now. Top Esports have 2 players up. The Matic have two players down. Harkley does get knocked down. This could be the chance for Top Esports to turn it in their favor.
It's turned to a 3v4 now, but look at that. Indian Tigers on the left of your screen. A 4-man party on a 3-man party. What's going on? Party they were not invited to, apparently.
Everybody wants to join the party. Everybody wants
not
to join
this early
the
on,
party.
really, though. I would not recommend. I would even like run away if I were them. Just region back up, Top Esports, your allies, and leave that compound because it's just way too much stuff going on at the same place. Unless you're feeling really confident, but like if they did hear that car from Indian Tigers, they might be a little bit cautious of actually committing to that engagement.
Like they're in circle. They don't need to worry about pushing out Top Esports. They don't need to worry about rushing through. They did enough to occupy the compound. It's not like Top Esports have an unlimited amount of grenades, right? Anything they had in their arsenal from their looting, they've pretty much used from that point of view, plus the smoke grenades. Like, realistically, Top Esports, unless they do move out, they're going to be put under a lot of pressure if they don't get to loot up another couple of buildings.
Kurd squad, they were a team we were talking about earlier in Pyramid. They need to step it up. They are last in the current standings. They have a compound under their protection. Team Kesso not too far off. I don't think a fight is going to happen. That would seem extremely unlikely. But they're on the coastline. That's a really good position to work with. And if they can use it to their full advantage, they can potentially redeem themselves a little bit. Well, not completely, because even a chicken dinner at this point would not propulse them in the perfect position, but it would still be a good start.
Well, depending on the teams, how the teams around them do, yes, it would actually propel them. Not to the top
5,
table,
that's the thing. They won't be like...
But it would be to the top half, right? But either way, we are seeing the Matic knocking down once again Fireboy. Could this be the flush on through? Nukes is fragging around. He knows Wildcat is there. The footsteps are being heard. Who's going to come out on top? Wildcat manages to go into the house uncontested.
This compound rush is coming on through from Deformia. Can they get it at the third-person view, using to their advantage? And they're trying to surround the entire building, which is actually a really good play, but that means you're losing a little bit of firepower, but having different angles of pressure, which is like a win-win scenario, in my opinion, if you can work it out properly.
Great.
And your micro mechanics are really on point. Here it is, the door shut down! Can get it with the easy rush, but unfortunately going to connect only with the wall there. And they're just trying to really stop this compound from happening any further. But still, now it is Top Esports looking really good. But no, here it is. LaRush not really working out. Only one more member remaining on the side of Top Esports. Can he get it? Does have the AKN trying to shots fight as fast as possible? Throwing down. He does get Manic and turning it around. I did not think that was going to happen.
Baby.
Deformia in 15th position.
That's the reaction. You're prone down. You take away everything that the opponent is thrown at you.
Deformia had such a good, they worked so well to get to that point, but unfortunately they got rushed. The rushers got rushed, and I think they didn't expect that, and they just got a little bit too overwhelmed.
No, it just came down to that 1v1. Overall, it came down to that 1v1.
Just a rush over the what? I think that, they didn't seem ready at all. They looked on the right, like, oh, there's someone there.
When it was two players of Deformia, and we saw that one player getting put under a lot of pressure from his health, that seemed unsynergistic coming out from Deformia. And overall, at the end of the day, they paid the price going out in 15th place. So we have 14 teams left. Hey, look, squad getting taken out in 10 minutes. It's a good start for us, right?
A little bit of blood. I like that. I'm having a fun time. Kurd squad, though, against the Knights, Bitburg Knights. And they're going to have a little bit of firepower going back and forth. White Cat on a kill streak right now, apparently. It was 3 kills. Looking pretty good.
Man.
This early on,
Tigers,
that's pretty good, yeah.
Man. Indian Tigers, but Top Esports not being afraid to clap back.
Top Esports, though, is left and right. Got 2 knocks, but though iCarry is the last one up. And can he get it? Yeah. That's not going to quite work out. They battled it through with Deformia. But it's just not quite enough. And that's going to be now Indian Tigers. They needed to step it up. And Indian team might be able to make it through on Vikendi.
Well, see, Indian Tigers, they were close by, right? We saw them go closer to them, then they backed off.
Ooh, a fight happened.
But when they instantly saw that a squad had been wiped, they knew that they could rush in, and that's exactly what they did.
Kurd squad a little bit split across the that road right there, and they do not have to move. They're not under direct threat. Let's just say, at least for now, they just gotta hold that compound, not move. They're fine for the time being. Team Kesso, in the distance that I thought, also didn't move. This is for these two teams, they're in a really good situation, depending on the next shift. If this shifts away from the coastline, which will happen at minimum phase 4, they're gonna have a hard time.
What is going to be interesting is how big of a part the frozen river is going to play in the circles. Because when we look at Team Top, they're occupying a bridge around the center of the circle. A Nova Monster Shield are in the Zabaya area, which is kind of on the southern side of that river. So it's something that that is going to play a big part in the next phases.
Yeah, the circle is about to close up. Where's the next phase going to be looking like? And it will be a focus once again on the coastline. Really big coastline, actually, for this section of the map. So Nova, Monster Shield, they're going to have to rotate inland. Nothing's really going to stop them. They should have an easy entry point. As the Knights, Pittsburgh Knights, are just going to be holding different locations.
You know,
and pretty split. I'm not a fan. They're way too split. We see on the map on our side, they just, miles apart.
They kind of are, but the good thing about that is that it does give them a lot of angles of cover. But of course, in a map like Vikendi, where sticking as a squad is pretty important, they've got to try and get that done, as they are looking for the side of Team Secret, who are driving out to join together as a 4 man squad. I'm going to make a prediction, by the way, Maxon. I reckon the circle is going to end just outside Pavosto.
Just outside Pavosto.
That's what I'm going to predict.
We got a minute to wait until we see actually where he's going to try and end up. So that might be the case. Cosmodrome, we have a lot of Cosmodrome endings during our wildcard series, and purely we were casting that. And I remember, I think we had one game where RG Star Team, they really struggled with Cosmodrome. They just got like, they got 2v4'd. So they have a really bad history with Cosmodrome. So
they're having a bad history with
they're gonna have
Vikendi, but
or just even today, they're having a little bit of a bad time.
Exactly.
So might be having a few nightmares there. Let's hope they can try and change it up if it does end up on Cosmodrome. And maybe a few shots fired was Omen Elite. Team Secret in the distance. They do not have the compound. At this stage of the game, like, the name of the game is compound protection, so a lot of teams are not with any compounds, and they got to try and keep it up.
Gotta say, that was great couple of shots coming out from Memo, because you're not overstepping your mark. Like, I'm all for kind of spraying when you need to spray, but you take a couple of shots, by peeking, you peek back. Take a couple of shots, you peek back. It's just... It's keeping yourself as safe as possible while still putting pressure onto the enemy team. So, really great play by Memo.
We were talking about a little bit about Indian Tigers earlier. Now they're going to be panning over to Team IND. Another compound. This one, they're playing really all together. They have the compound, keeping it up. It's in the circle. You can't ask for anything more at this stage of the game. It's just perfectly done. They just got to try and defend it as well as possible. And Kurt Squad making it really fun to the game, which is something that you don't really see from them. So, I think that was way better decision making than what we saw in the last 4 games, and they just got to try and now keep that gameplay style going, even if they can't take this one home and they can't go that far. But this is definitely a way for them to improve, is focusing on compounds on the maps where it requires to be done.
Like, I like what RG are doing as a 3-man team, going on the very coast of the east side. It's outside Peshkovo, although they are coming towards X-Quest. I just like the way they entered into the circle. It's safe, it's somewhat Team Queso-like, and it made sense.
Circle is just about to close up in just a few short seconds. I hope it's going to be Cosmodrome. We'll have to wait and see. Team top, around the tippity top of that house right there. It goes a really good angle, so it works a little bit like a mountain. You can basically hide yourself and get prone down and use the third-person view to peek over. So even if you get harassed, you can fight back really well on those top of the houses. It's about to close up. Is it going to be Cosmodrome?
Telling you, it's going to be Pavosto, man.
Pavosto and Cosmodrome. Hey, we were both right.
I'm telling you, no, because the first 2 phases, they haven't been hard shifts. There's a hard shift incoming, and I guarantee it's going to be down to Pavosto.
Okay, that could happen. Try and keep it out. If it is over to Pavosto, these teams are going to have one hell of a route to go with. Look at that painting. Very nice.
If it doesn't go towards Pavosto, I will eat my jacket.
Hey, that's my jacket.
I know, that's why.
I lent you that jacket. Don't eat my jacket. What the hell's going on?
That's why I said it, man. I'm a clever cookie, but now we look at...
That would be your most expensive meal.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, I like it. I like that, in fairness. Would it be the tastiest?
Probably not. After I wore it, so probably.
It smells okay.
I thought you were going to say it smells like me. Okay, we're getting real weird here.
We're getting really weird, but either way. Why do you think I'm wearing it? You gave it to me last night. Anyway, Team IND, I really like where they're occupied. You mentioned it already. PLM are also looking pretty good, but they are kind of split. You see Zoo and Jasper, they're kind of split from themselves, but they're also split from the other 2 members of Purple Moods. That's something they, in my opinion, they should kind of look to correct.
Even if early on a lot of the team were playing split, now we can see they're starting to group back up.
Yeah.
And trying to play what you're supposed to do is like just go on the compound, hold it as long as possible. If you have to rotate out, do it, and go for compound breaches as a 4-man team.
Like, talk about rotating. Like, RG did a great job. They got into the circle, but they've actually gone more north than, in my opinion, they should. I said that it's going to be a Pavosto ending. Damn it, I'm going to stick to it. But either way, even if it's not, in my opinion, it would have been much better for them to held on to Peshkovo, because there's compounds there. And they can hold on and control Peshkovo.
And if it does actually, the circle does shift over to there, RG Star Team, they're also going to be in a really bad spot. They're on the really east side of the circle. So if they have to rotate in, a lot of teams are going to try and stop that. There's going to be a net that's going to be really hard for them to get through. Even with cars, it's really hard.
Like, and even when you compare it to Nova Monster Shield, mind you, they've done a great job straight away, but they're holding on towards the edge of Cosmodrome, not going too far into the circle, but also not being too close to the edge. So when that shift comes in, whether it's north or south, they're pretty much guaranteed to be in the next circle.
You can see still at this point a lot of teams having 4 members, which is pretty nice, especially on Vikendi. That's what you're trying to look for. Well, in any game, you're trying to have 4 members up, but especially on Vikendi, that's going to be that much more impactful because of the compound kind of gameplay you're expecting as the circle is closing on through. And I just can't wait to see if I can tell Imperium you were wrong.
You can't wait to see me eat your Jacka?
Yeah, you're turning my words into something I didn't say, but okay, sure, if you want.
That's what you're insinuating.
Okay, I do want to see that, actually.
Okay, there
I really want to see that.
That's the thing. We're at this kind of actually kind of past mid part. Normally we see a bit more action around the 18-minute mark, especially in the previous game. But now with this next phase is going to start to show up. Will Team Queso be in a good position? Will they have to shift heavily southwards? Damn.
Eat my jacket.
Damn it.
Eat my jacket.
Okay.
Okay, it's going to be Cosmodrome, so I'm really happy about that. It's a really good end circle. Like, it's not good for the teams, but it's fun for me to watch.
No, I actually think it is good for the teams. Because the majority of teams are already in the circle, and the teams that aren't
the building
in the circle,
itself to work with, I think at the end, it's really hard to play around.
Yeah, but we could still see another hard shift, Maxon. That's, we could still see another hard shift southwards. Damn it, I want my hard shift, but either way. The teams that aren't in the circle, they have an easy access to it.
X-Quest Def, very low this game. You do not see them. We just had a few little focuses on them on the camera, but they are just playing extremely passive this game around because there's no way of playing super aggressive. And overly aggressive, that's like what happens on Miramar, on not Vikendi, on Miramar, on Sanhok or Erangel. Like, this is a map where I think that fits a little bit less to play style of X-Quest. But when they hit the late game stages, that's when they're going to start stepping it up. They're just playing really passive, but we do have one juicy AWM, Orm. So UMP.
Do you say Orm or AWM?
There are 2 groups of people who say AWM and people who do not have a brain.
I do say AWM, but I call it UMP. So I don't know where
There's
that...
no
do
P
I have half
in
a brain?
AWM.
No, I call it AWM though.
Yeah.
And I call it UMP a UMP.
Okay. Let's look top. They're doing good, aren't they?
So let's take away from his stupidity. But Team Queso, again, they have kind of easy access, and they're coming across Indian Tigers, who are holding onto a small little shack. They've able to get that revive off, but a grenade is going to fly on through. That's going to be, once again, Prince knocked down, and the other member of Indian Tigers, Carrie, is down to about half health.
Yeah, they did get taken over.
Come on, rush it! Rush it, guys! There's not going to be a full squad in that little shack. Okay, that's 1 kill. Let's see if they can follow up with a second.
After they have to cross a road to get there, I do understand their fear. I do get it. The road is not the best location to be in. Even if there's only 1 member, just having that third-person view angle, be able to see every single enemy is so valuable. But that nice little bit of damage on Carry, and here it is. He gets the shot from the distance. Mystic doing some work. Indian Tigers out in 13th position.
To be honest, I'm as much as I want the Indian teams to do well, I also want Team Queso to do well. And the shift they come through is still in around Cosmodrome, but it's not as south. Again, those shifts have actually stayed north. I was wrong, in fairness, and again, I think it's actually pretty good for most of these teams.
Do you want ketchup or mustard with my jacket?
Both?
Both? Okay, you'll win.
Cool. What?
But still, this is very up north, very predictable almost. Like, the teams already started rotating that way. They do not have to really work out. It's just a path has been created by itself, and these teams just try and rotate inland. One team is going to have a lot of trouble. Well, a lot of teams are going to have a lot of trouble getting inland. It's going to be RG Star, Team X-Quest F, and Team IND. They're not a lot of protection, and also if they make it there, they also have an extra layer of defense, and that is that road towards the south section of the next circle. They have to go through 2 layers of protection, which is going to be a little bit stressful for these teams to deal with.
But I have a sneaky suspicion, and I'm going to hold on to my south ending. I could see a bit of a shift in that road could play a part in the next zone, but we do see Purple Mood Esports hold on top of that little crevice, that little hill. All the teams flying in around and looking to take shots on to likes of XQF and Team Top.
Where's that AUG right there? AUG, weapon, that's good. At any range you can think of.
Yep.
Short range, mid-range, long range is just a weapon that's so versatile you can use in any single scenario, which is not the case of the Uzi. Just rushing his compound, but it's just not quite enough. And he will get instantly turned around by XQuest Def, and they do not want anyone in their house. Private party only. If you have an invite, we might let you in, but that seems like Team Top, they do not have it. And they're doing a really good well trying to stop that. Oh, I thought they was going to go for a grenade. He goes for the smoke, but here it is, the rush. The inverse rush coming on through by Team XQuest. Not quite working out for them, and XQuest Def will be able to eliminate Team Top in 12th position.
Am I not surprised that the kills are coming through as Yao Tian does get knocked down? They're going up against Omen Elite. What can they do? Is it jumping around? Memo does get knocked down on a sideline. Zute is knocked down, so it's down to one member, and that is the side of Seagood, who takes down RG Star Team, eliminated in 11th place.
They're having one hell of a hard day today, but Omen, that was a really good call at the end.
was.
One member, that was just what they needed and allowed to turn that entire situation on its head. Just one member going for the flank, waiting until the fight calms down a little bit when he was maybe reloading or something, or look for the opportunity, shut down and flush away the team.
Jesus, those circles have just stayed absolutely north as we do see this next phase shining on through. But we still have 38 players alive. We still have 10 teams in such a small circle. They're going to start dropping like flies.
It's just about to start. XQuest Def can't actually. It's going to be in a very bad spot. Doesn't have really a lot of protection and might get shut down. Seems like Purple Mood are rotating inwards towards Cosmodrome. But they will be trying to stick together as much as possible. And one team that's also going to have to rotate right now. That is the team that's right at the bottom of your screen. All Rejection Gaming.
Yeah.
The circle is not on top of them. And this is just an insanely huge open area. Rotate out of that with teams that have compounds against you is going to be a really big challenge for them.
It is, it is. We did see one member of Purple Mood Esports getting knocked down. Axel, the most aggressive player on the side of Team Queso, using that M24 really to his advantage right now.
Yeah, just getting a nice little bit of bolt action. Got one shot. Can't really commit to that. Unfortunately, I do understand he's trying to play it passive. Get some utility used up here.
But what that was able to do was that gives Team Queso the freedom to get into the circle without being put under too much pressure, because Kurd squad, they're facing hassle, or they were facing hassle from Team Secret. So that has given Team Queso a strong chance of moving on.
Also, it does use a little bit of healing out. So that, for the long game, that's going to be something really useful. That can go the way of Team Queso. And Team IND also on the move on the top of this mountain. A really good angle to use for yourself. And finally, Pittsburgh Knights, they've played a little bit together. Well, they have to. The circle's very small, so they have to play together now.
Yeah, we've seen he spot out Mystic. Wi-Fi has. He's one of the top fraggers for Pittsburgh Knights, so we know what he can do on the battlefield. He spotted Mystic, takes a little bit of damage, but he's gone from one tree to another. See, you turn around and they can be gone just like that. Looking to join his teammate Marco. Marco is the IGL for Team Queso, so he's making those shot calls. He's putting this team together as a grenade is going to be thrown out by Wi-Fi.
You can see XQuest Def a little bit in trouble fighting with Kurd squad right now. Again, really close Kurd squad. Will be able to fight down and kill Jimmy, which is actually really surprising. They are doing a good job against the #1 team so far. #1 and last team fighting up against each other. So I can't wait to see who's going to take it home as Team Secret fighting also up against All Rejection Gaming. A lot of fights coming on through. We can't follow all of it right now. But that's going to be a B on a kill streak. It's 3 kills and doing pretty good.
Yeah, but this action is continuing between Pittsburgh Knights and Team Queso, fighting for the circle, fighting for the north side of this Vikendi map. Who's going to come out on top? However, XQuest, they're still able to keep going.
They just got eliminated.
Oh, wow.
In 9th position.
Okay.
The #1 team just got taken down by the last standings team. If that's not a confidence boost for them, I do not know what it is.
Now every single team is going, okay, we can win this.
Okay, it's possible. It's not. If Kurd squad can do it, we can do it.
But that's the thing about Vikendi, right? You can just get turned around and get turned against just like that. Because when you're fighting over compounds, that's what can happen.
I said I didn't think Vikendi was going to be fitting their playstyle of XQuest. And apparently I was right on that one. But now, once again, another shift to the north location. This is just a very straightforward circle pattern we're seeing right here. As Kurt Squad, they're not giving over this compound, but they are sharing it with Team Secret.
What's interesting is that only 2 teams have 4 players left alive. That's Kurt Squad and Pittsburgh Knights. Every single other team has 3 players or less. Most importantly, the final member of Team IND is still kept on going, but he is outside the circle, quite far away from it, and Purple Mood Esports are quite close by. But Omen Elite in the vehicle, trying to keep themselves going, gonna look to face up against Team Secret.
Team Secret trying to protect that compound as much as possible. He's going to try and surprise him, but it doesn't quite work out. Looking for the rush, flush that kill away. There it is, Omen Elite. Now they have created an open door to get into that compound and maybe try and get themselves a better location in the next circle. That was a great push coming out from Omen Elite. And now we're going to see if they can commit to that. We said NA started stepping it up, and they have been really improving and making me really happy to support NA.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. My home away from home, so to speak. However, Marco does get a knockdown on the Kurd squad. See, Pittsburgh Knights, they're not only going against the teams around them, but they're also taken out, and they're also looking to keep an eye on the likes of Team Queso. But that has seen Omen Elite take down Team Secret.
Team Secret out in 8th position. It's Team Queso. They're trying to get towards a better location. Maybe trying to get on top of Omen, but it's going to be a slow process for now.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that spot by Wi-Fi. Great spot being held by him.
He can get back to his team pretty easily. It's cool. It's fine. He can actually. He's got a backdoor to work with.
Exactly.
Omen Elite out actually, getting flushed away
By Team Queso as well.
Very nicely done. Marco, he's doing so good, getting 3 kills. And a lot of players actually doing really well. Like, look at that, just Team Queso again, every single kill. And I think this might be one of their best games so far, at least at this stage of the game.
100%. It's one of their best games so far. Love to see Pittsburgh Knights and Team Queso stepping up to the plate in Vikendi, but Team Queso, they're outside the circle. And the team that hogs it, as we're down to 3 teams, Pittsburgh Knights hold the top of the hill all to their own, although one member is knocked down.
That's going to be then a 4v3v1 as Purple Mood, only one member at the bottom of your screen. That is Zoom S or Zoom MS. Yeah. But he's going to try to avoid the fire as much as possible. Look at that spray, not hitting that many bullets and actually getting answered back pretty heavily, but Jagger will be put on his knees into submission. Doesn't have a lot of defense. He might get flushed away very shortly, but here it is, the small but pretty confident push coming out from Team Queso. But they are having a really hard time dealing with Monarch. And going to try and regen back up ASAP. J7 with the AKM coming forward, trying to get involved as much as possible. He does get Marco. And Team Queso, even though they had a really good position, they are getting taken over by NA.
And that was really kind of it was kind of expected, right? Because they were fighting over the circle. The one member of Pittsburgh Knights that was knocked down in that situation had been revived up. Axel is going to do his best. The first aid kit, the phase 8 blue zone is doing so much damage, and as he takes more damage, it's just going to ever increase. Can the first aid kits really do a lot to keep himself alive? All the while, that final member of Purple Mood Esports is just chilling.
Yeah, it's the battle of time right now. Who's going to survive? Team Queso or Purple Mood will get this second position? That's the fight for second position right now.
Oh, he's got a full med kit, actually.
I can actually try and use that one up. That would be super valuable, but he is using it right now. That's going to be his last shot. Then you're going to have to do something, my friend. Up to 100 HP. He's taking a lot of damage. Purple Mood still hasn't been spotted out by him.
Don't apply the damage.
He's in second position.
No
That's
way.
what he was looking for.
Okay.
Purple Mood got third, and now that Team Queso, it worked out, and he gets that second spot. That's what he was looking for. It paid out. It's very close call, but just what they needed.
It's exactly what they needed. They had the circle for most of the game, as had Team Queso. But Pittsburgh Knights, they only ended the game on 4 kills, and this is going to be the first game all day where the kills aren't actually being hogged by the top team. Like, we saw Pittsburgh Knights get 4 kills. Team Queso only got 7 kills. Purple Mood got 8 kills, so it's spread evenly between these teams from a kill feed point of view anyway, Maxwell.
Yeah, a team I'm really happy of then is going to be Nova Monster Shield. They got out in 4th position. Sure, not many kills, but the compound play was actually going their way. They were playing really well, defending compounds, breaching compounds along the game, even though they didn't get kills. I think it was really fitting their playstyle here.
Yeah, so it was just overall a great job by Pittsburgh Knights. And that's the thing, it's all about kind of you play the circle to your advantage. I was expecting a southern shift. I just was. It just normally doesn't stay up north, but it did. And hey, look, the likes of Team Queso, Pittsburgh Knights completely benefited. But I got to give credit to Purple Mood because they went through a good few of those final circles in the middle of these teams that were fighting against each other, and they kept going.
I think the team that had the hardest time rotating in the next circle was Purple Mood. They were always down south expecting, oh, maybe Imperium is right, maybe it's going to be down south. Guess we shouldn't have listened to Imperium.
I wouldn't listen to me too, but either way.
Hey, don't forget.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. What? Sorry, what? But no, it was also great to see some Vikendi action on this PMCO prelim finals, because as I said, we had yet to see it, and it's the map that in my opinion is played the least out of these teams. So that's where circles are twice as important, even though it's outside the control of the teams, right? Because if you don't know the map as well, you're not able to find the best spots for your team, even if you're outside circle. So that's why circle played such a huge part. Huge part.
Also, we're talking about like the small improvement curve coming up from NA. Exactly. Even though they were taken out, they were still like pretty high in the leaderboard, so I'm really happy. And we want more information about NA. What is going on in their head? Geo's just about to find that out.
Alright, so I'm here with Wi-Fi from Pittsburgh Knights. So, you guys, you are the first NA team now to take a chicken dinner home today. How is that feeling?
Regular.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Regular.
Oh, very confident. Well, one thing that was interesting about that game is you guys, you know, from NA, there's kind of this general stereotype that is very aggressive playstyle, but you guys played a little bit more synergistically and kept yourselves together. What was the decision in that sort of made you kind of calm down a little bit on the aggression?
Basically understanding how the games have been so far with going against, you know, all these other teams. You understand that they've been a lot more aggressive than us, and when more than multiple teams are being aggressive at the exact same time, it kind of just like it's just a big clash and it's a big mess. So, you know, at this point in time, our game plan is just to be cool, calm, collective, let all the other teams clash heads, and we just, you know, chill.
So would you say that one of the really important parts of your success in this last game was the positioning that you opted for at the end, where you kind of took the top of that hill and ensured you kind of had that high ground?
More or less. Our position, we was able to see mid-circle and it was an open field. We kind of gave up the compound that was next to us because we didn't feel the need to get smashed on by any team. So we just took the back end. As long as we're able to see circle and keep eyes on every team that's in front of us, that's all that really matters.
Well, you guys are very close to being in that top 5. So do you think by the end of tomorrow you'll be going to the global finals?
I feel like celebrating already.
Oh, all right. I like the confidence. I like the confidence. Casters, back to you guys.
As I say, we talk about kind of the NA meta being very aggressive, being very confident and kind of arrogant.
Proud, yeah.
But yeah, to be honest, that was the biggest representation. That was absolutely amazing coming out from Pittsburgh Knights. It was great questions in fairness from Gio, and how they played it was perfect, and they getting rid of that compound and realizing that's the thing, evolving your gameplay against the teams that are, let's say, more aggressive, realizing, look, there's no point in being aggression against aggression. Let's chill, let's play cool, calm, and collected. It's paid off in game 5.
I think we were a little bit like going up against the playstyle of Kurd, of the Pittsburgh Knights. We were early on seeing that they were really split on the map, and we were a little bit scared, like, oh, maybe you don't want to do that at that stage. They didn't get taken down, luckily. But after that, they changed their playstyle, and that was the shift we were talking about, is that they really stepped it up and put that ego aside, say, okay, we're going to now have that synergy coming through. And when they did that, they just destroyed it, which is awesome. So I'm really happy to see that these NA teams, when they put that synergy together, they can just take over the world.
We've also seen the first chicken dinner from an NA team at the PMCO prelims. So all you NA supporters, give yourselves a bit of a cheer, support Pittsburgh Knights, as well as Omen Elite, who did put in a decent performance over the last couple of games, and they are far from out of it, right? It's just nice to see that chicken dinner show up on an NA tide.
As you said, the first NA chicken dinner. Let's hope this is not the last. Let's hope this is the first of many chicken dinners for NA.
Based on Wi-Fi's reaction, I don't think it will be the first.
On his word?
Or the last.
I feel like celebrating already.
I know. I thought I was confident.
You want to see what NA play style is like? Just listen to that interview.
Yeah,
that is NA.
See, and that's the thing. Like, you know, Wi-Fi would be a great poker player, right? Like because it's really hard to read him, right? It's really like he's so chill and kind of just
don't know what's going on.
You don't really know what he's thinking, and that can be a good thing in a situation like this. But looking at the results of this match 5, 15th to 9th, DM not having a good game.
The two top teams not at the top this time around, so a little bit of a shift on what we had last game on Erangel. Seemed like Vikendi, they do not like the cold areas and having a little bit of a hard time. X-Quest in 9.
I'm sure they're still okay. I'm sure they're still okay.
I'm sure they we'll see the current overall leaderboard. Yeah, we're going to be like, oh, they're fine.
I'm sure they're fine.
They're fine.
But what is more important is the fact that Pittsburgh Knights, who were far from bad, like they were holding on to a solid position from a points point of view, but now they're going to climb up. Team Queso, who had dropped game after game, they're going to climb their way up, because a 29-point game is fantastic when we talk about the average points wanting to be looked at around 20 to 22.
Because we were talking about that also earlier, like the leaderboards, you're starting to see some lines getting drawn out.
Yep.
And it's still not impossible to overtake it, and that's what happened for Pittsburgh Knight. They just took one game, and that's just going to make them go really high in the current standings in the leaderboard. So I really just can't wait to see where they're standing right now. But I think they're in top 6, top 5. I think they're getting really close.
It's going to be hard to tell, but we'll obviously find out in due time. But talking about the kill leaders from that game, Memo, that's the thing. Omen Elite, Memo got 5 kills. It was a great play by him and the rest of the Omen team to keep, because when you think about it, they lost a player early on as well. So they were down to 3 players. Imagine if that player had have kept going. Imagine if he had stayed alive. That possibly would have put Omen Elite in a much better position. But either way, Memo coming on top.
Yeah, and then Team Kesso, look at that. Team Kesso,
Yeah.
2 of their members on the left side. There was 3 kills and 4 kills for Mystic, the magician of their team.
Magician.
And even though normally he's the magician because he's able to really surprise his enemies in a really good fashion, surprising teams on Vikendi is not that easy.
Surprising us.
So really good job. Yeah.
Yep, surprising us. Looking at the damage
Not
feed,
high numbers here.
Not super high numbers individually, not super high numbers, but what I do like is that Memo got 5 kills, 557 damage. So that conversion rate from damage to kills, really positive stuff from Omen.
So basically every single fight he took, he's got 100% kill rate on his fights.
Something like that, yeah. Something like that. So we see the head-to-head between Memo and Mystic in that game. 5 kills from Memo, 4 kills from Mystic. Very similar between the two teams. But what I do find interesting is the fact that a lot more distance was covered by Mystic, even though they did have the circle for most of the time.
Yeah, they've just been moving a lot, which they were going up and down. They were never staying stationary.
Exactly.
Which is really nice to see that even though they're on the edge, playing something a little bit different, they do stay on the move, trying to avoid giving their location away and trying to be unpredictable as much as possible. As now the other head-to-head, Pittsburgh's Knight versus Team Kesso. And you can see the standings. First position, second position, 7 kills for Kesso. Even though they didn't take the win, they just did so well because they had such a good position to work with.
Also,
they had the mountain in front of them. They could fire left and right really easily.
Also, to be honest, it's so good to be able to actually have a similar head-to-head between first and second, because X-Quest and even Nova Monster Shield, every single game has been so dominant by that first place team. It's nice to see that similarity show on through as we then see the head-to-head between Purple Mood and Nova Monster Shield. Man, Purple Mood, their work paid off.
They've been doing pretty well. Look at that. 1,585 damage.
Wow.
That is one of the highest, though.
It is.
In terms of damage output.
As a team.
Not in terms of kills, but they did really well. So congratulations to them. Let's hope that now they can actually turn that into a chicken dinner at some point. I think they deserve one. They put a lot of work and effort in their games, and I think that they could get one pretty easily.
Yeah, and then head-to-head between Kurt Squad and Omen Elite. Again, quite similar between damage. Omen Elite getting 1,000 damage, the majority of that coming out from Memo himself. He got 18 game points. Again, when they were already in 5th place, it's just helping themselves that little bit more, and of course, helping to secure that spot to move on to the global finals next week, Maxan. It's so exciting. Like, we're nearing the end of game 1, and is it weird that I kind of wish we had another 4 games today? Because I want to see it happen. Can we not just put all 12 games in today? Screw it. Like, we'll go in on like easy.
We'll do it.
Yeah, easy? No? Okay. Either way, one more game today, I'll take it.
Finally, one NA team taking a chicken dinner. Let's hope it is the first of many. Next game going to be Erangel. That's where all the action came on through. The most epic game I've ever seen just happen. And game number 4 on Erangel was a military base ending. I hope we can see another one. We'll see that in just a few short minutes.
Tired of being powered down? Charge up with dual engine fast charging. Start up with Game Countdown. Up your game with the Vivo V15 series. Vivo.
PUBG Mobile Team Deathmatch. A quick game for those short breaks. There is a better choice.
Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it. Stop what you're doing. Get in the moment. Yeah, you can do it.
just try to live. We just try to live. We get better and we get stronger. We get better and we get just try to live. We just try to live. We get better and we get stronger. We get better and we
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for sticking around. We're about to jump into the last game of the day on Erangel, where everything started, everything is just about to end, and I can't wait to see who's going to be taking it home. Will it be an X-Quest roller coaster, or will it go to someone else?
Of course, we've seen 3 different regions come out with chicken dinners: X-Quest, Nova, Monster Shield, and it's great to see an NA team come out with a chicken dinner in that last game. Now, during the break, we took a small bit of time to go onto Twitch chat just to kind of say hello to the viewers, thank them for supporting us, and of course get some feedback for ourselves. And the consensus from the chat is they want more of the lollipop guy. So take that note, lollipop guy, as you look back. I think it was one of the members of Purple Mood.
It was,
if I'm correct.
We want another performance.
We want more.
If we
want more
do
lollipop guys. That's just how it is. So yeah, thank you so much to everybody that's been shown that level of support. But either way, this is the standings after 5 games maximum. X-Quest still dominating the top of the table with a 43-point lead ahead of Purple Mood.
They just have that little bit of a safety net to work with. Even if they did not have an insane last game, they're still pretty dominantly in the leaderboard with a nice little bit of extra points going their way. Purple Mood, then is Nova Monster Shield. Pittsburgh, they did get themselves in top 5. We were talking about that. They did get in the top 5. They only needed 1 win to get up there. And that is actually the same for Omen Elite. They get 1 win, and we have potentially the 2 NA teams up there.
And same with Team Queso.
Yes.
What they were, in 12th, I think, after the last game? They've climbed 6 places. Again, don't get me wrong. Of course, they are only 3 points ahead of Omen Elite. They're only 15 points ahead of top esports. But it's the fact that they've gotten a good result and they've climbed the table. That's what these teams need to look at. They need to look at the fact that every single game, every single solid result, it doesn't have to be about that chicken dinner. It can be about that second, it can be about that third, it can be about getting 5 or 6 kills just to help your chances.
We're talking about the teams that have been rising up in the last game, and last few games actually, but the teams that have been unfortunately losing steam little by little, and that is the few teams from Asia, especially the 2 top teams, Top Esport and Team Top. They have been struggling in the last few games.
They kind of
and they're gonna have to change that up, because otherwise they might stay in that location, because still the line is still being drawn. It is not over quite yet. They can just need a few really good performances and they can make it back up in the top 5. But it's at the point where things start to get dangerously close, and you don't want to stay in that position for too long.
Yeah, and as we do talk about the team placements, let's look at the average kill leader so far today. You're really surprised, Powerboy getting an average kill of 4.2 kills per game for 1 player. Like, we barely see teams get that. Never mind an individual player.
I want a Powerboy t-shirt. I want to join the fan club right now. He is just dominating it. We could almost just add 4.2 and a 0 behind. 420 blaze it. He's just taking it home and doing a really good time.
Yeah, and even it follows up right with the average damage leaders per game. Once again, he's at the top of the table, 171. But here's the thing, Scout Scout Top from Team IND. Like, as a team, they're kind of struggling, but he's doing the damage. An average of nearly 600 damage per game. Like, that's pretty ridiculous. But they've got to turn the damage into kills and turn the kills into points.
One player that's been doing extremely well, been talking about him quite a lot in this tournament so far, is Memo.
Yes.
From Omen Elite. Almost 350 damage going his way on average, and he's just been always one of the top fraggers for his team. He's really been up there, pulling up the NA side of this tournament, and let's hope that can be enough for them to actually get their first chicken dinner. I hope they can actually do so. But here it is, Powerboy. Everyone has his eyes on him right now, and he is just running away with the lead. The averages are just so high on this side. We're over 5 matches, and they just got almost double the stats.
Like, it's just... It's overall ridiculous, right? There's no comparison. Even though it's a comparison, there's no comparison. Although, gotta say, from Purple Moods, they've done a great job to cover a lot of distance in their side, especially that last game. So great job by them. And it's just great to see that kind of distance you run in game really paying off to how you you continue on in those games and getting those placement finishes.
They have been a team that have been always rotating really efficiently, trying to anticipate the next circle. Not able to unfortunately get a win, but that is a good step in the right direction, right? If you can be always really fast on your feet to respond to big shifts or slow shifts, you're going to be always really dominant and high in those leaderboards. That's why they're up there in the leaderboards so far. They deserve it because they're always so very by the book kind of gameplay you're seeing from them, but it works.
It does.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly, and we talk about progression and evolution. We talk about moving on up. We've had 5 games today. Those are your winners of your 5 games. XQuest with 3 chicken dinners already. Nova Monster Shield. There you go. I was thinking of Nomad Warriors, but anyway, Nova Monster Shield taking the first Erangel, and Pittsburgh Knights taking over Vikendi. The question is, are Nova Monster Shield going to repeat on the last game of the day in Erangel? Is it going to be another NA team? Or are we going to see the likes of Team Queso get their first chicken dinner?
I think this the time when Nova Monster Shield actually got the win, it was also a lot because of the circle. So now they need a lot more than that and not rely only on the circle, because I know they are mechanically gifted. Okay, I'm not taking anything away. They are mechanically gifted. They are really talented players, but they just must rely less on the circle and try and really take matters in their own hand and try and be a little bit more forward with their gameplay tactics.
Also, I'm sure you've noticed this, but the 2 games XQuest haven't won, they've gone out relatively early. I'm not saying that as a negative to them, but I'm saying it's kind of, we haven't seen a team go up against some, let's say, in the top 2 or 3 teams and win. You know what I mean? So the first team that does that will be kind of saying to me, yeah, you deserve to, let's say, be ahead or really challenging the likes of XQuest.
XQuest is the team to take down, so if team has an opportunity, they see on the leaderboard, oh, you took down 1 person from XQuest, they're going to be like, well, I'm going to take my shot, take the risk, and I can maybe take it, because earlier, anyone can do it. Once again, it's not impossible to take them down. It was Kurd Squad, the last team in the standings at the time, that took down the number 1 team, which is XQuest. So anything is possible.
True, they are only human after all. They're only human after all. Don't put your blame on me, Maxman. Put your blame on me.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, yeah, so 100% XQuest F do definitely have a huge chance to be taken down. You know, they're not immortal, right? It's just, it's so hard, and it requires kind of a perfect opportunity. Decided to Formia, they're lying pretty low down in the standings, but one thing that I noticed is that they're only like 33 points behind, I think it's Team Queso. So realistically, are they really that far behind? Yeah, okay, they haven't had a strong performance compared to the likes of
Lollipop guy.
Team Queso. There's a Lollipop guy. Is he having another Lollipop?
Do your trick.
Is he having another Lollipop?
I don't think so. It wasn't his Lollipop though. It was his,
it was a Lollipop.
It was an actual Lollipop?
That's why everyone's like, where's the Lollipop
It didn't
guy?
seem like one. Okay.
Well, that's because it was in his mouth, although he was like, anyway. Let's not go into too much detail. PG stream and whatnot. But, you know, and that's the thing. What I love about these live events compared to offline events is that you see the players' personalities. You know what I mean? You get to meet the people. You get to experience and get an idea of who they are as people. You find out just so much more about the teams that makes what is esports extra special.
That's what we were here for, because we're just one big family here to enjoy one type of content, just competitive gaming at its finest, and that's what's been given to us by a lot of these teams, and we're just going to be keeping it further and further, because you say that this is hype, this is pretty good gameplay. These teams, they're not half bad, right?
No,
well, just imagine next weekend. Just imagine next weekend, you're going to see XQuest there fighting up against all the best teams in the world. That is what we're going. It's like an unofficial world championship next weekend.
It is. It's the best of the best. It is the highest competitive level of PUBG Mobile we will have ever seen. We will find out who will become the best region and the best team in the world right now. Will it last forever? No, because there's going to be more PUBG Mobile tournaments. There's going to be the Autumn Civic. There's going to be the global finals later on. It's going to continue. But when you start at the top, it gives you a higher chance of staying there.
Because after that, also you have the full split. You just got
exactly,
so
yeah,
much more.
that's the thing.
And it's
Just
not
more.
over, and we just
Nope.
got so much more competitive PUBG Mobile action to come. It's just absolutely hype, and I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And what's been given to you guys so far is just, we are enjoying it. I think the players are enjoying it. They've been screaming a lot. I think they're having one hell of a good time. I hope that all of you people at home are also having the time of your life checking out this broadcast.
And that's the thing, again, like I mentioned, a lot of these teams are so humble to be here, and they're honored to be here representing their country. But of course, they want to be the best. They want to play against the best. They want to be on the tippy top of the mountain. Are they going to be able to get there? Game 6 is about to get underway as we enter Erangel.
We are loading up. Get your loot up and ready. Where are we dropping, boys? We'll wait and see. We can already see that this plane is very focused on the east side. Ooh, this is going to be some crispy gameplay. And if we have military base, I'll take any bet, Imperium, from you. If we have another military base, I'm
not making any more bets with you, Max. I have to eat your jacket right now, I'm not taking any more bets with you. I'm just gonna be on my own,
Too OP.
Gonna say, you just got a little bit lucky, punk.
Team IND, same as last time on their angle. They go towards the military base. They've got to try and be a little bit more confident, I think, because they did leave the one team you do not want to give a little bit too much space to work with. They gave a little bit more space over to X-Quest F, and they turned it on its head really fast and really efficiently. So I can't wait to see who's going to try and drop. Team top, they always go for Novo. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They had a really good performance last time, and that is, of course, if we have another military base ending.
Well, of course, but either way, you're going to see, because it's very much on the east side of the map, yes, School, Pachinki, and Yaznai, as well as Rozhok are all accessible, but we also know that the likes of Omen Elite and Top Esports love to go to George Pool, so will they do the same this game? In my opinion, yes, they will.
I mean, they had a really good looting session over there. They can rotate very easily inland, and there's not really much separating them from the next upcoming circle. They are pretty central most of the time, as now all the teams are dropped out. Some already hit the ground. And this is going to be like a lot of teams, as you said, like going towards that west coast, like George Pol, like also Primorsk, for the likes of Team Kesso or Team Secret. If they want to try and go there, they're going to be a really big distance. But it seems like Team Kesso, they completely gave up on trying to go to Primorsk again. They just dropped really high north, which is really unlikely of them.
Well, to be honest, I think it kind of made sense because, one, not a lot of teams are going to go directly to there. They're going to land and go east or westwards. So it kind of made sense. But this first phase, this first circle, it's pretty standard. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty central.
There's something crazy there I really want to talk about.
Okay.
There's no military base.
That's not crazy, man.
I'm a big sad boy.
Big sad boy. You know what? You deserve it. That's fine.
Well, eat my jacket. Hell yeah.
I am
literally.
Yeah, literally. But what is definitely going to be interesting though is the river. Is that going to play? Yeah. Is that going to play a big part in the future phases? Are we going to have a north and south split? Because that's something that these teams are going to have to be aware of. I don't think they need to do it in the first phase, but on phase 2, I definitely think if it stays on the north circle, they're going to have to make a choice.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really important for them to get. They got a bunch of bridges, but they might just not be enough for them to actually work around. And you can see there's a really big north section that's unoccupied. If these teams have the information, they see the circle, they see what's going on, they can actually try and call that home and try and set location up there. But once again, as you mentioned, Imperium, that is going to be a really important river. And if it shifts away, the teams already set themselves in the north. They're going to have to rotate down. And you might have a few teams gatekeeping those bridges.
Yeah, but overall, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for Team IND. The reason why is because this circle is so central on the whole map that a lot of these teams are already looking to go central, so there's nobody really bridge camping. And to be honest, Team IND, they're just going to go to the west side. The biggest team that's going to be put under trouble is Team Top.
Team Top, they're going to have a hard time. Team IND, they're going to rotate out too. They're both in the same situation, but really no one seems to be gatekeeping, especially the East Bridge. So they're going to have to try and work on that and maybe rotate really early. They looted. They had time to loot at this point.
Of course.
Rotate inland. It's just such a big area. Unfortunately, these teams do not know. They do not know where the other teams are. They don't know what's going on around the map. But it's just such a big area. And I think that these teams can actually anticipate that if they're being a little bit, trying to anticipate what's going to happen in that game. The plane was just so directed towards the East Coast that you can say, okay, there's not many teams on the other area, so if we rotate there, we will have a really good opportunity to have a really good area of land to work with.
And one team that this is a pattern that we're seeing from them, and hey, look, so far it's overall worked out for them because they are second place overall in standings, is Purple Mood. They split drop and split loot and then join together. Now, the good thing is that they can all head towards Severny, and they'll be generally within decent circle distance on the next phase. But I like what they do.
Normally, I'm always very against like split gameplay.
Yeah.
And I was even mentioning that earlier when we were on Vikendi with Pittsburgh's Knights. They were just playing really split early, and it was staying split until the mid-game and almost to the late game. If you split early for loot, you're just spreading your wings, trying to get as much loot as possible, trying to get your four-man squad like just completely stacked on weapons, ammos, and also utility and heals. That is good early game, but just do not stay like that over the course of the game. And they got back together already, which is really fast and really reactive, and I like to see that.
It's also more important that you do it in a safe area of the map. You don't do it in, like, Pachinki, really. You don't, like, even though Pachinki, you'll loot different houses, but you won't be that far apart, right? So you don't do it in, like, the hot drop areas or the most popular areas. You do it in the deep north or the deep south, so to speak, where you're realistically not going to be contested.
Where the drop rates are a little bit lower, and they can just easily rotate back together towards the north part of the map, so they can get towards Zoom MS SAP if they really want to. So far, a pretty normal game we have so far. Team Secret, though, going away from Primorsk area, going here to the east side, something you don't really see them do towards Milta, and they're just going to try and hold that position. That is actually a loot area that's actually really fought over in some tournaments, but seemed like here, not really a lot of people enjoy Milta area, and I think that's a little bit sad because it's just such a good loot position to have for yourself this early on.
Especially, I suppose in this situation at least, it's also generally close by to the circle. And 9 times out of 10, unless it's a deep east or a deep north or a deep northwest, you're always close to the circle.
Definitely, like you can just rotate very like inland very easily, and that's just going to be like Team Kessler. That's what they do. So fit in their playstyle, nothing wrong about that right now. Team Top Esports, they went for George Pole once again. They rotated, they went through that travel section, and they got there. They're gonna they're on their own, so they're gonna get the top best weapons in the game pretty easily right there.
Now, one team that have pulled out a bit of an interesting strategy, again with a bit of a split push, but between the north and south side of this river, is Deformia. They have 2 players on the south side of the river, and they have 2 players on the east side, on the north side of the river.
As you have a nice little bit of an angle on top of XQuest F. They are C1 member, Mimo. And he just saw that, and he's just out of hit instantaneously. The shots fired a little bit back and forth, taking a little bit of damage down to about 75% HP. And he just knows that he can't really take that, so just leaves. That is a little bit of a risky play. I would never recommend as a one, like in a car, early on in the game to rush next to a compound. If you can like drive a long way just to avoid it, it will be rewarding. They got lucky, made it out alive, but some players and some teams, they're not that lucky and get shut down early on.
Talking about early on, Team In, they haven't gone around the west side, which I disagree with. They've actually gone to the east side bridge, and they're coming against Team Top.
Yeah, we already saw that matchup. I think it was in game 2. We
I
saw
think so,
Team IND and Team Top up against each other. Last time it was Team IND that was gatekeeping the bridge really efficiently. They got 2 kills and made a man advantage, shut down Team Top. Is it going to repeat this game again? We'll have to wait and see, but I hope that Team Top did learn from their mistakes and they were going a little bit too aggressive on that bridge push.
Once again, we see 2 members of Indian Tigers occupying a shack. We've seen this happen.
Didn't work, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it happen quite often. Now, it's early on, so it's not going to pose too much of a pressure, but I kind of wonder, is it really worth saying there as Team IND, this Indian team, going up against the members of Team Top?
There's a compound in the distance, Team IND. Maybe say can try and use that if you want, but they're just trying to stay as close as possible to that bridge entrance. And it seemed like Team Top, they did learn from their mistakes, and they went for the other bridge, which I do really enjoy. I think that's a really, really smart play. At least, yeah, they're going for the other bridge, and they saw Team IND.
Yeah, see, they see Team IND. That's one, that's pretty calculated play from them, but two, it's kind of interesting that the team that lands west side of military base goes towards east side, and the team that lands east side goes towards the west side of the bridge. It's kind of crisscrossing. But both teams are going to be able to survive. And see, Team IND realized this, so now they're going to go over the bridge, enter into the mainland, enter into the circle with relative ease. And one area of the map that is generally completely unoccupied right now is around Gaka, and that would be a good spot for Team Top to occupy.
They're going to actually work with
For
that
now,
because
anyway.
like you guys can't see on the map right now, but like the entire west section is completely deserted. No one is there. So
From
if it
basically from George Pool down to basically Ferry Pier is just completely uncontested.
Yeah, so if some teams want to try and set themselves up there, they can, but the next shift of the circle will be happening very, very shortly, so that could be something rewarding if you go now, but in the later stages, maybe not, because if they go now and a lot of teams are going to try and fight over them because they're going to be so valuable for the next upcoming phases.
I just had the shock of my life.
Yeah.
Team Queso hold the edge of the circle. We've never seen that before from them.
Queso on the edge of the circle? I don't know what you're talking about. What
the hell?
Epic gamer moment. Whoa!
Lulz. No, it's like, this is to be expected. But what I like is that they landed in Yasnai, were uncontested. They've been able to loot up. So that means by holding the edge of the circle, and it's on the complete west side as well, so they don't have to worry about looking behind them. But what's good is because they're going to have most likely a heavy amount of loot, what they want, what they need, that when they do need to rotate, they're going to rotate where they need to as opposed to where they need to loot up, if that makes sense. So they have a bit more freedom from that point of view. So let's see if it does pay off. They need another strong result. We'll get them back into the top 5. But even just a good plays coming out from them will really give them that extra level of confidence.
You're talking about getting back into the top 5. We've seen Deformia right there. They're a team that have been, we mentioned that earlier before the break, like they have been struggling. And they were really coming into the tournament confident. No, it happens to have bad days. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the best of us. And even XQuest, they have games, they just can't win them. So they can make it back in. That is completely fine. But they just have to really work on that synergy. And that is not something I'm seeing from them because you can see on the map, Team Deformia, they are extremely doing a split. They are doing a 2-2 split away with a river between them. They have no way of rotating efficiently and really fast. So I would say Deformia are doing a pretty major mistake this time around.
Well,
there are so many teams around them too. It's going to be really punishing if they do get caught out.
That's the thing. So it's going to be important that they don't get caught out. I'll agree with you depending on how bad or how good they do or don't get caught out. But we're going to see this next phase of the circle show up.
The river's still there.
The river's still there, but it is more north side, so it is going to compound the teams on the south that little bit more. So the likes of Indian Tigers, the likes of XQF, the likes of Kurd Squad, they're going to have to maybe be looking to move up northwards a little bit more. Rozhawk might become a bit more
overcrowded.
Crowded, yeah, a bit more crowded.
Going to get busy real quick, real soon. One team that's really happy was the shift of the circle. That is Purple Mood, PLM. They were dropped up there. They got the entire loot of all the northern section of Erangel.
Severny, Stolbar and stuff.
They got all of that. So what they can do now is just hold position. If they have to shift away, sure, they'll have to shift. But so far, there's no reason for them to fight because North is most of the time going to be completely unoccupied. And they're the only team there. So King of the North, it is this time around Purple Mood.
Well, I tell you who wants to be king of Erangel in this game 6. It is RG Star. They hold the edge of Potato Hill up on top of the hill. It's a nice spot to hold, but I fear it might go against them in the next phase. As Deformia, they knocked down a couple of members of Top Esports.
They got 2 knocks and 1 kill on one of those knocks. So actually doing a good job up against one of the top teams. Coming to you live from Asia. And here it is, getting another 2 kills flushed away by Deformia. We're talking about them, and they are starting pretty nicely.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad place to hold off. The garage is a bit of a popular area when we talk about the gas station. What did I say?
The garage.
Yeah, sorry. Gas station, sorry. The gas station is a popular area to hold off when the river is in play between the north and south, because you have teams that might go over the bridge exiting from Rozhok or Yasnai that you can catch out.
Definitely, that could be a good location to use for yourself. I don't personally, like, when I have my own games, I don't use it that much. I overlook a gas station.
That's the thing. You
and
kind of overlook
something that, if you really like use it as how it's given to you, like, it can be a good location. Also, you have the wall on the right side of it.
Exactly.
And you've got really good defense. You can't jump over it.
Yeah.
So
It's not super high ground, but it gives you a lot of scope of vision for the teams around it. Yeah, of course. It's something I've kind of learned from actually just playing the game more, right? That's the thing. You learn so much from just playing the game and understanding it a bit more and finding those little spots. And that's where these teams know Erangel so much, that they do know a lot of the spots, a lot of the little crevices that they're going to be able to take advantage of.
Shots fired a little bit by Nova Monster Shield. Not getting too much done there, and just going to be flying around the map. They're going to be fine for the time being. Purple Mood still at the very high north of the map. Might be clashing very soon with this team from Korea. Team Top would be an interesting clash to see. I think we haven't had these two teams go up against each other so far in the tournament, and I couldn't wait to see who would be able to take that fight.
Like, within reason, I kind of want to fast forward this last game to the next phase as quickly as possible, just because I want to see if it's going to be in north or south kind of split. But either way, great play coming out from Purple Mood. They're going to secure their first frag over onto a member of Team Top.
Yeah, Team Top, a lot of members in one car. Would not recommend to do that. No. I think that even Team Top, they were like, okay, no one must have dropped north. Who does that in 2019? Well, apparently Purple Mood do it, and they do it pretty well, and they defended that, and now they have the information at least. Even though he died, they get one really positive information. A team is there. We do not have compound. They have the high ground. Let's just back off.
It's not because of 2019, it's because of Area 51. Everybody wants to drop in military base.
There's no military base ending.
I know.
What are you talking about?
I know.
Okay.
But, you see the Formia securing another kill onto a member of Team Top. That's what I like to see. 3 kills in the first 16 minutes, giving them that extra level of confidence, Macron.
Very confident in Neen this time around. This might be the game they were looking for since game number 1. On Sanhok, and let's hope that they can just keep that ball rolling and potentially take some chicken home to try and feed their loved ones.
Feed their loved ones.
I got one question. How the hell did he get on that roof, though? I can't do that.
How did he do that? Well, you know the way his name is J7? It's actually 007. He just can't, he just can't, he's undercover.
No, he's over the cover this time. He's over the roof.
I've been expecting you, Mr. Bob.
You asked for more dad jokes in chat. You get them.
As a Team Secret, they're just going to stay where they are. RG Star, they're also, you know what? They are sticking to their convictions, right? They're not doing what most of the other teams are doing and moving up towards the north side. They're kind of going, okay, this is going to move down to south. We're going to have a south ending, so to speak. And hey, look, if it pays off for them, they will be in an absolutely fantastic position in Phase 5, Phase 6.
That could be a really good thing for them to work with. Kurt Squad, they haven't moved from school.
Again, they don't have to.
They didn't have to. Like, the circle is going towards them. Actually, talking about circle, is about to shift in just the next few seconds. And if it's a north shift, Purple Mood are just going to be so good. They're going to be in such a good position. But also, one team that really shifted really high north, and that is Team... Purple Mood, they rotated a little bit towards the river, just in case. But that's Pittsburgh Knights. They're just like, hell yeah, good decision-making right there. Lucky, but good decision-making.
Again, just like in Vikendi, they had... And actually, you know what's interesting? Both Team Queso and Pittsburgh Knights have the circle on their side. It's like they've come together and they've prayed as an 8-man team to the PUBG Mobile gods and said, please, guys, put the circle on our side. And it's worked so far in this last game of the day.
We might have... a little bit of action towards score right now as Team Indian Tigers. They want a little bit... They want to learn some stuff, so they want to try and get in score, but unfortunately not allowed to. Grenade coming through on the top.
Why would they want to go into school?
I know, right?
Just go into the circle.
Too like us, too cool for school.
There's no point. You're not going to learn anything.
Oh.
Okay, anyway. No, but when we talk about the circle being shifting so far up north, yeah, I get you might want to wait, but in my opinion, there's no point in trying to fight a team in that situation. Now, look at Omen Elite. They're actually going into the blue zone, into George Pool, go over to the north side, and then go into the safe zone from there. That is perfect. It's really good play from them. They're avoiding any hassle. They're going to land in a tough spot because look at the amount of teams. Max Van, we see it on the circle, the amount of teams that are on around the south side of that circle. It's ridiculous.
As you see Indian Tigers, though, they're respecting the boundary set. By Kurt Squad, just going to let that one slip away. There's no reason. I think he's already been looted up too. There's nothing to win out of it. And there's no one that's going to refight. I think there's going to shift also. It has shifted, actually, away from school, so there's no reason to really hold that position right now.
It makes sense. It makes sense. As we do see purple. No, they haven't actually gone as north
They did,
as
but they
I
came
thought
down
they
after.
would. Yeah, but I thought they'd go back up north, but maybe they're just confident of where they're holding. Yeah, I kind of can't move. Well, they can, but it would be riskier, right?
I think I really respect what Purple Mood did there. They were like, okay, just in case the circle rotates away, we're going to get a little bit closer to the river. If we have to cross, it's going to be way easier. Was unlucky once against them, but it came from a really, really smart play. So even though it didn't work out for them, that was still a really smart rotation from Purple Mood.
Yeah, and talking about really smart rotation, Team Seeker are doing the same thing. They avoided the likes of Indian Tigers and Card Squad. They've done a little bit similar to Omen Elite, and now they're going to end up going on to the west side of this map as Top Esports. Are they going to go for that loot crate? Are they going to get the M249? They're going to risk it.
If a team wants to go for compound rushes, an M249 is maybe a weapon you're looking for. It has such a high rate of fire, the damage is pretty damn insane.
And you get 100 bullets.
Get 100 bullets. Like, if you want to spray, go for an M249, goddammit, let's go.
Yeah, now we see the battle between two fantastic teams, all Rejection Gaming and Kurd Squad, fighting over this edge of the circle compound.
I don't know if it's just me, but Kurd Squad, after that good last game on Vikendi, they seem confident. I don't know if it's just me, but they seem so much more confident by holding compounds out. They rotations too.
Oh my!
They seem really confident, which I'm really enjoying, and they need that confidence to get back up and maybe like do an epic turnaround and get in the top 5 position. It is not impossible.
Yeah, we did see on the camera, they may be from the same region, but there's no love lost between Pittsburgh Knights and Omen Elite. So Pittsburgh Knights flying bullets in the direction of Omen Elite. Now, because there wasn't a knockdown, like they don't know who it is, right? So they just see a body, they're going to fire at it. But either way, we're going to see this next circle. Is it going to be north? Is it going to be south? The river is still in play, but it's a northward finish. However, it is helping and really putting the likes of PLM, once again, Nova, Monster Shield, and Omen Elite, who moved up from the west side, in a good position.
You know, actually, that was a really good change from Purple Mood. It came to bite them back a little bit, but actually it worked out at the end of the day. So I'm really happy that they did take that position and that decision a little bit early on, and it is definitely going their way. As you have then All Rejection Gaming on the move. Trying to get themselves in a good position. They're going to try and potentially get around to the other bridge because it is gatekept by Kurd Squad.
If I were them, honestly, I'd go to the river and take a boat over. I would not go on the bridge. But either way, we're seeing XQF add to their kill totals. Overall, getting another couple of kills. Now we do see another member of Team IND in the water, waiting, hoping he can survive.
Avoiding to get spotted out, but here it is, the man, the myth, the legend, Paraboy, jumping on our screens, and he is ready to dominate in the next skirmish he's going to get involved in. And a lot of teams starting to rotate. There's not many compounds though. So at this stage, we're getting stage 4, almost stage 5. Getting those compounds is going to be that much more impactful. And we still lost no teams at this stage. 51 players, we only lost a bunch. 9 players died so far, which is really cool, and like we're expecting.
It's really cool.
So
it's cool, man. Losing players is cool.
You know, it's really what you're expecting, and it's really passive early. And it's really nice.
See, look at what the Formula do. They have the gas station compound. You have Team Queso down in the distance close by to them. Actually, Queso have done a great job at getting into the circle, although Ayala is outside of it, but with communications it should help them. But look at this Team Secret. They're looking for the kills. They're looking for blood as we're starting to see these teams get closer together. Pittsburgh Knights, how are you going to respond?
That's a lot of utility in Purim right there. That's a little bit scary for the later stages of the game. But Team Secret, they're hungry and looking for kills. Going to go and rush inside of that. But instantly going to get onto the back with heavy damage output. Going into that smoke and taking heavy damage right now. And still Pittsburgh having a little bit of a hard time, but here it is, they're taking damage back and forth and using that smoke to his advantage. Actually, that utility might be extremely useful. And despite the push, Team Secret are getting clapped back pretty efficiently. But grenade, was that smoke or grenade? I'm not too sure.
Well, oh, okay, this is going to be Pittsburgh Knight most likely getting taken out. J7, he can't even heal up. The smoke grenades are starting to go down. Is he actually going to be able to use up a first aid kit?
I think if he's able to do that, he might potentially do it, but be careful now. Team Secret, they're reaching him back up. A grenade coming on through. Didn't get chucked, didn't get cooked. It's just going to be thrown in the distance. I don't think it's going to be that impactful, but here it is looking for the engage. The grenade does connect. He's still so low. He does it. What's that clutch play coming out from Pittsburgh's Knights?
No, it wasn't. It was Omen Elite. The NA teams come together and they help each other. But is he going to pay the price?
The 2 NA.
Oh, man, the 2 NA teams help each other out. Oh, my absolute God.
That jump from J7 from Pittsburgh was just insane. The damage did come out from Omen in the back. They're like, hey, like now in the background, they must be like just looking at each other, just winking. Hell yeah. You're welcome.
I know he ended up getting taken out, but in my opinion, I guarantee he would have preferred to being taken out by another NA team than another region's team. So, hey, look, carry on the torch. Take our torch, Omen Elite, and put it on through to the rest of this game.
Just like the Spider-Man meme. Not bad, kid. Not bad. Feels nice.
Kid. I thought you were going to say with great power comes great responsibility, but there you go.
We'll keep that one for later.
Okay. Either way.
Uncle Ben.
So,
where are you, Ben?
Ben. So we're down to 12 teams, 37 players left. XQuest, Queso, Omen Elite, and Deformia, as well as Purple Mood and RG Star team, still have 4 players up. Still full squads left on their side, whereas the remaining teams have 3 or lower.
RG Star team, they do not have a compound under their control.
Well,
they're still trying to clash back and forth.
The hard thing for Omen Elite, Deformia, and Queso is that they have to cross the road.
And that's going to be something they have to work around. Like, a lot of these endings actually have roads in the center, which adds a little bit extra spiciness to that end game.
Yeah, exactly.
Purple Mood, they have a compound. This is a really good compound, actually. This is one of my favorite locations to work with when you are on Erangel. It's got really good visibility. You've got compounds with and buildings with like more than 1 or 2 floors, and it just allows that level of unpredictability for the enemy team, and you can just peek from different locations and snipe really easily.
Yeah. Now, RG, we saw them on the west side of the circle at one stage. They've gone all the way, on the east side, they've gone all the way over to the west side of the circle. However, it's not exactly paying off just yet because a couple of members have been knocked down. Purple Mood are looking for them. The smoke grenades have come out. They've got the cavalry with the vehicle to try and provide the extra level of protection. What are you doing, Jin? You're getting knocked down. What, were you expecting to run them over?
You're rushing a high ground area that's taken over by Purple Mood. They still have 4 members up and running. What is that? They're doing it again! What are you doing, AK? Don't go for it, please. Oh, he just actually gets one knocked down on ZMS.
Okay.
That is still a little bit too risky, like extremely risky, I think I can even say. But AK not having a good time right now. And trying to hold more positions. Once again, that's going to be what most teams are doing, just not fighting whatsoever, just trying to stay prone down as much as possible. But you can see RG Star team now, they're really struggling after those 2 pushes.
Yeah, they really are. However, we're seeing the bullets fly over the place on the side of XQuest Esports. But this is the fight as PLM come out on top against RG Star. The grenade came out and ripped them apart.
I don't know what that was, but that was something. You know what? They tried. I can respect that, but don't try that ever again. Thank you.
Like, it was just like I'm all for using the vehicle for protection, but make sure it's still within the distance of the rest of your team. However, Omen Elite, they're looking to drive on through. They're looking to take out the side of Nova Monster Shield. What are you going to be able to do? Oh, we've seen the knockdown come down on the side of Omen Elite, but Zute, see good, he's prone down, but now they're moving on forward.
They're going out with a boom. And Omen Elite, they're on the edge, but they're looking really good. And they could try and
Wow.
rotate in on ASAP.
Hey.
Purple Mood still having the compound under their protection, looking really nice there. But now, Rejecting Gaming, please do not do the same mistake as RG. Just stay in that position. You just got such a good spot. You got a little bit of a high ground just in front. It serves as really good protection. And there's no need to rush it. Maybe you can get flushed down on CZ from PLM.
Yeah.
But that's all you have to do. You do not want to rush this whatsoever.
No, you don't. Like, both teams kind of have lips of hills that they can work with, so it's going to become a bit of a standoff. As Omen Elite, Zute flies a grenade out there. It doesn't connect onto the side of XQF. However, Coolboy gets a knockdown onto Zute.
Grenade after grenade, here it is. Seagut going to try and use that third-person view to his advantage to shut down Coolboy. A lot of utility going to be used up to this stage of the game. But all those grenades, this sounds like the red zone, but it's not one. And it's just Omen Elite are doing so well, just holding these prone down positions, even against XQuestF.
Well, they kind of have to, right? That's all they can do. However, the side of Top Esports, they've taken down another member as XQF. Now they're driving on through. They're going to look to take down Omen Elite. That's Seagut knocked down. I believe that's one member left on the side of Omen Elite. What can he do? Can he get the res off? Can he get the revive come down? Can he keep his team alive? He's going to try and do it.
He got one res back up. Seagut trying to get into that smoke, trying to get behind that card. It did explode. It's a really good amount of protection they can offer you. Trying to regen back up ASAP. Same for XQuestF. So this fight is not over. You're going to hear once again of these two teams. Nice shot, but not quite connecting. And he's really just trying to find the angle.
Seeker gets knocked down once again from Jimmy. Good strong. Powerboy gets another knockdown on the outsider. How long can they survive for? Revive after revive is coming out from Omen.
There's a limit to your utility, to the health packs and everything. And XQuestF still 4 members. Was that grenade coming on through? I think it was. Ooh, that was a close one.
Not quite connecting. If that had it connected, that that's going to be another one. There you go. Outsider 9K is getting taken out. Now, the remaining members of Omen Elite can focus their attention towards the remaining members of XQF. Can they turn it around?
Essentially, we're going to focus more on this fight of PLM versus All Rejection Gaming. We said it, All Rejection Gaming, you should not rush this compound.
No
what
way!
are you doing? All Rejection Gaming getting rejected by Purple Mood. We said it, it happened. I'm sorry, but that should never have happened. Team trying to storm that compound. It's such a good compound to defend and easy to defend overall. That is just an easy amount of work for Purple Mood.
And now we are suddenly down to 3 teams. Purple Mood, who have fought off 2 squads in that compound. XQF have secured squad wipes against the side of Omen Elite. Azun gets taken down, and that is XQF wiped out. We're down to 2 teams, Purple Mood Esports and Top Esports.
My spidey sense was tingling. What the hell? You've been 4 members in one car at this stage of the game. Here it is. Top Esports, 1 member remaining. Looking for the kill. He finds another one. Getting Jasper in the distance. Hitting those shots, but it will not be enough. The 1v3 clutch will not be here. It will be going over to Purple Mood.
Did you see the fact that he walked right past them and then he got knocked down? That was nearly a one-man effort on the side of Top Esports.
I said it earlier. I said Purple Mood, they deserve a win and they take it for themselves. Congratulations. They are one team that just, if you let them into late stages, they got that positioning, they got that synergy, they got everything that they need. Easy chicken dinner.
Man, I don't think we could have asked for a better ending to day one. That was absolutely phenomenal play coming out from Purple Mood Esports. We saw a lot of successful team fights coming out from the likes of XQF. Even Omen Elite did a great job. They finished up in 4th and they got a good few kills. So that is going to help them in the overall standings, Baxman.
Oh, they definitely need that extra piece of a push just to have a nice, safer position in the current leaderboards.
You know what's really interesting though? XQF finished in 3rd, but they still got 15 kills.
Yeah.
15 kills.
In terms of
so it's kind of like, okay, yeah, we didn't win, but 15 kills, it's just ridiculous. I can't believe that.
It's just mental. It's a really nice performance from them. That car call though. Do I have
by RG?
Not by RG. By XQuest. What the hell was that?
Well, I think at that point
stage
it was
of the game, your car takes so long to get a good speed.
But here's the thing, look, their backs were against the wall. They'd already secured 15 kills. From that point of view, they had nothing to lose, Maxman. You know what I mean? So, yeah, okay, look, when you're looking at it from a critical point of view, yes, it was a stupid decision. But in that moment, it's kind of, look, all or nothing, right? We'll just go into the vehicle, we'll try and survive, and if it happens, it happens. And that's what they did. As I said, didn't pay off, but it was still a great job done by XQF.
Yeah, over to the mid to early late game stage, they did really well there, and it's just Purple Mood. They take the game. They were having that compound, really good position to work with, really good, like they had the lip of the hill at every side that gives them an extra layer of protection. They dealt with RG starting, they dealt with All Rejection Gaming.
Yep.
They dealt also with XQuest, who was trying to storm at the end with the car.
And they even dealt with, of course, towards the end, the most of top esports. You know? But that play by that remaining member of top esports,
that was
we talk about
so
snaking,
close.
Like that was nearly a 1v4. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, congratulations to Purple Mood, and I just want to try and see where the leaderboards are standing right now, because this was the last game of the day on Erangel. We're going to like copy paste, repeat tomorrow.
Before we do that, we are going to have an interview with Purple Esports. So take it on over, Gio.
Okay, so I'm here with Jasper from Purple Mood Esports. So, you win the last game of the day. How do you feel?
I feel normal.
Normal?
It's normal.
Okay. It must feel really great to represent Southeast Asia and be closer to getting to the finals.
Sorry, again, please.
It must be really great to represent Southeast Asia and be closer to the finals.
Yes. We think we can go through the grand final rounds. Yes.
Yeah, definitely gonna happen. Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah?
Of course.
I love it. I love the confidence. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
back to the casters.
Okay.
So what that basically means, if I get this right, Lollipop Guy just got a chicken dinner. Should we call it chicken dinner anymore? Lollipop dinner?
Lollipop dinner.
Lollipop dinner. Seems deserved.
Lollipop Guy got chicken. That was absolutely fantastic. But I'll tell you one thing I did take from that interview, which is a consistent pattern. Every single team that's been interviewed for getting chicken dinners, they've all said the same thing. This feeling is normal. They're all used to winning games. So that shows how high this competition is. It shows how high the standard is in the gameplay. That yes, of course, we're seeing teams make these mistakes like being in a car and all that jazz. But we're used to seeing these teams. They're used to seeing themselves win games. So when they do and they're interviewing on stage, like, yeah, this feels normal.
Well, that's why they're here, right? They're here because they take wins. They're here because they take some lollipop dinners. Now, officially got to get changed by PUBG Mobile, but they are here because they deserve it, because they have been able to dominate in every single server they play in. And now they just got to try and get to the next stage, which will be the grand finals and the global stage next weekend. So they just got to keep on forcing through. It's not over quite yet, but they are.
He's got to change his IGN to Lollipop Guy.
Yeah, I think like maybe get Smurf even. I don't know, something like that.
It deserves a main. But we are going to have a look at the highlights of that last game. Like XQF, they were constantly active. Team Secret, to be honest, they made a huge mistake with that. Even though they ended up kind of winning it without winning it, and they only lost it because of help from Omen Elite, they shouldn't have gone so deep within the smoke, because that gave Pittsburgh Knights so much more of a chance. If they were going to go in with the vehicle, they should have gone close, but close enough that they could use the vehicle for cover, wait for the smoke to disperse, and then take out Pittsburgh Knights.
So there was a high ground that they didn't use. They could have came like from above the mountain, but they went at the same spot. I think they could have really used that to their advantage. Still going over the highlights right now. That was when we had almost
like,
a
look
cosplay.
at this.
Look at that. Just right in front. He didn't see me. He was reloading.
Right past.
He was reloading at that time. He was going down
jumping.
the grass.
He was like a bunny rabbit.
Yeah, and he was just able to get that shot ready. No,
he
did it again.
The Lollipop Guy dabbed. I love it.
I will allow it because it's Lollipop Guy.
Exactly.
No, I'll say it's legal for him to do it.
So we do see the results from 15th to 9th of this last game of the day. Team Secret, they may have finished in last place on this game, but they still got 3 kills, 4 points in total. RG Star once again, look, only getting 7 points.
Other than Team Secret, I haven't really seen what was going on with them this game, but like all the teams, I've been really happy with all the teams this match. Even the teams that died early, like for example Pittsburgh, I think the level of gameplay this game has been really shifted up. in a really nice fashion. So I can't even wait to see what we're gonna have tomorrow, because these teams seem like they're in the mood now for esports, and I'm really loving it.
Of course they are. One team. Hey, there you go. One team that really want to highlight that we didn't really talk about too much because we didn't see, like Deformia. They got a great result. They got 12 points. It's of course it's not what they would want, right? But 7 placement points and 5 kill points. It's in my opinion, compared to the last couple of games, it's a step in the right direction.
It's the first step. Okay, it's the first step for this team, and now they just got to try and learn to run really fast because they can make it through.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, it's going to be interesting. But, yeah, Omen Elite holding onto 4th place in that game. 21 points for them. It's really going to help them when it comes to securing the top 5 spot. And honestly, to echo what Purple Mood said in the interview, yes, I think that has secured their spot, metaphorically speaking, in the top 5 standings. Because look at this. XQuest still holding on top, but Purple Mood 48 points ahead of 3rd place.
Even though Purple Mood is in 2nd position, they are number 1 position in my heart because of Lollipop Guy. So they're really highly up there, and they deserve once again this 2nd position. But still, look at that difference of points between XQuest F. Purple Mood. It's crazy. A big gap of about 30 points. And then you got that gap between Purple Mood and Nova Monster Shield, which is also pretty significant. And then it's pretty even from there.
It is very even. Now, there is a bit of a points difference between Queso and Team Secret, between 8th and 9th. But when you really look at it, like, it's only 37 points between 3rd place and 9th place. That is a really crazy, close situation where one good result of 40 points, if Team Secret come out in the first game of the day, that's it. They're up in the top 5.
Yeah, that's what they need. Like, you can pretty confidently say that XQuest and Purple Mood, they're like almost up there, like secure their spot.
Yeah.
But we have no idea who can get those 3 last spots in third, 4th, and 5th position. And that's what's the fun about esports. So at this stage of the game, you have no idea. So tomorrow is still going to be fresh gameplay with no idea who's going to take it home.
Yeah, as we do see the average kill leaders once again.
It was 4.2 earlier.
Power Boy
increased of 0.3 extra.
Normally that's meant to kind of decrease, right? Normally it's meant to decrease. But that average kill's 4.5, ridiculous. Jasper from Purple Mood, I'm not surprised. Average kills of 3 per game.
That was so impactful because of his last game. Like,
exactly.
Out of the 3 breaches coming out and they had to deal with for Purple Mood, he got most of the kills there.
Yeah.
So he fed them to himself, and he got really high score ratio, 3.0.
And also, like, in the top 5, 3 of them are from XQuest. It's just like...
Holy surprise.
No, we're not really.
Mimo from Omen Elite still up there.
On the side, no, it's Memo, not Mimo. It's Memo.
I like memes, so I go Mimo.
No, it's not finding
Memo.
It's finding Memo. But looking at the damage leaders, average damage per game, Paraboy 928 for one goddamn player.
I'm just a big fan right now. Powerboy, he's just been absolutely shredding at every single opportunity he has.
And also Cool Boy is in 2nd on the side.
Powerboy and Cool Boy. The big boys.
The big boys.
They're the big boys right now of this Prelim finals, and they are just running away with the lead, and they are just hard carrying their team in an epic fashion.
Yeah, like 181 points, and in 3rd place is 100. They are nearly double the points of 3rd place. Never mind 5th place or down below. It's ridiculous how dominant they've been in today's games.
We're talking about like teams being able to be dominant. It's just the points are still so close to each other.
Yeah,
and I'm absolutely loving it.
But look, I tell you what, that was only game 1. Game 2,
day 1.
Sorry, day 1. My apologies. We still have day 2. We still have 6 more games. I think it's gonna get pretty damn spicy, Maxon.
Wow. Spiciness, that's what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to end the broadcast, so I hope, for myself and Imperium, I hope you guys had an absolutely awesome viewing session with us today. We were definitely having one hell of a good time, especially with that nice finish in military base. That was pure esport gameplay right there. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. It was an absolute honor to be here for you guys today. We'll be back here, same place, same time tomorrow on this PUBG Mobile YouTube esports channel. My name was Maxman, joined by Imperium. I hope you had an awesome day, and we'll see you all tomorrow. See you next time.